Good morning and welcome to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Mackenzie Stasko, live from our studios in Orlando, Florida. It is just past 6 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. And we, of course, want to bring you up to speed with everything that we are learning about this Russian invasion of Ukraine. We do now know that this invasion is going on 2 weeks now, the biggest land conflict in Europe since World War II. Russian troops are bearing down on key cities, continuing to do that with, of course, their main objective to topple the capital of Kyiv and replace it with Kremlin leadership. Now, 2 weeks of war have created a massive humanitarian crisis in Ukraine that has accelerated just within the past few days. We've also learned that Ukrainian officials have announced Russia has agreed to a new day-long ceasefire along several evacuation routes for people who are fleeing cities, including Mariupol. And that is one of the scenes of some of the worst desperation of the war that we've seen over the past 2 weeks, where Russian shelling there has shattered buildings, leaving the port without water, heat, working sewage systems, and phone service as well. Local officials in that particular city say that they now plan to start digging mass graves for the dead. Again, just some of the updates that we are now learning here on Live Now from Fox. We also want to get you some new video that we have coming into our desk today, which shows images of some of the bombed hospitals that they are seeing
в яку держава вклала десятки мільйонів, аби тут були комфортні умови. Тут сучасне обладнання, кисневі станції.
Again, as we mentioned, hospitals, homes, including this area seen here in this video. Meanwhile, this has left millions of Ukrainians scrambling, with UN officials saying more than 2 million people have now fled the country since the war began. So again, this is just some of the new video that we have coming into our desk today. We do know that at least 1 million people have fled to Poland alone, with over 100,000 people making their way to Slovakia and Hungary, and tens of thousands of others arriving in Moldova and Romania. This other video coming into our desk shows the ongoing attacks in Ukraine's second largest city of Kharkiv, which continues to damage civilian areas, as seen in this video posted from a shopping district, again in the city of Kharkiv. This video coming to us by our partners at Storyful, shot by Maria Ardiva, shows a chocolate shop and other commercial buildings with broken windows and debris scattered along the streets. This video here is another angle of that shopping center and the heavy damage seen in Kharkiv. Russia has continued shelling in the city since launching its operation and its invasion against Ukraine 2 weeks ago. And Ukrainian forces fired at what they said was a Russian tank at the Mykolaiv airport. Footage posted by the National Police of Ukraine shows troops firing a rocket launcher from the roof of the now permanently closed airport. An explosion can then be seen in the distance. A translation by the National Police of Ukraine's Facebook post said, quote, accurate shots neutralized enemy tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. Ukraine's state emergency service said that the fires were also reported in residential areas and at industrial facilities in the city as a result of Russian shelling. And massive fires broke out at 2 oil depots in Ukraine's Volodymir region. Footage by the State Emergency Service of Ukraine shows crews trying to extinguish fires at the oil depots. They said residents living near the depots had been evacuated, and so far, no victims or injuries have been reported. And satellite imagery shows military activity near the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. You can see armored vehicles and equipment maneuvering near Hostomel, which is northwest of Kyiv, in these images captured by Maxar Technologies. Now, satellite imagery also shows a collapsed bridge and multiple craters near Irpin, where civilians have been forced across the river via a makeshift footbridge while also trying to escape fighting. And congressional leaders have reached a $13.6 billion bipartisan deal on Ukrainian aid. And this comes as the situation for those trapped in the country, some unable to escape, grows more and more desperate, many without food, water, or supplies. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Poland near the Ukrainian border with more on the worsening humanitarian crisis.
Promises from Moscow this morning that more civilians will be able to safely evacuate Ukraine despite numerous failed ceasefires. We're seeing the enormous toll the two-week assault by Russia has taken on Ukraine's people and infrastructure. Overnight, the threat of missiles forcing Kyiv residents into bomb shelters, the capital city still under Ukrainian control.
We don't hear what is going on the street, even when there was the airstrike.
But Russian President Vladimir Putin's army has encircled the city of Mariupol, where dead are left in the streets and civilians are desperate for a safe way out. Already 2 million have fled the country. Hundreds of thousands have stopped in the western city of Lviv as they flee the violence.
Psychological health is bad because they saw bombed and rockets, and they are just moved in very stressful circumstances.
The international community doing everything they can to welcome the influx of Ukrainians. These Czech Republic soldiers built a refugee camp in neighboring Slovakia.
It will primarily be mothers with children who have no contact in Europe and no place to go.
Vice President Kamala Harris coming here to Poland and Romania today. The visit comes as there is a diplomatic misunderstanding with Poland over fighter jets. Near the Ukrainian border, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thank you for that report. In the meantime, Ukrainian President Volodymir Zelensky addressed British lawmakers in the House of Commons, pledging to continue to fight the Russian invasion and appealing for continued international support. Zelensky echoed a wartime speech by Winston Churchill in his address, asserting that Ukrainians will fight in the forests and streets and adding that we, quote, will not give up and we will not lose. Zelensky thanked Prime Minister Boris Johnson for his support and said, referring to Russia, quote, please increase the pressure of sanctions against this country and please recognize Russia as a terrorist state. Let's listen in.
Українці, українки, сьогодні дуже важливі новини. Сполучені Штати Америки зробили крок, який відчутно послабить окупантів, змусить платити за агресію, відповідати за зло, яке вони наробили, за все зло. Америка забороняє імпорт нафти з Росії, нафтопродуктів, газу, вугілля. Забороняє громадянам США будь-які інвестиції в російський паливно-енергетичний комплекс. Я вдячний особисто президенту Сполучених Штатів Америки Байдену за це рішення, за це лідерство, за цей максимально потужний сигнал всьому світу. Він дуже простий. Кожен цент, сплачений Росії, вона перетворює на кулі та снаряди, які летять в інші суверенні держави. Або Росія матиме повагу до міжнародного права і не буде вести війни, або вона не матиме грошей, щоб війни розпочинати. Знайдуть іншу бензоколонку. Але це не тільки про гроші. Заборона на імпорт нафти до США послабить державу-терориста економічно, політично та ідеологічно, бо це про свободу, це про майбутнє, про те, куди буде рухатись весь світ. Заборону на імпорт нафти та нафтопродуктів з Росії вводить і Велика Британія. Я вдячний прем'єр-міністру Борису Джонсону за принциповість, на яку очікуєш від глави уряду Британії у важкі часи. Виступаючи сьогодні у британському парламенті, я згадав інші важкі часи, інші, але такі подібні. 1940 рік, коли тиранія загрожувала, як вона думала, невеликому острову, і була впевнена, що острів не витримає жорстких ударів, бомбардувань і блокади, а вийшло, що острів зміг більше, ніж та тиранія, бо мав мудрість, мав витримку, друзів і силу. І вірив у майбутнє. Своє майбутнє та свободи в Європі. Як віримо ми, як боремось ми і як ми переможемо. Погляньте, світ не вірить у майбутнє Росії, не говорить про нього. Жодного слова, жодної перспективи. Вони все розуміють. Вони говорять про нас. Вони допомагають нам. Вони готуються підтримувати нашу відбудову після війни. А вже ж. Бо всі побачили, для народу, який так героїчно захищається, обов'язково настане оце після війни. Буде і новий план Маршалла для України. Захід сформує цей пакет підтримки. Сьогодні про це сказав британський прем'єр. Людина, слова, щирий друг України. Вже очікуємо і жорстких рішень від Європейського Союзу. Санкційних проти Росії за цю війну. Не просто так, не проти людей звичайних, за цю агресію, про яку її автори ще пошкодують. Це буде обов'язково. І тому так важливо, щоб в керівництві Росії усвідомили США, Великобританію, Євросоюз, Канаду, Австралію, Японію та інші вільні країни світ буде тільки наслідувати. А отже, його не обманути, санкції не обійти. Я вдячний тим росіянам, які нас підтримують, виходять на вулиці і борються. Борються щоденно за нас і за себе, тому що борються за мир. Війну треба закінчувати. Треба сідати за стіл переговорів, але чесних і предметних, в інтересах людей, а не застарілих вбивчих амбіцій. Говорив сьогодні з Марком Рютте, прем'єр-міністром Нідерландів. У нас нова сторінка у відносинах з Нідерландами. Дякую за підтримку. З прем'єром Ізраїлю Беннетом, з прем'єром Люксембургу Бетелем та з президентом Франції Макроном. Маємо підтримку, маємо розуміння. Мабуть, ви бачили сьогодні у новинах історію про те, що ООН нібито не вважає російське вторгнення війною. Я знаю, це обурило трішки багатьох, і не тільки в Україні. Вдячний нашій команді. Ми усе з'ясували, швидко отримавши запевнення в структурах ООН, не буде брехні, не буде підігравання агресору. Слово «війна» звучатиме на цьому майданчику, бо це правда. Ми не дозволимо нікому в світі ігнорувати страждання і вбивства наших людей, наших дітей. Сьогодні, коли я йшов виступати перед британським парламентом, найстрашнішим числом було для мене 50. 50 вбитих українських дітей за 13 днів війни. А вже за годину стало 52 дитинки. Ніколи не пробачимо це. І знаю, що ви ніколи це не пробачите окупантам. Як Харків, Маріуполь та всі інші міста. Ввечері вони нанесли ракетний удар по Корбутівці у Житомирській області. Зруйнували гуртожиток. Чим міг загрожувати Росії звичайний гуртожиток? Яким геополітичним інтересам ядерної держави? Вічна пам'ять усім людям, яких вбили ці нелюди. Сьогодні нам вдалося організувати гуманітарний коридор з міста Суми до Полтави. Сотні людей врятовано, гуманітарний вантаж доставили, але це лише відсоток від того, що треба зробити і чого очікують наші люди, заблоковані українці. Ми готові, наші вантажі готові, наш транспорт готовий, але нелюди, вони не готові, вони обстрілюють маршрути евакуації. Вони блокують доставку необхідних продуктів та ліків для людей. Що вони хочуть? Щоб українці взяли з рук окупантів все це. Це просто тортури, свідомі, системні, організовані їхньою державою. Чужою для нас і безжальною для всіх, навіть для її громадян. Олешки в Херсонській області, Бердянськ та Мелітополь Запорізької області, усі міста, де українці чинять спротив, де протестують проти окупантів, знайте, ми з вами, ми вдячні, вантажі все одно будуть їхати. Скільки б разів їх не зупиняли кулі. Гуманітарні коридори все одно будуть працювати, і тільки час відділяє вас від свободи. недовгий час. Вірте в це. Я вірю. І дуже цього хочу. Слава Україні!
All right, again, that was Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky speaking to the UK Parliament, the House of Commons there, of course, echoing that wartime speech by Winston Churchill, as we said previously, saying that Ukrainians will continue to fight, that they will not give up, and they will not lose. In the meantime, President Joe Biden has announced he is banning all imports of Russian oil in the United States, targeting the main artery of Russia's economy, but it's going to end up costing American families. We'll have that story coming up in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It is just before 6:30 in the morning here on the East Coast. And as we first reported to you yesterday, President Joe Biden is stopping all imports of Russian oil. He's warning, though, that oil companies should not engage in profiting or price gouging following that decision. He's also trying to put as much blame as possible for record gasoline prices on the Ukraine conflict. But not everyone, however, wants to let him do this. Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey has the details.
Hurting American families at the gas pump.
That's a head scratcher for Senator Tim Scott, who asks, what is Biden talking about? The rise in gas prices reached historic highs way before the war in Ukraine. President Biden says if Americans want to drill, they should.
The oil and gas industry has millions of acres leased. They have 9,000 permits to drill now. They could be drilling right now.
Not the way it works, according to critics.
Yes, there are 9,000 permits. A permit doesn't mean that a well is actually producing. It may be a dry hole.
On his first day in office, President Biden ordered a pause on new leases for oil and gas drilling.
And we're going to combat climate change in a way that we haven't done so far.
Now he insists his policies aren't anti-fossil fuel.
It's simply not true that my administration or policies are holding back domestic energy production. That's simply not true.
Officials made it sound like they'd never ban Russian oil. This was just 5 days ago.
We don't have a strategic interest in reducing the global supply of energy.
But that's what they did.
We will not be part of subsidizing Putin's war.
Biden officials are now exploring oil imports from Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, and Iran.
Joe Biden plans to put terrorists ahead of Texas.
The president thinks he's got a way to limit the impact of a Russian oil ban.
We're releasing 60 million barrels of oil from our joint oil reserves.
But his remarks are reminiscent of another crisis in 1979.
The energy crisis is real. It is worldwide.
Because nearly 43 years later, gas prices are shattering records.
It's going to go up. Can't do much right now. Russia's responsible.
So this morning, he said he's going to do everything he can to minimize Putin's price hike here at home. Then this afternoon, he said he can't do much about gas prices. Now every American that needs to drive waits to find out which it is. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
All right, Peter, thank you for that report. Now, the Biden administration continues to face questions about the impact the war overseas will have on the U.S. economy. The president, as you just heard in Peter's report, announced a ban on Russian oil imports, and the move is coming at a time where Americans are already seeing rising gas prices. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more.
There are no ifs, ands, or buts about it. When it comes to gas prices, President Biden says
It's going to go up.
the president, under bipartisan pressure, is banning Russian energy imports, laying the blame squarely on President Putin for starting the unprovoked war against Ukraine.
Can't do much right now. Russia's responsible.
But Republicans say Russia is not entirely to blame, with gas prices rising even before the ban was announced. And as the average price of gas tops $4 a gallon, they're ramping up their calls for the U.S. to increase its domestic oil production.
We're better stewards of the environment here than any place else in the world.
The president says there are currently 9,000 unused approved drilling permits. However, critics argue the situation is not that simple or easy.
A permit doesn't mean that a well is actually producing. It may be a dry hole.
The White House insists U.S. production is near or at record highs. Still, Democrats agree the U.S. must become energy independent, but not by increasing its reliance on fossil fuels.
None of these options are good ones because of our dependency on oil.
Some lawmakers are criticizing the White House for reportedly considering turning to countries like Iran and Venezuela for oil. The Biden administration did not confirm the talks, simply saying that it's working with other oil-producing nations to make sure that there is adequate supply. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you for that report. The Russian Ministry of Defense released this footage claiming what it said was food and other humanitarian aid being delivered to the town of Lipsy in the Kharkiv region, which is roughly 7 miles or so from the Russian border. Now, in a translation of the post accompanying the YouTube video, the ministry said the cargo included food, bottled water, medicines, as well as clothing and bedding. The United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights said an estimated 406 Ukrainian civilians have been killed since Russia's military invasion of the country, although they said the exact numbers could be higher. The UN agency also said most of the casualties were from airstrikes and explosive weapons used by Russian forces, and that hundreds of residential buildings in many cities, including Kharkiv, had been damaged or destroyed. Now, this video shows empty supermarket shelves seen in Nova Kakhovka, a Russian-occupied city in the Kherson Oblast region of southern Ukraine. Now, this video captured by Dmitry Vysotsky shows a crowd of people gathered outside of one supermarket and empty shelves in another. One person said, "Our gas stations are empty and our supermarket shelves are empty as well." People in the area marched against the Russian occupation of the city. According to local reports, Russian forces began firing weapons and threw flash and noise grenades at some of those crowds. We do know one person was killed and at least 7 people were injured. Russian military forces began seizing cities in that region as it's strategically significant to Russia. The creation of a military base there could help Russia push further inland in Ukraine. And Vice President Kamala Harris will be traveling to Poland and Romania, pledging support as Russia continues attacking Ukraine. Harris leaves today and will bring a three-part message assuring that the United States stands with its NATO allies while also continuing to support Ukraine and, of course, condemning Russian President Vladimir Putin. Harris will be meeting with foreign leaders and American troops during her visit. And this comes as the Polish government recently came out with a plan to transfer its Russian-made fighter planes to a U.S. military base in Germany with the expectation that the planes would then be handed over to Ukrainian pilots to try and fend off Russian forces. But in turn, the U.S. would supply Poland with U.S.-made jets with corresponding capabilities. But the Poles did not run that idea past the Biden administration before going public with it, and the Pentagon quickly dismissed the idea as not tenable. And this video coming into our desk shows elderly and immobile civilians carried across wooden planks under a destroyed bridge over the Irpin River in Irpin, Ukraine, as refugees fled the area amid those Russian attacks. Now, footage from Current Time TV journalists Roman Sukan and Ivan Kurdy shows the evacuation efforts on the ground in Irpin. The area, which is a suburb of Kyiv, has been the target of Russian shelling. Now, the State Emergency Service of Ukraine said nearly 3,000 people have been evacuated just from Irpin alone to Kyiv as of yesterday. And buses full of people fleeing the heavily bombed city of Sumy arrived in Poltava, Ukraine, after a humanitarian corridor was established yesterday. This video posted by the acting head of the regional state administration early today shows buses arriving at the train station. We know 5,000 people, again, have been evacuated from this area. The person who posted it said most of the evacuees were women and children, and that many traveled west from Poltava by train. And this is another angle of the convoy of buses bound for Sumy that was seen leaving the area yesterday, as the office of the president of Ukraine said a humanitarian corridor from the heavily bombed city had been established. Now, we do know that at least 35 buses, as you see in this video, had already left carrying Red Cross staff, doctors, and 20 tons of humanitarian aid in the form of food and medicine. And Ukrainian refugees arrived at the Polish border town of Medica in freezing temperatures early today, as the number of people fleeing Ukraine since Russia's military invasion has reached more than 2 million. Now, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees estimated that the 2 million people had been forced to flee their homes, with 1.2 million people fleeing to neighboring Poland. The UNHCR said up to 4 million people may flee Ukraine as the conflict continues. As we mentioned previously, it is now going on week 2. Meanwhile, leaders in Lviv say that they are struggling to care for the tens of thousands of refugees trying to flee the country. Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson is in Lviv and hears from the people whose lives and families have been upended by the war.
We don't know when we're going to get bombed or die.
Olga Shevchenko owned a coffee shop in Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city, until a Russian airstrike destroyed it on March 1st.
You lose everything all at once, you know, your friends and your home and your job and your business and your money and just everything.
Russian forces have bombarded the city since the start of the invasion.
It's just residential houses that are getting destroyed and people are getting killed and children are getting killed.
Kharkiv is located in eastern Ukraine, the city's population about the size of Dallas. Many have fled. When Russian forces knocked out the power grid, Olga's family and her friend decided it was time to go.
We were not angry before, but they took our lands, they killed our people. Putin, he very united our nation, actually. We are very, strong now.
Olga's mother grew up under Soviet rule. She sent her daughter to Oral Roberts University in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
And when I went to America for the first time, I really felt what home is, and I felt like my whole life I'd never had a real home like that, like you guys have there. Yesterday morning we just had to pack our backpacks and put our clothes there,
взять любимую фотографию с комода своей
We
семьи,
took our favorite pictures of our family,
повернуться и уйти из этого дома навсегда.
and we just had to leave forever.
Last night, Olga, her family, and friends slept on the floor of a church. Tomorrow they continue driving. They don't know what their ultimate destination will be. In Lviv, Ukraine, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Lucas, thank you for that report. This is a live feed we have coming into our LiveNOW desk from the Poland-Ukraine border. This is one of the train stations where you can see refugees arriving from Ukraine. As we mentioned, the United Nations estimates at least 2 million people have fled the country in the 2 weeks since Russian troops invaded the country. Now, we also know that some Americans have been left behind. We'll have that story coming up after the break in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to LiveNOW from Fox. We're bringing you a live feed that we have coming in of the skyline of Kyiv, the capital city of Ukraine. And we do know that there are increasing concerns about what dangers could await Ukrainians in their own country if Russia does, in fact, take control. Now, the State Department is warning any American citizens in Ukraine or Russia to leave now. Fox News correspondent Jillian Turner has this story.
Putin's actions, especially in the last 2 weeks, and they have been premeditated and they have been savage.
U.S. officials don't know how far Putin will go with his crackdown inside Russia, and now are worried about Americans stranded inside the country. Ditto for fears about Americans inside Ukraine.
We urge them not to go, and if any are still there, we urge them to leave.
Putin's already rounding up protesters in mass arrests, hunting down journalists and shuttering media outlets, prompting a dire warning from the UN.
Some 12,700 people have been arbitrarily arrested for holding peaceful anti-war protests.
U.S. intelligence says Putin will stop at nothing.
We assess Putin feels aggrieved the West does not give him proper deference and perceives this as a war he cannot afford to lose.
The State Department says Americans in Russia should leave now, warning the Moscow embassy will not be able to help. With countries closing their airspace to Russian flights, it's getting harder by the hour for Americans to escape. Asked how many U.S. citizens are in Russia now, the State Department says they don't know. U.S. citizens are not required to register their travel to a foreign country with us, and we do not maintain comprehensive lists of U.S. citizens residing overseas. Biden administration critics are ringing alarm bells.
We don't want to see something like the mismanaged exodus from Afghanistan, which left a lot of Americans stranded there.
So the bottom line is we don't know whether there are dozens, hundreds, or thousands of Americans stranded inside Russia right now, and there is real reason to be alarmed. A senior European official tells me the Russians have draft plans to begin public executions inside Ukrainian cities as they capture them. In Washington, Jillian Turner, Fox News.
Jillian, thank you for that report. Meanwhile, the Golden Arches are going dark in Russia. McDonald's is now the latest company saying that it was going to be closing all of its 850 restaurants there in response to the country's invasion of Ukraine. The company says it will continue to pay its 62,000 employees in Russia. It has also shuttered 100 of its locations in Ukraine and continues to pay those employees as well. Three-time Grand Slam singles winner Andy Murray has pledged to donate all of his prize money earned for the rest of the season to children in Ukraine. As we mentioned, the UN says at least 2 million people already, just within 2 weeks, have fled the country. Murray announced that news amid a longer statement about his relationship with UNICEF to provide humanitarian help to Ukrainians in numerous ways. Also, the Russian invasion of Ukraine could be having a critical effect on the world's food supply. Fox News correspondent Kevin Corke has the latest on how this conflict may be impacting the harvest and shipment of grain across the globe and when a possible food crisis may begin.
The war between Russia and Ukraine could have dire consequences on a global scale, threatening food supplies across multiple continents, including Europe, Asia, and Africa. Together, Ukraine and Russia supply roughly 1/3 of the world's wheat and barley, with Ukraine being the 5th largest exporter of wheat in the world.
This is not happening in a vacuum.
But the ongoing conflict is preventing farmers from tending fields and stopping ports from shipping these vital necessities, with additional Western sanctions possibly halting Russian grain exports as well.
About 30% of wheat, 20% of maize, corn, and about 80% of sunflower oil comes from these two countries.
Even though global wheat supplies have not yet been affected, heads at the International Grains Council say a lengthy war could result in a wheat shortage come July, with countries like Lebanon, Egypt, and Indonesia, who rely on lower-priced Ukrainian wheat to feed their poor populations, especially hurt.
From the beginning of the war, we talked with the economy minister, the prime minister, the central bank governor, to find a new mechanism to expedite the process of finding alternatives to imports from countries such as Romania, Serbia, Hungary, and Bulgaria.
And to make matters worse, the war is also driving up the cost of grain, over fears of a possible future shortage, putting the once affordable wheat supplies even further out of reach for those who need it most. In Washington, I'm Kevin Corke, Fox News.
All right, Kevin, thank you for that report. Now, we did previously mention to you President Joe Biden is banning all Russian oil imports, gas and energy to the United States, which is targeting the main artery of Russia's economy amid Putin's war on Ukraine. Biden, though, warning Americans that the ban would cost families. And we do know that they are already experiencing the highest gas prices since the 2008 financial crisis. The national gas price average here in the United States now more than $4 a gallon.
Good morning, folks. Sorry to keep you waiting. There was a couple phone calls. Today, I'm announcing the United States is targeting the main artery of Russia's economy. We're banning all imports of Russian oil and gas and energy. That means Russian oil will no longer be acceptable at U.S. ports, and the American people will deal another powerful blow to Putin's war machine. This is a move that has strong bipartisan support in Congress and, I believe, in the country. Americans have rallied to support their Ukrainian people and made it clear we will not be part of subsidizing Putin's war. We made this decision in close consultation with our allies and our partners around the world, particularly in Europe, because a united response to Putin's aggression has been my overriding focus, to keep all NATO and all of the EU and our allies totally united. We're moving forward with this ban, understanding that many of our European allies and partners may not be in a position to join us. The United States produces far more oil domestically than all the European countries combined. In fact, we're a net exporter of energy. So we can take this step when others cannot. But we're working closely with Europe and our partners to develop a long-term strategy to reduce their dependence on Russian energy as well. Our teams are actively discussing how to make this happen, and today we remain united. We remain united in our purpose to keep pressure mounting on Putin and his war machine. This is a step that we're taking to inflict further pain on Putin, but there will be cost as well here in the United States. I said I would level with the American people from the beginning, and when I first spoke to this, I said defending freedom is going to cost. It's going to cost us as well in the United States. Republicans and Democrats understand that. Republicans and Democrats alike have been clear that we must do this. Over the last week, I've spoken with President Zelensky several times to hear from him about the situation on the ground and to consult and continue to consult with our European allies and about U.S. support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. Thus far, we've provided more than $1 billion in security assistance to Ukraine. Shipments of defensive weapons are arriving in Ukraine every day from the United States, and we, the United States, are the ones coordinating the delivery of our allies and partners of similar weapons, from Germany to Finland to the Netherlands. We're working that out. We're also providing humanitarian support for the Ukrainian people, both those still in Ukraine and those who have fled safely to a neighboring country. We're working with humanitarian organizations to surge tens of thousands of tons of food, water, and medical supplies into Ukraine, and with more on the way. Over the weekend, I sent Secretary Blinken to visit the border between Poland and Ukraine and to Moldova to see what the situation was firsthand and report back. General Milley, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of our Defense Department, was also in Europe, meeting with his counterparts and allies on NATO's eastern flank to reassure them, those countries bordering Russia, NATO countries, that we will keep our NATO commitment, a sacred commitment of Article 5. The Vice President Harris is going to be traveling to meet with our allies in Poland and Romania later this week as well. I've made it clear that the United States will share in the responsibility of caring for the refugees so the costs do not fall entirely on the European countries bordering Ukraine. And yesterday I spoke with my counterparts in France, Germany, and the United Kingdom about Russia's escalating violence against Ukraine and the steps that we're going to take together with our allies and partners around the world to respond to this aggression. We are enforcing the most significant package of economic sanctions in history, and it's causing significant damage to Russia's economy. It has caused Russian economy to, frankly, crater. The Russian ruble is now down to 50%, by 50% since Putin's announced his war. 1 ruble is now worth less than 1 American penny. 1 ruble is less than 1 American penny. And we're preventing Russia's central bank from propping up the ruble and to keep its value up. They're not going to be able to do that now. We cut Russia's largest banks from the international financial system, and it has crippled their ability to do business with the rest of the world. In addition, we're choking off Russia's access to technology like semiconductors that are and sap its economic strength and weaken its military for years to come. Major companies are pulling out of Russia entirely without even being asked, not by us. Over the weekend, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, they all suspended their services in Russia, all of them, joining a growing list of American and global companies from Ford to Nike to Apple. They've suspended their operations in Russia. The U.S. Stock Exchange has halted trading of many Russian securities. And the private sector is united against Russia's vicious war of choice. The U.S. Department of Justice has assembled a dedicated task force to go after the crimes of Russian oligarchs. And we're joining with our European allies to find and seize their yachts, their luxury apartments, their private jets, and all their ill-begotten gains to make sure that they share in the pain of Putin's war. These, by the way, are giant yachts. You've put some of them in your press. I mean, some of them are, I think I read one was over 400 feet long. I mean, this is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The decision today is not without cost here at home. Putin's war is already hurting American families at the gas pump. Since Putin began his military buildup on Ukrainian borders, just since then, the price of the gas at the pump in America went up 75 cents. And with this action, it's going to go up further. I'm going to do everything I can to minimize Putin's price hike here at home. In coordination with our partners, we've already announced that we're releasing 60 million barrels of oil from our joint oil reserves. Half of that, 30 million, is coming from the United States. And we're taking steps to ensure the reliable supply of global energy. We're also going to keep working with every tool at our disposal to protect American families and businesses. Let me say this. To the oil and gas companies and to the finance firms that back them, we understand Putin's war against the people of Ukraine is causing prices to rise. We get that. That's self-evident. But, it's no excuse to exercise excessive price increases or padding profits or any kind of effort to exploit this situation or American consumers, exploit them. Russia's aggression is costing us all, and it's no time for profiteering or price gouging. I want to be clear about what we'll not tolerate, but I also want to acknowledge those firms and oil and gas industries that are pulling out of Russia and joining other businesses that are leading by example. This is a time when we have to do our part and make sure we're not taking advantage. Look, let me be clear about two other points. First, it's simply not true that my administration or policies are holding back domestic energy production. That's simply not true. Even amid the pandemic, companies in the United States pumped more oil during my first year in office than they did during my predecessor's first year. We're approaching a record levels of oil and gas production in the United States, and we're on track to set a record of oil production next year. In the United States, 90% of onshore oil production takes place on land that isn't owned by the federal government. And of the remaining 10% that occurs on federal land, the oil and gas industry has millions of acres leased. They have 9,000 permits to drill now. They could be drilling right now, yesterday, last week, last year. They have 9,000 to drill onshore that are already approved. So let me be clear. They are not using them for production now. That's their decision. These are the facts. We should be honest about the facts. Second, this crisis is a stark reminder to protect our economy over the long term, we need to become energy independent. I've had numerous conversations over the last 3 months with our European friends of how they have to wean themselves off of Russian oil. It's just not tenable. It should motivate us to accelerate the transition to clean energy. This is a perspective that our European allies share, and the future where together we can achieve greater independence. Loosening environmental regulations or pulling back clean energy investment will not lower energy prices for families. But transforming our economy to run on electric vehicles powered by clean energy with tax credits to help American families winterize their homes and use less energy, that will help. And if we do what we can, it will mean that no one has to worry about the price of the gas pump in the future. That'll mean tyrants like Putin won't be able to use fossil fuels as weapons against other nations. And it will make America a world leader, manufacturing and exporting clean energy technologies of the future to countries all around the world. This is the goal we should be racing toward. Over the last 2 weeks, the Ukrainian people have inspired the world, and I mean that in a literal sense. They've inspired the world with their bravery, their patriotism, their defiant determination to live free. Putin's war has caused enormous suffering and needless loss of life of women, children, everyone in Ukraine. both Ukraine and, I might add, Russians. Ukrainian leaders, as well as leaders around the world, have repeatedly called for a ceasefire, for humanitarian relief, for real diplomacy. But Putin seems determined to continue on his murderous path, no matter the cost. Putin's now targeting cities and has been targeting cities and civilians, schools, hospitals, apartment buildings. Last week, he attacked the largest nuclear power plant in Europe with an apparent disregard for the potential of triggering a nuclear meltdown. He has already turned 2 million Ukrainians into refugees. Russia may continue to grind out its advance at a horrible price, but this much is already clear. Ukraine will never be a victory for Putin. Putin may be able to take a city, but he'll never be able to hold the country. And if we do not respond to Putin's assault on global peace and stability today, the cost of freedom and to the American people will be even greater tomorrow. So we're going to continue to support the brave Ukrainian people as they fight for their country. And I call on Congress to pass the $12 billion Ukraine assistance package that I have asked them for of late. Ukrainian people are demonstrating by their physical courage that they are not about to just let Putin take what he wants. That's clear. They'll defend their freedom, their democracy, their lives. And we're going to keep providing security assistance, economic assistance, and humanitarian assistance. We're going to support them against tyranny, oppression, violent acts of subjugation. People everywhere, and I think it's maybe even surprised some of you all, people everywhere are speaking up for freedom. When the history of this war is written, Putin's war on Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. May God bless all those heroes in Ukraine. And now I'm off to Texas. Thank you very, very much. I know there's a lot of questions. I know there's a lot of questions, but there's a lot more that has to be made clear, and I'm going to hold on that until we get more information. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, that was President Joe Biden briefing the media on the situation in terms of gas prices in the United States. We do want to show you these 3 live feeds that we have coming into our desk. The first one showing Ukrainians continuing to flee their country and fleeing to Poland, where we know about 1.3 million people from Ukraine have already entered within the past 2 weeks since Russia invaded. Over on the top right-hand corner of your screen, you see the Medica train station in Poland as well, another viewpoint of people boarding trains trying to flee the country. And of course, the capital city of Kyiv down on the right-hand corner of your screen, where we do know Russian troops are trying to get through and trying to seize the capital city as well. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. We'll be right back.
Is breaking news right now that has just hit our desk. Germany has...
I'm live now from Fox. We are
reporting now 1 million people, Ukrainians, have in fact...
range of options remain on the table.
The latest headlines that we are seeing.
Oil and gas.
Boarding operations are active.
Okay, so here's what we're learning.
I'm live now from Fox. We are just getting started here for you.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It is about 7 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. We want to update you on some of the live feeds that we have coming into our desk today. Ukrainians continuing to flee Poland. According to the United Nations, at least 2 million people have fled Ukraine since the Russian invasion began about 2 weeks ago. On the right-hand corner of your screen, you see a train station with refugees continuing to board and, of course, flee their country, again, as Russian troops continue to move in. We do want to head to a press conference we have with the Select Committee on Intelligence, the House Committee on Intelligence, warning that the United States is facing increased nuclear aggression from foes, including Russian President Vladimir Putin, again, as he continues to invade Ukraine. Let's listen in.
Thank you all for joining us today. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. Before we begin, I want to address some housekeeping matters. First, today's open portion is being broadcast live and streamed on the committee's website. It will be conducted entirely on an unclassified basis. All participants are reminded to refrain from discussing classified or other information protected from public disclosure. We will reconvene for the classified portion of the hearing this afternoon. I will now recognize myself for an opening statement. We are holding this worldwide threats hearing amid an international crisis. As we sit here today, Russia is continuing an unprovoked war against Ukraine that has resulted in thousands of casualties, millions of refugees, and a conflict that seems to be only escalating in severity. In the past 2 weeks, the administration has led a massive international campaign to ensure Putin and his oligarchs feel the cost of this horrific, brutal war. As Democrats and Republicans, as Americans, we stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine in their heroic struggle. As we work to help Ukraine defend itself and to make Russia face the consequences of its aggression, we are in a stronger position today because of the extraordinary work of the intelligence community. The IC has provided exceptional insight into the potential of a Russian invasion over the past several months. The IC has helped expose Putin's playbook for policymakers, our allies, our partners in Ukraine, and the rest of the world. And to a degree unprecedented in my time on this committee, we have also made public highly sensitive intelligence to disrupt Russia's planning and malign activities. Our ability to prepare the Ukrainian government to defend itself and to rally the international community around imposing unprecedented economic consequences on Russia and the military assistance to Ukraine would not have been possible without the IC's work. This hearing is an opportunity for you all to highlight the threats we face in a more complex and dangerous world. We're witnessing the largest military conflict in Europe since World War II. The administration has made it clear we are not placing U.S. military forces into the conflict in Ukraine. As a result, we'll have to rely on other capabilities and increase our cooperation with our NATO allies. We also face numerous other strategic challenges, from the rise of an increasingly bellicose and belligerent China to the threats posed by Iran and North Korea. Among the challenges from these nation states, as well as from non-state actors, is the use of cyber operations that continue to target both the U.S. government as well as the private sector. Offensive cyber operations present a significant risk to our homeland, and as the crisis in Ukraine continues, we must be extremely watchful. While some of these risks, such as climate change or pandemic disease, are framed as often as soft threats, the reality is they are anything but. The nearly 1 million Americans who have died from COVID-19 demonstrate that. Furthermore, climate change is becoming the most urgent matter that the United States and the rest of the world must address. In October of last year, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released a report on climate change in which they assessed that climate change will increasingly exacerbate risks to U.S. national security interests as the physical impacts increase and geopolitical tensions mount about how to respond to the challenge. That's putting it mildly. In the midst of all these threats, there is a global struggle between democracy and autocracy. Authoritarian governments are emboldened, using force and technology to enforce their will, while ignoring human rights and fundamental freedoms and spreading dangerous misinformation. To meet any of the threats before us today effectively, the United States must remain committed to our values and to the promotion of democracy and fundamental human rights. Thank you again, all of you, for your service and for appearing here today. I will now yield to the ranking member for any opening remarks that he'd like to make.
Well, good morning. Thank you all for being here and for your leadership on very incredibly important issues for our national security, including leading in our intelligence community. Usually when we have our worldwide threats hearing, most of what we discuss is theoretical. How can we be prepared for threats that are emerging? How can we ascertain threats that may be imminent? Today, this hearing is much different because war has once again begun in Europe. President Zelensky has called on our country to provide weapons so that he can defend his nation and his people. The administration was late to provide those weapons and is just now trying to get weapons in. President Zelensky openly stating that if those weapons had been there earlier, they could have made a difference. He is now calling for MiGs so that he can compete in the skies. And once again, the administration is slow to respond to that request. Vladimir Putin casts a long shadow over this hearing. This is an unprovoked war against a validly elected country. Now, President Zelensky has called for a no-fly zone over Ukraine to stop the killing of innocent people, men and women who are fleeing. Unfortunately, we're unable to assist. The administration and NATO stand aside because Vladimir Putin represents a nuclear threat. And my questions to you today are going to be about the nuclear threat that we face as a nation, not just the war that's occurring in Ukraine, but how it affects us as we've had open threats from Vladimir Putin, both to our NATO allies and to the United States with respect to their nuclear capabilities. Now, President Obama, in June 19, 2013, in his speech in Germany, called for a road to zero. Unfortunately, as we now know, there are more nuclear weapons today in the world than there were when President Obama called for a road to zero. The U.S. capabilities, however, have not continued to grow. It has continued to be neglected, and this administration has not sought to change our policies in a way that would strengthen our deterrent. Currently, there is a national posture review ongoing, and I'm going to be asking you some questions about your involvement in that, your advice to those who are undertaking that national posture review, because the world is changing. We know that Russia, in the development of Skyfall, which is a nuclear orbiting nuclear weapon, Poseidon, which is an undersea unmanned nuclear weapon that is supposed to pop up on the shores of a nation like the United States and attack our cities, and Vanguard, with their hypersonic missiles, which are already deployed. China, which has just demonstrated an orbital or suborbital hypersonic capability, and China, who also has been identified as expanding their ICBM missile fields, are all issues that need to be taken into consideration of the threats facing the United States. Now, the headlines have piled up. China threatens Australia with missile attack. North Korea threatens nuclear attack on Washington, D.C. North Korea threatens Japan with real ballistic missile. North Korea threatens to sink Japan, reduce U.S. to ashes and darkness. Iran threatens to wipe Israel off the face of the earth. And of course, now we have Putin, who threats the West, and his statement was that he would unleash such consequences have never been seen in history. We saw in Hawaii, as there was a false alarm of a possible nuclear attack Hawaii and the panic that ensued. What's in common with all of these countries, besides the fact that they're nuclear powers? They're also authoritarian regimes, and they're also countries that have terrible human rights records. They threaten our populace, they threaten their neighbors, and their nuclear capabilities are destabilizing and a threat to the United States. With our nuclear posture review, we have an opportunity to change both the investment in our nuclear capabilities so that we rise to the level of deterrent necessary as these nations threaten the United States and invest in the nuclear capabilities, but also in our missile defense capabilities. So I'm going to begin first with the nuclear posture review. Are any of you involved in the current nuclear posture review being undertaken by the Biden administration? Also, what advice would you have for those who are undertaking the nuclear posture review as to what the United States needs to do differently so that we can deter these authoritarian regimes that are threatening the United States and allow Vladimir Putin to threaten Ukraine and other allies that are not part of NATO or our nuclear umbrella? Oh, I'm sorry. Those are the questions I'm going to be asking you as we go forward. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. Director Haynes and members of the IC, you are recognized for your opening remarks.
Thank you, Chairman Schiff, Ranking Member Turner, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today and to provide testimony alongside my wonderful colleagues from behalf of the intelligence community on the IC's 2022 assessment of worldwide threats to U.S. national security. Before I start, I just want to take a moment to express to you how much I've appreciated your thoughtful support and partnership this last year, and to publicly thank the men and women of the intelligence community for their extraordinary work to keep us safe. I know how privileged I am to be a part of the intelligence community this time of extraordinarily talented people and to be given a chance to do something useful in service to my country, and I thank you for the opportunity. Broadly speaking, the year's assessment focuses on adversaries and competitors, critical transnational threats, and conflicts and instability. These categories often overlap, and one of the key challenges of this era is assessing how many various threats and trends are likely to intersect so as to identify where their interactions may result in fundamentally greater risk to our interests than one might otherwise expect, or where they introduce new opportunities. And the 2022 annual threat assessment highlights some of these connections as it provides the IC's baseline of the most pressing threats to U.S. national interests. The assessment starts with threats from key state actors, beginning with the People's Republic of China, which remains an unparalleled priority for the intelligence community, and then turns to Russia, Iran, and North Korea. And all four governments have demonstrated the capability and intent to promote their interest in ways that cut against U.S. interests and allied interests. The PRC is coming ever closer to being a peer competitor in areas of relevance to national security, is pushing to revise global norms and institutions to its advantage, and is challenging the United States in multiple arenas, but particularly economically, militarily, and technologically. China is especially effective at bringing together a coordinated whole-of-government approach to demonstrate its strength and to compel neighbors to acquiesce to its preferences, including its territorial and maritime claims and assertions of sovereignty over Taiwan. President Xi Jinping and China's other leaders are determined to force unification with Taiwan on Beijing's terms. China would prefer coerced unification that avoids armed conflict, and it has been stepping up diplomatic, economic, military pressure on the island for years to isolate it and weaken confidence in its democratically elected leaders. And at the same time, Beijing is preparing to use military force if it decides this is necessary. The PRC is also engaged in the largest ever nuclear force expansion and arsenal diversification in its history, is working to match or exceed U.S. capabilities in space and present the broadest, most active, and persistent cyber espionage threat to U.S. government and private sector networks. Russia, of course, also remains a critical priority and is a significant focus right now in light of President Putin's recent and tragic invasion of Ukraine, which has produced a shock to the geopolitical order with implications for the future that we are only beginning to understand, but are sure to be consequential. The IC, as you know, provided warning of President Putin's plans, but this is a case where I think all of us wish we had been wrong. The invasion has in fact proceeded consistent with the plan we assessed the Russian military would follow, only they are facing significantly more resistance from the Ukrainians than they expected and encountering serious military shortcomings. Russia's failure to rapidly seize Kyiv and overwhelm Ukrainian forces has deprived Moscow of the quick military victory that it probably had originally expected would prevent the United States and NATO from being able to provide meaningful military aid to Ukraine. Moreover, we assess Moscow underestimated the strength of Ukraine's resistance and the degree of internal military challenges we are observing, which include an ill-constructed plan, morale issues, and considerable logistical issues. What is unclear at this stage is whether Russia will continue to pursue a maximalist plan to capture all or most of Ukraine, which we assess would require more resources, even as the Russian military has begun to loosen its rules of engagements to achieve their military objectives. And if they pursue the Maximus Plan, we judge it will be especially challenging for the Russians to hold and control Ukrainian territory and install a sustainable pro-Russian regime in Kyiv in the face of what we assess is likely to be a persistent and significant insurgency. And of course, the human toll of the conflict is already considerable and only increasing. Thus far, the Russian and Ukrainian militaries have probably suffered thousands of casualties, along with numerous civilian deaths, and of course, well more than 1 million people have fled Ukraine since Russia invaded. Moreover, Russian forces are at the very least operating with reckless disregard for the safety of non-combatants, as Russian units launch artillery and airstrikes into urban areas, as they have done in cities across Ukraine and near critical infrastructure such as the Enerhodar nuclear plant. And the IC is engaged across the interagency to document and hold Russia and Russian actors accountable for their actions. The reaction to the invasion from countries around the world has been severe. Western unity in imposing far-reaching sanctions and export controls, as well as foreign commercial decisions, are having cascading effects on the Russian economy. The economic crisis that Russia is experiencing is also exacerbating the domestic political opposition to Putin's decision to invade. And NATO's unified response, the significant resistance that the Ukrainians have demonstrated in the battlefield, Europe's rapid response to Russia's invasion, not just in terms of economic measures, but also actions long thought to be off the table, such as the provision of lethal aid to Ukraine, shutting down EU airspace to Russian planes, almost certainly surprised Moscow. In particular, while Putin probably anticipated many of the current sanctions to be imposed when he weighed the cost of the invasion, we judge that he did not anticipate either the degree to which the United States and its allies and partners would take steps to undermine his capacity to mitigate Western actions, or the pullback from Russia initiated by non-state actors in the private sector. And nevertheless, our analysts assess that Putin is unlikely to be deterred by such setbacks and instead may escalate, essentially doubling down to achieve Ukrainian disarmament and neutrality, to prevent it from further integrating with the US and NATO if it doesn't reach some diplomatic negotiation. We assess Putin feels aggrieved the West does not give him proper deference and perceives this as a war he cannot afford to lose. But what he might be willing to accept as a victory may change over time, given the significant costs he is incurring. Putin's nuclear saber rattling is very much in line with this assessment. Putin's public announcement that he ordered Russia's strategic nuclear forces to go on special alert in response to aggressive statements, as he called them, from NATO leaders was extremely unusual. We have not seen a public announcement from the Russians regarding a heightened nuclear alert status since the 1960s, but we also have not observed force-wide nuclear posture changes that go beyond what we have seen in prior moments of heightened tensions during the last few decades. Our analysts assess that Putin's current posturing in this arena is probably intended to deter the West from providing additional support to Ukraine as he weighs an escalation of the conflict. Putin probably still remains confident that Russia can militarily defeat Ukraine and wants to prevent Western support from tipping the balance and forcing a conflict with NATO. And regardless, our #1 intelligence priority is defense of the homeland, and we will remain vigilant in monitoring every aspect of Russia's strategic nuclear forces. With tensions this high, there is always an enhanced potential for miscalculation, unintended escalation, which we hope our intelligence can help to mitigate. Furthermore, beyond its invasion of Ukraine, Moscow presents a serious cyber threat, a key space competitor, and one of the most serious foreign influence threats to the United States. Using its intelligence services, proxies, and wide-ranging influence tools, the Russian government seeks to not only pursue its own interests, but also to divide Western alliances, undermine U.S. global standing, amplify discord inside the United States, and influence U.S. voters and decision-making. And to finish with our state actor threats, Iran continues to threaten U.S. interests as it tries to erode U.S. influence in the Middle East, entrench its influence and project power in neighboring states, and minimize threats to regime stability. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-un continues to steadily expand and enhance Pyongyang's nuclear and conventional capabilities, targeting the United States and its allies, periodically using aggressive and potentially destabilizing actions to reshape the regional security environment in his favor and to reinforce his status as a de facto nuclear power. The assessment focuses next on a number of key global and transnational threats, including global health security, transnational organized crime, the rapid development of destabilizing technologies, climate, migration, and terrorism. And I raise these because they pose challenges of a fundamentally different nature in our national security than those posed by the actions of nation states, even powerful ones like China. We look at the Russia-Ukraine war and can imagine outcomes to resolve the crisis, the steps needed to get there, even though they are unpalatable and difficult. And similarly, we view the array of challenges Chinese actions pose and can discuss what is required and how we think about trade-offs. But transnational issues are more complex, require multilateral collaboration, and although we can discuss ways of managing them, all of them pose a set of choices that will be more difficult to untangle and will perhaps require more sacrifice to bring about meaningful change. This reflects not just the interconnected nature of the problems, but also the significant impact increasingly empowered non-state actors have on the outcomes, and the reality that some of the countries who are key to mitigating threats posed by nation states are also the ones we will be asking to do more in the transnational space. And for example, the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic is putting a strain on governments and societies, fueling humanitarian and economic crises, political unrest, geopolitical competition as countries such as China and Russia seek to exploit the crisis to their own advantage. And no country has been completely spared. And even when a vaccine is widely distributed globally, the economic and political aftershocks will be felt for years. Low-income countries with high debts face particularly challenging recoveries and the potential for cascading crises that lead to regional instability, whereas others will turn inward or be distracted by other challenges. These shifts will spur migration around the world, including on our southern border. The economic impact has set many poor and middle-income countries back years in terms of economic development and is encouraging some in Latin America, Africa, and Asia to look to China and Russia for quick economic and security assistance to manage their new reality. We see the same complex mix of interlocking challenges stemming from climate change, which is exacerbating risks to U.S. national security interests across the board, but particularly as it intersects with environmental degradation and global health challenges. And terrorism, of course, remains a persistent threat to U.S. persons and interests at home and abroad, and yet the implications of the problem are evolving. In Africa, for example, where terrorist groups are clearly gaining strength, the growing overlap between terrorism, criminal activity, smuggling networks has undermined stability, contributed to coups and an erosion of democracy, and resulted in countries turning to Russian entities to help manage these problems. Global transnational criminal organizations continue to pose a direct threat to the United States through the production and trafficking of lethal illicit drugs, massive theft, including cybercrime, human trafficking, and financial crimes and money laundering schemes. In particular, the threat from illicit drugs is at historic levels, with more than 100,000 American drug overdose deaths for the first time annually, driven mainly by a robust supply of synthetic opioids from Mexican transnational criminal organizations. In short, the interconnected global security environment is marked by the growing specter of great power, competition, and conflict, while transnational threats to all nations and actors compete not only for our attention, but also our finite resources. And finally, the assessment turns to conflicts and instability, highlighting a series of regional challenges of importance to the United States. Iterative violence between Israel and Iran, conflicts in other areas, including Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, have the potential to escalate or spread, fueling humanitarian crises and threatening U.S. persons. Africa, for example, has seen 6 irregular transfers of power since 2020, and probably will see new bouts of conflict in the coming year as the region becomes increasingly strained by a volatile mixture of democratic backsliding, intercommunal violence, and the continued threat of cross-border terrorism. We are also focused on our workforce and their families. The IC continues to contribute to the government-wide effort to better understand potential causal mechanisms of anomalous health incidents and remains committed to ensuring afflicted individuals receive the quality care they need. The safety and well-being of our workforce is our highest priority, and we are grateful to members of this committee for your continued support on this issue. In closing, I just want to note how much effort has gone into improving our capacity to share intelligence and analysis with our partners and allies across the intelligence community. We have seen in our approach to the threat to Ukraine, the sharing of intelligence and analysis has paid real dividends in helping to facilitate collective action against the renewed threat of nation-state aggression. And while such efforts must be done with care to ensure we are able to protect our sources and methods, we are laying the groundwork to broaden our work where doing so creates the conditions for a more united focus on other emerging challenges, and we appreciate your support in these efforts as well. Thank you. We look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much for that sober assessment of the challenges that we face. Russia is encountering greater resistance than expected in Ukraine and suffering significant setbacks in the face of a highly determined Ukrainian resistance. Nevertheless, there is no sign that Putin is looking for de-escalation. Indeed, an increasingly brutal Russian campaign suggests that Putin is doubling down. Director Burns, you've dealt with Putin for many years. First of all, what's your assessment of how many Russian soldiers have thus far been killed and how many injured? And based on your experience with Putin, what would it take to change Putin's calculus in Ukraine?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think Putin is determined to dominate and control Ukraine, to shape its orientation. This is a matter of deep personal conviction for him. He's been stewing in a combustible combination of grievance and ambition for many years. That personal conviction matters more than ever in the Russian system. He's created a system in which his own circle of advisors is narrower and narrower. COVID has made that even narrower. And it's a system in which it's not proven career enhancing for people to question or challenge his judgment. So he's gone to war, I think, on the basis, Mr. Chairman, of a number of assumptions which led him to believe that Russia faced a favorable landscape for the use of force against Ukraine this winter. First, that Ukraine, in his view, was weak and easily intimidated. Second, that the Europeans, especially the French and Germans, were distracted by elections in France and a leadership succession in Germany and risk averse. Third, he believed he had sanctions-proofed his economy in the sense of creating a large war chest of foreign currency reserves. And fourth, he was confident that he had modernized his military and they were capable of a quick, decisive victory at minimal cost. He's been proven wrong on every count. Those assumptions have proven to be profoundly flawed over the last 12 days of conflict. President Zelensky, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, as the ranking member mentioned, has risen to the moment and demonstrated courageous and remarkable leadership, and Ukrainians have resisted fiercely. Second, the Europeans have demonstrated remarkable resolve, especially the Germans. Third, the economic consequences of the sanctions which have been enacted so far have proven to be devastating for Russia, especially against the Russian central bank, depriving Putin of the ability that he assumed he'd have to defend the ruble. And fourth, his own military's performance has been largely ineffective. Instead of seizing Kiev within the first 2 days of the campaign, which was what his plan was premised upon, after nearly 2 weeks, they still have not been able to fully encircle the city. And so, Putin has commented privately and publicly over the years that he doesn't believe Ukraine's a real country. He's dead wrong about that. Real countries fight back. And that's what the Ukrainians have done quite heroically over the last 12 days. As you said, Mr. Chairman, I think Putin is angry and frustrated right now. He's likely to double down and try to grind down the Ukrainian military with no regard for civilian casualties. But the challenge that he faces, and this is the biggest question that's hung over our analysis of his planning for months now, as Director Haynes said, is he has no sustainable political endgame in the face of what is going to continue to be fierce resistance from Ukrainians. So I think that's what his calculus has been, and I think that's the reality of what he faces today. In terms of casualties, I know General Barry may want to comment on that, but there have been far in excess, Russian military casualties killed and wounded, far in excess of what he anticipated. Because his military planning and assumptions was premised on a quick, decisive victory, and that has not proven to be the case.
Director Barry, are you able to comment on that? And also, this massive column heading toward Kyiv, now maybe two massive columns, public reports suggest that they've run out of fuel. Are we learning that the Russian military is far less competent than we imagined? How do you assess their performance thus far?
Chairman, I think the Russian army reformed into this thing we call the New Look Army. And they task organize themselves into smaller battalion tactical groups, and fundamentally that is not a bad construct. I think they had a bad plan, And I think their logistics support is not what it needs to be to develop the situation that they wanted to do. And we can go into much more detail on that in the closed session.
Are you able to say in open session how many Russian troops have been killed?
With low confidence, somewhere between 2,000 and 4,000. That number comes from some intelligence sources, but also open source and how we pull that together.
Director Burns, whatever Putin's plan may have been on the way in, if that plan involved the installation of a puppet regime, that seems highly implausible now. How does this end?
Well, that's the core question, Mr. Chairman. I think Putin's assumptions, as I said before, have turned out to be profoundly flawed. I failed to see, and our analysts failed to see, how he could sustain a puppet regime or a pro-Russian leadership that he tries to install in the face of what is massive opposition from the Ukrainian people. In many ways, it's been Putin's aggression going back to 2014 in Crimea that's created a strong sense of Ukrainian nationhood and sovereignty that he faces today. So I failed.
7:30 a.m. here on the East Coast. Good morning, everyone, and thank you all so much for streaming live now from Fox, taking a look back as the intelligence hearing on potential worldwide threats. As we revisit this announcement, considering that we are in day 14 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we know that fighting has intensified overnight in Ukraine, now 2 weeks since Russia first invaded the country. Now, President Biden is warning of even higher gas prices here at home. Joining us now live to bring us more on this angle of the story is Fox 13 Tampa's Kelly Cowan. Kelly, good morning. So tell us exactly how businesses and workers are being impacted by this high surge that we're seeing in gas prices.
Good morning to you. Well, anytime you see gas prices go up, that's going to raise the cost of goods pretty much across the board because it takes more money to get those goods to the places that they need to be. And specifically when you're looking at the gig economy, so drivers that work for Uber or Lyft or anyone working for a delivery service like DoorDash, well, they're directly affected, and it's pretty immediate because those drivers pay for their own fuel. They pay for their own gas. They're not reimbursed by their companies like other delivery drivers may be. So it hits them especially hard. And what we're hearing from many of them is with high prices, high gas prices, it doesn't really make financial sense for them to continue driving for these.
Where it shouldn't be like this, because it's hurting a lot of other people, probably worse than me.
Good news is that pace of increase will now slow down. You shouldn't have to worry about going outside and seeing prices up 40 cents a gallon. The increases, again, will continue, but the pace of increases will likely slow down.
All right, Kelly, we heard a few firsthand experiences there in your area. Now, what are the rideshare apps saying? Are they alluding to the fact that we could possibly see higher prices anytime soon?
Right now, the companies are not saying they're going to raise prices, not only for the consumers, but they're also not willing to budge on how much they're paying their drivers either. There's a base rate for drivers, and then drivers, of course, make tips on top of that. So a lot of drivers are telling us that if they don't see more tips, or especially if somebody's not tipping them at all, well, they're not making any money. So it doesn't make sense for them to stay in the game, to keep driving for these companies. We've seen this is not just a U.S. problem either. Gas prices are up globally. So you see other countries' drivers are trying to get Lyft and Uber and their rideshare companies to try to do something about the base pay. But right now, what the companies are saying is they're trying to create incentives to offset the gas prices for their drivers. Uber has said that they've created a program that will allow their drivers to take up to 25 cents off per gallon. DoorDash says it's helping its drivers out by finding discounts, but what you're also seeing from local restaurants, mom and pops that do their own deliveries, well, they're just simply tacking on an added delivery fee. Some of them, some pizza places telling us another $3 for gas if they're going to do the driving, because, you know, if you're in a position where you want somebody else to do the driving for you, well, that's costing somebody else that gas money. So expect to pay for that. And if you're really into Uber and Lyft or having somebody deliver your food, well, what these companies are saying, what the drivers are saying is you definitely should be tipping for that service, because that's what these drivers rely on.
All right, Fox 13 Tampa's Kelly Collin, thank you so much. Moving right along with other top stories, but staying on this topic, we're getting information that the crisis abroad that is leading to the growing crisis domestically for President Biden. Of course, we just talked about it. The rising cost of fuel is posing a major challenge for the Biden administration ahead of this year's midterm elections, especially with prices going up due to Russia's war with Ukraine. Now, Biden is pointing blame on them, referring to it as Putin's price hike. But some top Republicans, including House Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy, are pointing the finger at President Biden. Now, the United States banned imports of Russian oil on Tuesday, reducing supply and further hurting the Russian economy. We're going to be staying on top of this topic all morning long, so make sure that you stay with us, because in our 9 o'clock hour, we will have a live conversation with a financial expert on this very topic. Now, when it comes to Vice President Kamala Harris, she will be traveling to Poland and Romania, pledging support as Russia continues attacking Ukraine. Harris is scheduled to leave today and will bring a 3-part message assuring the United States stands with its NATO allies, while also continuing to support Ukraine and condemning Russian President Volodymir Putin. Harris will meet with foreign leaders and American troops during her visit. Ukraine's President Volodymir Zelensky says that he vows not to surrender, and we actually have an update from his most recent address to the world.
Нафтопродуктів, газу, вугілля. Забороняє громадянам США будь-які інвестиції в російський паливно-енергетичний комплекс. Я вдячний особисто президенту Сполучених Штатів Америки Байдену за це рішення, за це лідерство, за цей максимально потужний сигнал всьому світу. Він дуже простий. Кожен цент, сплачений Росії, вона перетворює на кулі та снаряди, які летять в інші суверенні держави. Або Росія матиме повагу до міжнародного права і не буде вести війни, або вона не матиме грошей, щоб війни розпочинати. Знайдуть іншу бензоколонку. Але це не тільки про гроші. Заборона на імпорт нафти до США послабить державу-терориста економічно, політично та ідеологічно, бо це про свободу, це про майбутнє, про те, куди буде рухатись весь світ. Заборону на імпорт нафти та нафтопродуктів з Росії вводить і Велика Британія. Я вдячний прем'єр-міністру Борису Джонсону за принциповість, на яку очікуєш від глави уряду Британії у важкі часи. Виступаючи сьогодні у британському парламенті, я згадав інші важкі часи, інші, але такі подібні. 1940 рік, коли тиранія загрожувала, як вона думала, невеликому острову, і була впевнена, що острів не витримає жорстких ударів, бомбардувань і блокади, а вийшло, що острів зміг більше, ніж та тиранія, бо мав мудрість, мав витримку, друзів і силу, і вірив у майбутнє, своє майбутнє. Світ не вірить у майбутнє Росії, не говорить про нього. Жодного слова, жодної перспективи. Вони все розуміють. Вони говорять про нас. Вони допомагають нам. Вони готуються підтримувати нашу відбудову після війни. А вже ж. Бо всі побачили, для народу який так героїчно захищається, обов'язково настане оце після війни. Буде і новий план Маршалла для України. Захід сформує цей пакет підтримки. Сьогодні про це сказав британський прем'єр. Людина, слова, щирий друг України. Вже очікуємо і жорстких рішень від Європейського Союзу. Санкційних проти Росії за цю війну. Не просто так, не проти людей звичайних, за цю агресію, про яку її автори ще пошкодують. Це буде обов'язково. І тому так важливо, щоб в керівництві Росії усвідомили США, Великобританію, Євросоюз, Канаду, Австралію, Японію та інші вільні країни світ буде тільки наслідувати. А отже, його не обманути, санкції не обійти. Я вдячний тим росіянам, які нас підтримують, виходять на вулиці і борються. Борються щоденно за нас і за себе, тому що борються за мир. Війну треба закінчувати. Треба сідати за стіл переговорів, але чесних і предметних, в інтересах людей, а не застарілих вбивчих амбіцій. Говорив сьогодні з Марком Рютте, прем'єр-міністром Нідерландів. У нас нова сторінка у відносинах з Нідерландами. Дякую за підтримку. З прем'єром Ізраїлю Беннетом, з прем'єром Люксембургу Бетелем та з президентом Франції Макроном. Маємо підтримку, маємо розуміння. Мабуть, ви бачили сьогодні у новинах історію про те, що ООН нібито не вважає російське вторгнення війною. Я знаю, це обурило трішки багатьох, і не тільки в Україні. Вдячний нашій команді. Ми усе з'ясували, швидко отримавши запевнення в структурах ООН, не буде брехні, не буде підігравання агресору. Слово «війна» звучатиме на цьому майданчику, бо це правда. Ми не дозволимо нікому в світі ігнорувати страждання і вбивства наших людей, наших дітей. Сьогодні, коли я йшов виступати перед британським парламентом, найстрашнішим числом було для мене 50. 50 вбитих українських дітей за 13 днів війни. А вже за годину стало 52 дитинки. Ніколи не пробачимо це. І знаю, що ви ніколи це не пробачите окупантам. Як Харків, Маріуполь та всі інші міста. Ввечері вони нанесли ракетний удар по Корбутівці у Житомирській області. Зруйнували гуртожиток. Чим міг загрожувати Росії звичайний гуртожиток? Яким геополітичним інтересам ядерної держави? Вічна пам'ять усім людям, яких вбили ці нелюди. Сьогодні нам вдалося організувати гуманітарний коридор з міста Суми до Полтави. Сотні людей врятовано, гуманітарний вантаж доставили, але це лише відсоток від того, що треба зробити, чого очікують наші люди, заблоковані українці. Ми готові, наші вантажі готові, наш транспорт готовий, але нелюди, вони не готові, вони обстрілюють маршрути евакуації. Вони блокують доставку необхідних продуктів та ліків для людей. Що вони хочуть? Щоб українці взяли з рук окупантів все це. Це просто тортури, свідомі, системні, організовані їхньою державою. Чужою для нас і безжальною для всіх, навіть для її громадян. Олешки в Херсонській області, Бердянськ та Мелітополь Запорізької області, усі міста, де українці чинять спротив, де протестують проти окупантів, знайте, ми з вами, ми вдячні, вантажі все одно будуть їхати. Скільки б разів їх не зупиняли кулі. Гуманітарні коридори все одно будуть працювати, і тільки час відділяє вас від свободи. Недовгий час. Вірте в це. Я вірю. І дуже цього хочу. Слава Україні!
All right, that was the latest from Ukraine's President Volodymir Zelensky vowing not to surrender. And it was just less than 24 hours ago where we witnessed him speak to the British Parliament, asking the lawmakers to declare Russia as a terrorist state and urging British lawmakers to also issue more penalties
for Putin during this time. I do want to replay this for you all. It was very powerful. He actually received a standing ovation following this address. So let's go ahead and revisit it.
Go out to the UK Parliament right now, because at any moment, the Ukrainian President Zelensky is about to address Parliament there in a video address. We'll have it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But let's listen in right here as you can see they are getting ready for it. And look at that. We got Zelensky right now.
Mr. Speaker, all the members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I'm addressing all the people of the United Kingdom and all the people from the country with a big history. I'm addressing you as a citizen, as a president of also a big country with a dream and big effort. I would like to tell you about the 13 days of war, the war that we didn't start and we didn't want it. However, we have to conduct this war. We do not want to lose what we have, what is ours, our country, Ukraine, just the same way as you once didn't want to lose your country when Nazis started to fight your country. And you had to fight for Britain. 13 days of this struggle. On day 1 at 4 o'clock in the morning, we were attacked by cruise missiles. Everybody woke up, people, children, the entire Ukraine, and since that we have not been sleeping. We have all been fighting for our country with our army. On day 2, we have been fighting airstrikes, and our heroic military servicemen on the island Zmyny have been trying to fight. When Russian forces demanded that we lay down the arms. However, we did continue fighting, and we did feel our force, the force of our people that will oppose the occupants until the end. The next day, the artillery started fighting us. Our army showed us who we are, and we have been able to see who are people and who are beasts.
Ми не втратили гідність і не знущались над ними. Ми ставимось до них.
Have not been torturing them. We remained humane even on day 4 of this terrible war. On day 5, the terror against us was going on, against children, against cities, and constant shelling have been taking place around the country, including hospitals, and that didn't break us. And that gave us feeling of big truth. On day 6, the Russian rockets fell on Babin Yar, that is the place where the Nazis killed thousands of people during the Second World War. and 80 years after the Russia hit at them for the second time, and even churches are getting destroyed by shelling. On day 8, we have seen Russian tanks hitting the atomic power station. And everybody got to understand that this is the terror against everyone. On day 9, there was a meeting of NATO countries without the result that we were looking for. Yes, we did feel that. We did feel that unfortunately that the alliances don't work properly always, and the no-fly zone cannot be enforced. And on day 10, the Ukrainians started protesting en masse, stopping the armored vehicles with their own hands. And on day 11, the children and cities were being hit, and hospitals as well, with the rockets and constant shelling. And on that day we realized that Ukrainians became heroes. The entire cities, children, adults. And on day 12, the losses of Russian army exceeded 10,000 people killed. And also including the general, and that gave us hope that there will be some kind of responsibility for those people in front of the court. On day 13, in the city of Mariupol that was attacked by the Russian force, a child was killed. They do not allow any food, any water, and people started panicking. I think everybody can hear that people do not have water over there. Over 13 days of this situation, over 50 children have been killed. These are the children that could have lived, but these people have taken them away from us. The United Kingdom, Ukraine were not looking to have this fall. The Ukraine have not been looking to become big, but they have become big over the days of this war. We are the country that are saving people despite having to fight one of the biggest armies in the world. We have to fight the helicopters, rockets. The question for us now is to be or not to be. You all know this Shakespearean question. For 13 days, this question could have been asked, but now I can give you a definitive answer. It's definitely yes, to be. And I would like to remind you the words that the United Kingdom have already heard, which are important again. We will not give up, and we will not lose. We will fight till the end, at sea, in the air. We will continue fighting for our land, whatever the cost. We will fight in the forests, in the fields, on the shores, in the streets. I would like to add that we will fight on the banks of different rivers like Dnieper, and we are looking for your help, for the help of the civilized countries. We are thankful for this help, and I'm very grateful to you, Boris. Please increase the pressure of sanctions against this country, and please recognize this country as a terrorist state, and please make sure that our Ukrainian skies are safe. Please make sure that you do what needs to be done and what is stipulated by the greatness of your country. Best of all to Ukraine and to the United Kingdom.
A powerful speech there, no doubt, from the Ukrainian president to UK Parliament, saying that Ukrainians will never, ever back down. And he is pleading with members of the West, including UK and the US, to send more aid, to send more weapons. And look at this, a standing ovation. Let's listen in again.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, that was
On behalf
the latest
of the House of Commons,
Ukraine
I want to
President
thank you
Zelensky.
for speaking to us and for giving us very clearly.
Foreign Minister of Affairs tweeting this
Some of
out
you are
this
going to see a
morning,
quick 2-minute
saying
break. Stay
Russia
right here
continues
with us
holding
on Live
hostage
Now
over
from Fox.
400,000 people, blocking humanitarian
We have
aid and
debated the
evacuation.
situation in
Indiscriminate
Ukraine
killing continues.
numerous
Almost
times in
3,000
recent
newborn
weeks.
babies
And I
lost
know
to
that we will
food.
continue
I
to
urge
do
the
so,
world to act.
and that when we
Urge
do
Russia
so,
to stop its
your
barbaric
words will
war
be
on
resonating with
civilian
us.
babies. Again,
I
let's
want to
continue
express
just
the
a few moments
solidarity
ago from
of the
Ukraine,
House of Commons
Foreign Minister
with you,
of
your
Affairs.
compatriots,
So we would like to hear your response.
and we salute the courage of the people of Ukraine. Thank you, and our prayers.
Breaking news right now that has just hit our desk. Germany has.
I'm live now from Fox. We are
reporting now 1 million people, Ukrainians, have evacuated.
Range of options remain on the table.
The latest headlines that we are seeing.
oil and gas.
Boarding operations are active.
Okay, so here's what we're learning.
I'm live now from Fox.
We are just getting started here for you.
Is breaking.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. Good morning. My name is Rain Augustine. I'll be with you for the next few hours here as we continue to cover Russia's invasion of Ukraine as it enters day 14. Let's go ahead and check in with Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader. He's bringing us more as we learn that fighting has intensified overnight, and he's also sharing details of how the war is impacting Americans here at home.
Well, this is a $13.6 billion aid package for Ukraine and European allies. That's actually beyond what the White House asked for, but Ukraine may need much more. Music in a bomb shelter, an all too brief respite from the growing violence outside. Kyiv and surrounding areas are still under Ukrainian control, but Russian forces continue to close in.
Right now, I'm standing on a children's playground, you see? So it's definitely not a military object, it's just civilian.
Ukrainian President Volodymir Zelensky received a standing ovation from the British Parliament as he spoke by video. And in an interview with ABC News, he said he was cooling to the idea of NATO membership that has been a big sticking point for Russian President Vladimir Putin.
I think what Zelensky said is a major shift. When he says, look, I don't want to be necessarily part of NATO, that's like an olive branch to Putin.
At this point, though, there are few signs that Putin can really be won over. And the Ukrainian resistance continues to surpass expectations, despite needing more equipment. Still, an offer from Poland to provide MiG fighter jets passing through a U.S. airbase has been rejected by the Pentagon.
It's going to cost us as well.
President Biden, under pressure from Congress, did agree yesterday to cut off U.S. imports of Russian oil, a move he says will drive gas prices higher. But he rejected criticism that the White House stance against fossil fuels has made a bad situation even worse.
It's simply not true that my administration or policies are holding back domestic energy production.
He's completely wrong. They haven't done any oil and gas leasing since they took office.
And Vice President Kamala Harris travels to Poland today, and given this disagreement over providing fighter jets to Ukraine, it may be an awkward visit. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
The Biden administration continues to face questions about the impact that the war overseas will have on the United States economy. On Tuesday, the president announced a ban on Russian oil imports, a move coming at a time where Americans are seeing rising gas prices when they fill up. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more details from Washington.
There are no ifs, ands, or buts about it. When it comes to gas prices, President Biden says
It's going to go up.
The president, under bipartisan pressure, is banning Russian energy imports, laying the blame squarely on President Putin for starting the unprovoked war against Ukraine.
Can't do much right now. Russia's responsible.
But Republicans say Russia is not entirely to blame, with gas prices rising even before the ban was announced. And as the average price of gas tops $4 a gallon, they're ramping up their calls for the U.S. to increase its domestic oil production.
We're better stewards of the environment here than any place else in the world.
The president says there are currently 9,000 unused approved drilling permits. However, critics argue the situation is not that simple or easy.
A permit doesn't mean that a well is actually producing. It may be a dry hole.
The White House insists U.S. production is near or at record highs. Still, Democrats agree the U.S. must become energy independent, but not by increasing its reliance on fossil fuels.
None of these options are good ones because of our dependency on oil.
Some lawmakers are criticizing the White House for reportedly considering turning to countries like Iran and Venezuela for oil. The Biden administration did not confirm the talks, simply saying that it's working with other oil-producing nations to make sure that there is adequate supply. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
As Ukrainians continues to flee from Russia, we're getting reports of some pretty devastating stories, but also stories of hope. Our very own Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett caught up with a local pastor in the area who is sharing how he's helping the refugee crisis that we're seeing.
Chris Osecki, he is with the Slavic Gospel Association and is there live in Poland right now. Chris, I know it's about 4:30 a.m. in Poland. Thank you so much for joining us here live.
You're welcome. Thank you for letting me be on your program.
So a big part of this is hearing from the people who are experiencing it, humanizing the situation underway, because we see the videos of the missiles, the airstrikes, the destruction in the towns, but it's also the lives of the people who are being destroyed right now. And you're there day in and day out. Just walk us through what a day looks like for you, waking up until you lay your head down to go to sleep.
Well, I'll give you Monday because that was the day that we did a bunch of humanitarian aid for refugees that are in the Gdansk area. I would say this, that I'm in north central Poland. I'm not on the border. I'm about 7 hours from the border area by car. So what we're seeing coming into our area is more of a trickle. And a lot of people have been absorbed into the community, a lot of the refugees, because we have already 1 million Ukrainians living with us here in Poland. So on Monday, for example, I got up, my wife and I, we went to the grocery store once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and we filled the shopping cart up and we took the groceries to the church. And then and on Monday evening, we packed them and then we brought them. It's about a 45-minute drive from where my church plant is to the Gdansk area. And in Gdansk, the Baptist Church has set up sort of a refugee center. And I'd say it's a crisis center. They've got food, they've got clothing for the people, and they house them overnight. So we're supporting the efforts in Gdansk. But again, a lot of these people are mobile. They're coming in and they're leaving. So they're in transit, and a lot of them are going to Germany and other Western countries. My son called yesterday. My son is a youth pastor in Warsaw, and they've taken care of about 1,000 refugees over the past several days. He didn't say, how many days, but and he said that most of them plan to go west. So as far as people that are coming in and staying, at this point we're seeing this, but we're not seeing the huge numbers that you get from the border area. As I mentioned, a lot of people are already staying with relatives who live here.
Right. So we're actually taking a look at one of those shelters that you guys have provided aid to, and many of the people there, young children. Talk about the families and what they're going through and the resources that are needed right now so desperately.
Well, those are some pictures from our church. I'm a church planter. I'm a person who starts churches in Poland, Baptist churches, and those are some pictures. This pictures with the children was after church on Sunday, where we had Ukrainian guests come who are staying with some other Ukrainians. There's a picture from Gdansk, from the Baptist church. That's a room which is normally used for teaching and fellowship, and it's been turned into basically a dormitory. The needs, a lot of aid is getting into the country. I guess the biggest need right now is coordination of what's coming in. I talked with the president of the Baptist Union yesterday, and he said that that's the biggest need. There's aid coming in from the EU, there's aid coming in from the UN, there's aid coming in from churches and individuals, and it's all good, but it needs to be coordinated so that it gets to where it needs to go. And so that's the that's where it looks like, in the Bible there's the story of Joseph, who went before his brothers, and he prepared a place for them in Egypt. And in a real sense, in Poland right now, that's what's happened. That there were a lot of refugees from Ukraine which came in 2014, 2015, when the fighting first began in the eastern sections of Ukraine. And they've come and they've set up their homes here. And the Ukrainians that are coming in, a lot of them already have relatives and family and friends. The second wave that we're waiting for now is probably going to come in, and they won't have places to stay. So many of us have opened up our churches and homes to the people who are coming, who are on their way. But the first wave, a lot of it is being absorbed by sort of, I would consider this Joseph effect, where there was this preparation, and I see it as a preparation by God to absorb all the refugees that have come in. And of course, there are pictures of people sleeping at the train station and things which are disturbing to look at. But remember that a lot of this is transit, that people will sleep at the train station, they'll get up the next day and get on a train, and they'll go into one of our areas or go further west to Germany or to some other Western countries.
Okay, yeah, let's go into that a little bit deeper. Since you're there in Poland and you're actually seeing it happen and you're hearing the stories from people who are resettling there, Ukrainians who are making that journey, making that trek, kind of fact check it for us. How desperate is the situation?
Well, the situation is certainly bad, but it's also, you know, the pictures, a lot of the pictures you're seeing on the internet and on the television are from the border area, which really looks bad. I mean, children walking over by themselves with a phone number written on their hand, and that's true. But the reality is that once they get here, they're finding shelter, and the Poles and the Polish people are really up to the job of getting people to shelter and opening their homes.
Well, that's certainly good to be hearing that these aid efforts, especially we tell stories all day about U.S. companies and U.S. churches that are helping out, organizations sending over resources, sending over aid. And a lot of the time we hear that it's blocked by Russian forces. What do you have to say about that? Is the aid funneling through okay?
You know, what's going on the other side of the border, I've again, spoke yesterday with the president of the Baptist Union, and there are convoys that are going over, usually of smaller vans. They'll take a lorry or a tractor trailer and reload it. For example, there's some pictures on my Facebook page that I copied from another person in Warsaw. And there's a big tractor trailer that came from Ireland, and they're reloading it into smaller vans and getting it over the border. And so the stuff is getting, at least as far as Lviv, I don't know. I don't personally know how much further it's getting into Ukraine, but they are getting help over the border. And there have been warehouses which have been rented out to store on the Ukrainian side of the border a lot of this help that's getting into the country. So it's getting there. I just don't know how far.
Right. So I just want to pull in some of the images that we are getting from the border, which we have talked about, the lines of people, many of them not really knowing where they need to go at this time. So if you could just explain how people here at home can be helping at this time, how they can be lending a hand, and any stories of hope that you have. Eric Mock, who helps run the Slavic Gospel Association, we've had him on the show several times. Every time I've asked him, what are stories of hope that you've been hearing from the people down on the ground there?
You know, on Sunday, there was a church service over in the east of Poland along the border in one of the churches. And there was an officer from the Polish army there and a number of other individuals and people that normally wouldn't necessarily show up in church. And there was somewhat of a revival service that took place, and including this Polish officer gave his life to Jesus Christ as his personal savior. Because the war tends to make us remember that we're very fragile, that life is short for all of us, that someday that we're all going to die, and that this is why Jesus Christ gave his life, that we would have eternal life. And so you're seeing people coming to faith, you're seeing people being helped, you're seeing really the best part of the Polish people here in the country in sharing their homes, sharing their food, sharing their money. You know, a number of years ago in the United States, they used to have these billboards at baseball games and football games, John 3:16. And that's a verse from the Bible that says, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believed in him should not perish but have eternal life." And so as people find eternal life, and turn to the Lord, their lives are full of hope. And as you can see, like even the picture with the children playing, you know, some of those kids just left a war zone, and yet they're finding peace and joy to be in the presence of others who love them and are caring for them. So we're seeing help getting to the people, and if someone wants to help more, obviously they can pray, and I would suggest that they pray, and they can go to the website from Slavic Gospel if they want to do more than just pray. And the website is www.sga.org. And there's all kinds of information of what can be done to help. But help is getting through, and people are finding their way, despite the fact that the disturbing photos from the border area would seem to say otherwise. But the help is getting there.
And that is a story that we definitely want to be telling here on Live Now from Fox. Chris Osecki joining us live from Poland. I know you have a long day ahead of you, so I'm going to let you get to it and get to helping out. So we appreciate you kind of fact-checking what's going on there, telling us what the situation is down on the ground, and please follow up with us. We'd love to hear from you again.
Thank you so much for having me.
No problem. All right, thank you, Daytona, for that humanitarian angle of the story as we continue to cover Ukraine's war. Moving right along on
It's $4.59 this weekend. It was just $3.99.
All right, guys, moving right along on exactly how this is impacting us here at home. Let's go ahead and check in with Fox 5 Atlanta's Mark Teitner, who is live in Atlanta with more on the rising gas prices. Good morning, Mark.
Well, that's right. We're here in Atlanta. I'm going to step out. You can see this particular gas station charging $4.29 a gallon. Just a couple of hours ago, it was actually $3.99 a gallon. They went up 30 cents a gallon during the overnight hours. And this gas station, a QT, they're one of the low-price sort of leaders here in the Atlanta metro area. So if they're at $4.29 a gallon, it means everybody else is probably an awful lot higher. At least they will be by the end of the day. And as a result of all of that, some politicians, including our governor and one of our senators, are stepping in to try to get those prices down a little bit.
Gas pump sticker shock is a real thing, as every day it seems to cost more and more to fill up your tank.
It's taking me $50 to fill my tank up. Ain't never paid $50.
Hoping to ease the pain, today Governor Kemp will call for a bill to temporarily halt collection of the state gas tax. The governor, who's up for re-election, took to Twitter saying the move will, quote, lessen the significant impact higher gas prices are having on Georgia families. If approved, the 29.1 cent a gallon tax would stop being charged.
Outrageous. I don't even drive a luxury car. I drive a Honda.
Senator Warnock, who also happens to be running again, is working to do the same on the federal level. Last month, he too went on Twitter saying his bill to stop federal gas tax collection would lower costs for Georgia families and hold gas companies accountable. The federal gas tax is 18.4 cents a gallon. Of course, with gas prices possibly going up even higher, both federal and state gas tax reductions could be eaten up before drivers ever saw them at the pump.
Ready to get a scooter or something, start working these legs on a pedal bike. Yep, it's ridiculous.
You know, Mark, I can actually feel your interview subject's pain. She says that she drives a Honda and it's taking her almost $50 to fill up, and I can relate because I drive a Honda myself. But the national average is rising to 4.25 when it comes to gas per gallon. What's it like there in your area in Georgia?
Yeah, that's a record, and that record, the national average, broke yesterday's record. Well, here in Georgia, we actually broke a record as well. I'm going to give you the state statistics. 4.16, 4.17, that's up 10 cents a gallon. And in Atlanta metro area, it's 4.21. That's up 14 cents a gallon. Those numbers just up from yesterday. So 10 cents a gallon from yesterday, 14 cents a gallon from yesterday. Those both are records, but our records have actually stood all the way back from 2008. So hopefully things will stop soon and this will start to go down. Although, as you heard from the president, that might not be the case.
All right, Fox 5 Atlanta's Mark Teitner, thank you so much for joining us live.
Sure.
8:20 a.m. here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, continuing our coverage of day 14 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Let's go ahead and listen into this live news conference that we are getting. We're going to hear in just a moment German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. He's going to be joined by Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. They're holding a joint news conference again on the situation in Ukraine, day 14 of the Russian invasion.
A military solution to the conflict doesn't make any sense. What we need now is a diplomatic solution, and we are engaging in efforts to that end with our partners. And we hope that a solution can be found also in the negotiations between Russia and Ukraine, and that we can identify a path leading us out of this crisis. What needs to be done in that regard is obvious, and everyone knows what is required. Prime Minister Trudeau and I agreed today that wherever possible we must show that we don't just return to business as usual, be that in the international organizations or elsewhere. And thus it is quite an extraordinary signal that the General Assembly of the United Nations almost unanimously condemned Russia's behavior in that regard. The war of aggression that Russia is waging against Ukraine. The international community will not tolerate such a behavior and will not take it lying down. And everyone who advances this war should be aware of this. Today we talked not only about the war in Ukraine and how best to tackle this situation, we also talked about how we can help assist, protect the people of Ukraine, and we also spoke about the long-term challenges facing our world. Climate action plays a central part in that regard for both of us, and it is also important when it comes to Germany's priorities for its period as the presidency of the G7, where Germany and partner act as equal partners and like-minded partners. What we would very much like to see and to ensure is an implementation of the Glasgow Climate Pact, and we want to do everything we can in order to ensure that the international community cooperates in that regard. Thus, we are advancing the project of an international climate club, bringing together countries that pursue different pathways towards reducing CO2 emissions, aiming to bring about a climate-neutral world, can cooperate despite the fact that they've chosen different pathways towards that objective. And I'm very grateful to you, Justin, for being such a close ally in that regard, working towards that objective. It is a kind of effort to harmonize our different efforts, also with regard to, for example, CO2 pricing, carbon pricing. I am very grateful to you, Justin, in that respect for the carbon pricing initiative that Canada submitted as its proposal in Glasgow. We, for one, will support that initiative. Now, of course, we have to address the question of how are we going to ensure the implementation of our very ambitious climate targets. In less than 25 years, by 2045, Germany wants to be climate neutral in its economic activities. As one of the most successful industrialized countries in the world, this is quite a challenge, I have to say. It's about mobility, it is about industrial processes that have to be transformed and which consume the greatest share of energy in our country and that have to be adapted and transformed. And we agree in that regard. We want to focus on expanding the use of renewables, wind farms onshore and offshore. Canada has other opportunities in the field of hydrogen. We have to strengthen our grids and we have to cooperate closely when it comes to using hydrogen. For us, it is important that we cooperate closely in that regard. And this is what we have decided to do today. We want to do whatever we can in order to enhance the economic cooperation of both our countries and the use of hydrogen. We're happy to get it from Canada, that it should play a major part in that cooperation. And we will also take a look at raw materials, commodities, because what Germany has to do now is to diversify the sources of its raw materials for its industrial production, which brings me also to the issue of diversification on all issues that are important to us these days. Gas imports to Germany. We need to have more alternatives, different alternatives. So in a way, this can serve as a structure that will serve as a basis for long-term hydrogen strategy. This is what we plan, and if I understood correctly, it's also the path that Canada intends to pursue. So I am pleased that we have been able to meet once again after having met on a number of occasions. We've met even before I became Federal Chancellor, and I'm equally pleased at the fact that we can continue these efforts in our attempt to create a world that is more social, that is more just, more peaceful, but that is also capable to tackle the task of man-made climate change. And of course, today is about peace. This is what the people who are suffering from the shelling and the bombs deserve. Thank you. Justin, you have the floor.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je suis très heureux d'être welcoming us so warmly. But thank you also, right off the top, for your tremendous leadership in a difficult time, whether it has been being incredibly strong on sanctions and punitive actions towards Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin for their absolutely abhorrent behavior, or whether it's with your support for Ukraine. It has been a joy to work with you these past many weeks on making sure that we are responding strongly to this threat, not just to friends, but to the very fabric of our democracies. I am very happy to be joined here today by our Deputy Prime Minister, Chrystia Freeland, and by our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister Mélanie Joly. And the meetings that we had and the lunch we just had was extremely beneficial and effective. Canada and Germany stand together against Putin's invasion. He represents a threat to democracy, to security, and to peace in Europe and around the world. This morning I spoke with President Zelensky and highlighted once again the strength and determination of the Ukrainian people, and told him that Canada will soon be sending highly specialized equipment to them, and invited him to address Parliament in Canada, and he accepted. Le Canada et l'Allemagne collaborent de près pour soutenir le peuple ukrainien et son gouvernement.
We have decided to provide specialized military goods to Ukraine. We have taken serious hard-hitting sanctions against the oligarchs and Putin. $50 billion will be made available on top to provide those goods to Ukraine.
Equipment that we will be sending towards Ukraine to help out. But more than just the challenge in Ukraine, there's a larger challenge around protecting and standing up for our democracies, both internally and externally. And that means fighting disinformation. We need to work together to defend and strengthen democracy for everyone in our countries. So today I can announce that Canada is renewing the G7 Rapid Response Mechanism. The RRM was first introduced at the G7 in Charlevoix that we hosted 4 years ago to strengthen coordination between countries submitted to influence and disinformation from foreign actors. It responds to threats from people who want to undermine our democracies, including through disinformation. In addition, $3 million will be provided to tackle Russian disinformation about Ukraine specifically. We need to stand up for truth and be vigilant against disinformation that tries to mislead us and more tries to divide us. La crise en Ukraine démontre l'importance de la
The crisis in Ukraine is, of course, linked to the topic of energy security and the energy transition towards a greener economy. The Federal Chancellor mentioned the actions already underway and also pointed to what we're doing to strengthen links between companies in Canada and Germany, especially in the field of hydrogen. We talked about the raw materials, the commodities that are being used for battery cell production, and we underline once again how important it is that we have reliable and sustainable
goals to reach net zero. We know that building a clean economy has the potential to expand trade, to grow the economy, and create good middle-class jobs and careers on both sides of the Atlantic. So we're working with Germany to expand the adoption of carbon pricing around the world. I'm pleased to join Chancellor Scholz's G7 Climate Club proposal, because this is about building a safe, healthy future for our kids and grandkids, both with cleaner air and better opportunities for them to succeed. Demain, je serai en Pologne pour discuter.
Tomorrow I will be in Poland to talk about the situation of the refugees, which seems to be worsening, and
to defend democracy, to support Ukraine, and to build a safe and prosperous future for everyone. Thank you for everything, Olaf.
Thank you very much. We have time for 4 questions. The first question goes to Abigail.
Abigail Beeman, Global News. Prime Minister Trudeau, you referenced your conversation with President Zelensky this morning, and you promised to send more specialized equipment. We're hearing there are some challenges getting some of that Canadian aid across the border into Ukraine. What can you say about that, and when will the entirety of the lethal and non-lethal aid promised by Canada reach the people who need it? And if you could answer in English and French, please.
We have obtained a number of specialized equipment, including cameras used in drones that a Canadian company makes, that we will be able to start sending in the coming days towards Ukraine. As you well know, there are challenges at the borders in terms of getting equipment securely across and into Ukrainian hands, but we are working through that with partners alongside all allies who are facing the logistical challenges that are real but not insurmountable. We will continue to deliver more and more aid as it's needed and as the opportunities come up to do just that. Nous avons obtenu.
We have cameras that are being produced in Canada and that can be of assistance to Ukraine and serve on their drones when it comes to protecting their territory. And of course we want to assist Ukraine. We will send them out in the coming days, and we will continue to provide help despite the challenges that we might be facing at the border, challenges that we are all facing, but we will do whatever we can in order to assist the Ukrainians in this difficult moment.
Herr Scholz, Herr Trudeau.
Mr. Scholz, Prime Minister Trudeau, do you believe that supplying MiG fighter jets from Poland to Ukraine, is that an issue that is no longer on the table? And Mr. Scholz, would Germany be, generally speaking, willing to allow something like that to happen? Or would Germany, in your eyes, be drawn too far into the conflict if it were to make available the airbase Ramstein for that? We've been talking about financial assistance that we've already been providing for quite a while in order to strengthen the resistance and resilience of Ukraine. We've continued that kind of financial support to Ukraine. We've made available humanitarian aid and sending humanitarian aid there, as well as equipment. And as you may know, we've also made available individual weapons about which we've briefed you. Generally speaking, we have to consider carefully and weigh carefully what we deliver, and fighter airplanes are not amongst the goods we will deliver or weapons we intend to deliver.
We will continue to send equipment and weapons as needed, as we have in Canada. We will continue to be aligned with our partners. We all have to be careful about not further expanding or escalating. We want to de-escalate the conflict. We want to see an end to this conflict. We will be there to support Ukrainians in every way that we can, but we need to be mindful of the best way to support them.
Third question goes to Brian Platt from
Hi, this is a question for both of you on energy policy. We know that right now Germany is still reliant on Russian oil and gas and will need oil and gas for many years. We also know Canada has a lot of oil and gas but doesn't have an easy way to get it to Europe, doesn't have the infrastructure. Is this something you talked about today? Is there any kind of energy partnership possible between your countries? And specifically, is there anything you would like to see happen in the short term or the long term to help Canadian energy replace Russian energy? And Prime Minister, if you could answer in English and French as well, please.
We actually had long conversations about that this morning. Obviously, Canada has a very strong energy sector with thousands of good Canadian jobs working hard, even as we look very ambitiously towards transitioning towards net zero. We know there is a continued need for oil and gas that has been heightened because of the conflict with Russia. We also talked about ways where we can partner not just in the short and medium term on energy supplies, but also staying focused every step of the way on that transition towards renewables, towards hydrogen, towards cleaner sources of energy, which is something that Canadians are committed to, something that Germans are committed to, something that all of us need to do. We will keep working on this together. There's lots of opportunities for partnership around that. Nous savons que oui, le Canada.
Yes, and we know that Canada has energy resources, fossil fuel resources, and can assist wherever the need or the demand is there. And we have good jobs in that sector in Canada, not only with regard to traditional energies, but also when it comes to developing modern alternatives, solutions for the future, not for tomorrow, but medium-term solutions. I believe we can work together in many different ways in order to develop a robust pathway leading to a decarbonization of our economies. And the situation that has developed now with Russia has made it, on the one hand, more complicated, but on the other hand, also motivated us, in addition, to do more in that regard.
Kanada und Deutschland verfolgen die.
Canada and Germany have been pursuing the same objectives when it comes to making sure that our industry works in a climate-friendly manner. And we're both very ambitious in that regard. We're both successful economies participating in an intensive manner in global trade, but nevertheless we are quite aware of the fact that we have a task, a mandate that extends beyond us. The solutions, the technologies and technological solutions we develop can also offer solutions that will then end up in being used in other countries of the world, because once we've shown that they work and because we have found out how they can be put to very good use, others will follow suit. This is especially true with regard to hydrogen. By 2045, Germany wants to be CO2 neutral in its business activity. If we want to achieve this objective, which is an ambitious one, we will need an enormous amount of additional energy with the help of offshore and onshore energy, solar energy, and the strong grid that we have. But we will have to employ hydrogen to a very large degree, which has to replace the fossil fuels that are being used these days. This hydrogen will be produced in Germany, but will not be produced in Germany, but will be by and large be imported from other countries. So this is a way in which we can cooperate very intensively, Canada and Germany that is, because we both understand full well, Germans understand that Canada is a country that can help us when it comes to the importation of hydrogen that is being produced in Canada. But this is not only true for hydrogen, by the way, but it is also true for raw materials and commodities that we need on a daily basis. And of course it is obvious that we are tackling the question and addressing the question how we can solve the medium and short-term problems that arise as we attempt to diversify our energy supply. In the transition phase, we will have to rely on some fossil fuels. That is a task that can be addressed more easily and better as we pursue the mid-term and long-term perspective. I think Canada and Germany are probably the most ambitious countries when it comes to fighting climate change, and thus I believe that such a partnership, such a close cooperation offers itself up almost automatically. First and foremost, we have to set up LNG terminals along our North Sea coast, which make it easier for us to store LNG, and in the long term, those terminals will then be used for hydrogen storage.
Ja, eine Anschlussfrage.
A question that takes up this question. Do you expect Germany to be able to do without energy from Russia in the short term? German business doesn't seem to be optimistic in that regard. Energy from Russia, your refusal to put a ban on energy imports from Russia, is that a categoric response, or do you think something's going to change about that? We are in agreement with our partners, especially our transatlantic partners, Canada and the United States, that our dependency on fossil fuels in Europe is quite different from the dependency on fossil fuels in Canada and the United States. Canada exports gas and oil, for one, which you cannot say for Europe in general. So then things that need to be done differ from one place to the other. We all know that in the short term we will be all facing consequences that need to be addressed. On top of that, the economic ties have not with Russia are not working as they used to work in the past. There are a number of technical issues that come up that cannot simply be replaced by mathematical calculations, and we know that full well. Nevertheless, we focus on this topic. And it might be a good piece of news for you. We've been focusing on this for quite some time, not only recently. Already in December I talked about this, that we will have to prepare for the situation becoming complicated. So we started with our preparations a long time ago. But that is also one reason why we know how complicated it's going to be.
And that does conclude this press conference between German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau has been in Europe meeting with these allies for the past couple of days, and this was his latest stop on his tour. We do want to give you a live look here at a space launch that we are currently monitoring on LiveNOW from Fox. Let's go out to it live and in full, because we know all of you tuning in do enjoy these types of events here. We are just 3 minutes and 50 seconds away from the beginning of the coverage of this launch. So we're going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. We will be sure to bring you live out to Cape Canaveral as SpaceX launches Starlink on this Starlink mission. That is, the space company will try to send its Falcon 9 rocket up from Space Launch Complex 40. Once again, this happening live right now at Cape Canaveral. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Hey there, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, 8:44 here on the East Coast. And happening right in the state of Florida is a rocket launch that we want to bring you out live to this morning. Here is a live look at Cape Canaveral, where we are anticipating, here you are on your screen, SpaceX. The space company is going to try to send its Falcon 9 rocket up from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. This is going to happen any minute now. It is set. I'm going to remove or lower in our ticker here so you can officially see the countdown there. We are at about 30 seconds away from the launch of of Falcon 9, this rocket from SpaceX. A bit more context, liftoff is the window is going to open at 8:45 a.m. Eastern Time, so 20 seconds left on the clock here. The goal of Starlink is to create a network that will help provide internet services to those who are not connected and to provide reliable and affordable internet across the globe. So that is the goal of this launch. We, of course, always try to bring you live, raw, and unfiltered news throughout the day, and we are officially in the launch window, and there it goes. You are seeing Falcon 9 launch from Space Launch Complex 40. Let's listen in.
Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, carrying our stack of 48
telemetry nominal.
Carrying our stack of 48 Starlink satellites to low Earth orbit. Moments ago, we throttled the 9 M1D engines down, reducing the speed by decreasing the flow
Vehicle supersonic.
Fuel to the engine. Now that's in preparation for max Q, which is the maximum aerodynamic pressure that the vehicle will see, coming up in just a few seconds.
Max Q.
There's max Q, and we will have 3 events happening here shortly. We will have main engine cutoff, stage separation, and second engine startup 1. Now, main engine cutoff is where all 9 of those M1D engines currently burning will shut off to slow the vehicle down in preparation for the next event, stage separation. Now, this is where the first and second stages will separate. Now, the start of our second engine MVAC chill has started, as you just heard. Now, after stage separation, the first stage will make its way back down to Earth for landing, whereas the second stage will continue on its journey to the third event of second engine startup 1. That's where that single MVAC engine will light up and propel the second stage along with the Starlink satellites to orbit.
And there you have it. We did just witness a live launch of the Falcon X rocket up from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral. We do want to get you up to speed on all of the other news we are following this morning, but that is a little look at what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We take you where the action is happening live on the ground, and we do want to shift gears and bring you up to speed on obviously the biggest story around the world today. We have entered day 14 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Hard to believe, but we are now 2 weeks into this conflict, and we do want to get you up to speed on all of the breaking news that we are monitoring this morning surrounding this situation. We did just hear live from German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, the world working together to announce new sanctions and new punishments for Russia after the decision to invade, unbelievably, 14 days ago. We do want to get you up to speed, as I promised, on all of the breaking news that we are monitoring today, beginning, of course, with the latest. We can confirm today that the U.S. gas average has hit a new record high. This, of course, we broke to you yesterday on this situation, and we can also confirm today that humanitarian corridors are once again in the works across 5 major Ukrainian cities, as Russia has agreed to a temporary ceasefire to allow hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians to flee to safety from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. local time in Kyiv. Right now is 3:49, so we are just just about in the middle of those evacuation corridors and that ceasefire there. We do also want to confirm to you today that the UN count is still at 2 million. 2 million people have fled Ukraine in the first 12 days of this invasion. Once again, for context, we are currently on day 14. We can also bring to you, and we showed you, Vice President Kamala Harris this morning leaving from the United States. She is going to head to Poland. She is meeting with NATO allies over the next 3 days. Vice President Kamala Harris will begin her trip in Warsaw, Poland. She's going to meet with refugees who have fled violence in Ukraine, as well as American diplomats who relocated to Poland from the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv. So currently, all U.S. Embassy employees are currently in Poland, and she's going to be meeting with them as well. Speaking of Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, she's also going to visit him because he is visiting Poland at the same time as she is. That meeting is going to take place on Friday. From Poland, Harris is going to travel to Romania, where she'll meet with the president, with that country's president, and of course the U.S. staff at the U.S. Embassy there as well. The official said that Harris arrived in Europe with a 3-part message: that the U.S. stands by its NATO allies, that it will continue to support the Ukrainian people, and that Vladimir Putin has made a mistake that will result in, quote, resounding defeat for Russia. So that is the latest on Vice President Kamala Harris's trip to Europe. Once again, we did just bring you a live feed of her currently leaving the country. So she is in air right now, and as soon as she lands, we will of course bring you live to the ground there as well. I do want to keep you up to date on other things that we are monitoring this morning. An update, of course, on the refugee crisis. We did just break to you that the UN still has that count at 2 million. We are expecting that number to rise at some point today, because it's been about 48 hours since we got that count. So as soon as we do get an update on that, we will be sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We can also report that at least 1.3 million of those 2 million refugees have gone to Poland alone. So Poland receiving a very large influx of these refugees. Our very own Fox News correspondents have been on the ground covering this story since the very beginning. We do have a Fox News correspondent, Lauren Blanchard, who has been in Poland, really putting together some compelling pieces. I do want to bring you her latest report on the refugee crisis. Let's take a listen.
We're seeing the enormous toll the 2-week assault by Russia has taken on Ukraine's people and infrastructure. Overnight, the threat of missiles forcing Kyiv residents into bomb shelters, the capital city still under Ukrainian control.
We don't hear what is going on the street, even when there was the airstrike.
But Russian President Vladimir Putin's army has encircled the city of Mariupol, where dead are left in the streets and civilians are desperate for a safe way out. Already 2 million have fled the country. Hundreds of thousands have stopped in the western city of Lviv as they flee the violence.
Psychological health is bad because they saw bombed and rockets, and they are just moved in very stressful circumstances.
The international community doing everything they can to welcome the influx of Ukrainians. These Czech Republic soldiers built a refugee camp in neighboring Slovakia.
It will primarily be mothers with children who have no contact in Europe and no place to go.
And that is the latest report from our Lauren Blanchard, once again, who has been doing excellent work on the ground for us. A refugee crisis that really is worsening by the day. Once again, for context, we have entered day 14 and already 2 million people, which is roughly 4% of the Ukrainian population, have already left. We do have some more numbers to bring to you. UNICEF saying that 1 million children have fled Ukraine within those first 12 days. So roughly half of the refugees are children. An advisor to the president said that 202 schools, 34 hospitals, and more than 1,500 residential buildings have been destroyed. We also have an updated count on civilian deaths. The UN said it had confirmed that 474 civilians have been killed and 861 have been injured. To keep you updated also on the U.S. response to this invasion, we can confirm that the U.S. has banned Russian oil. Also, that Congress has passed a $13.6 billion deal to help Ukraine. So on the first point, President Joe Biden had originally requested $10 billion for military, humanitarian, and economic aid from Congress to help Ukraine. But backing and really support for this cause was so strong, bipartisan support was so strong that number has climbed to $13.6 billion. Biden says, quote, "We're going to support them against tyranny, oppression, violent acts of subjugation." He did, of course, make a full address at the White House yesterday that we do want to play for you in full because the U.S. has officially banned Russian oil. Let's take a listen to this full address from the President of the United States yesterday.
Good morning, folks. Sorry to keep you waiting. It was a couple phone calls. Today, I'm announcing the United States is targeting the main artery of Russia's economy. We're banning all imports of Russian oil and gas and energy. That means Russian oil will no longer be acceptable at U.S. ports, and the American people will deal another powerful blow to Putin's war machine. This is a move that has strong bipartisan support in the Congress and, I believe, in the country. Americans have rallied to support the Ukrainian people and made it clear we will not be part of subsidizing Putin's war. We made this decision in close consultation with our allies and our partners around the world, particularly in Europe, because a united response to Putin's aggression has been my overriding focus, to keep all NATO and all of the EU and our allies totally united. We're moving forward with this ban, understanding that many of our European allies and partners may not be in a position to join us. The United States produces far more oil domestically than all the European countries combined. In fact, we're a net exporter of energy. So we can take this step when others cannot. But we're working closely with Europe and our partners to develop a long-term strategy to reduce their dependence on Russian energy as well. Our teams are actively discussing how to make this happen, and today we remain united. We remain united in our purpose to keep pressure mounting on Putin and his war machine. This is a step that we're taking to inflict further pain on Putin, but there will be cost as well here in the United States. I said I would level with the American people from the beginning, and when I first spoke to this, I said defending freedom is going to cost. It's going to cost us as well in the United States. Republicans and Democrats understand that. Republicans and Democrats alike have been clear that we must do this. Over the last week, I've spoken with President Zelensky several times to hear from him about the situation on the ground and to consult and continue to consult with our European allies and about U.S. support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. Thus far, we've provided more than $1 billion in security assistance to Ukraine. Shipments of defensive weapons are arriving in Ukraine every day from the United States, and we, the United States, are the ones coordinating the delivery of our allies and partners of similar weapons, from Germany to Finland to the Netherlands. We're working that out. We're also providing humanitarian support for the Ukrainian people, both those still in Ukraine and those who have fled safely to a neighboring country. We're working with humanitarian organizations to surge tens of thousands of tons of food, water, and medical supplies into Ukraine, and with more on the way. Over the weekend, I sent Secretary Blinken to visit the border between Poland and Ukraine and to Moldova to see what the situation was firsthand and report back. General Milley, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of our Defense Department, was also in Europe, meeting with his counterparts and allies on NATO's eastern flank to reassure them, those countries bordering Russia, NATO countries, that we will keep our NATO commitment, a sacred commitment of Article 5. The Vice President Harris is going to be traveling to meet with our allies in Poland and Romania later this week as well. I've made it clear the United States will share in the responsibility of caring for the refugees so the costs do not fall entirely on the European countries bordering Ukraine. And yesterday I spoke with my counterparts in France, Germany, and the United Kingdom about Russia's escalating violence against Ukraine and the steps that we're going to take together with our allies and partners around the world to respond to this aggression. We are enforcing the most significant package of economic sanctions in history, and it's causing significant damage to Russia's economy. It has caused Russian economy to, frankly, crater. The Russian ruble is now down to 50%, by 50% since Putin's announced his war. 1 ruble is now worth less than 1 American penny. 1 ruble is less than 1 American penny. And preventing Russia's central bank from propping up the ruble and to keep its value up. They're not going to be able to do that now. We cut Russia's largest banks from the international financial system, and it has crippled their ability to do business with the rest of the world. In addition, we're choking off Russia's access to technology like semiconductors that are and sap its economic strength and weaken its military for years to come. Major companies are pulling out of Russia entirely without even being asked, not by us. Over the weekend, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, they all suspended their services in Russia, all of them, joining a growing list of American and global companies from Ford to Nike to Apple. They've suspended their operations in Russia. The U.S. Stock Exchange has halted trading of many Russian securities. And the private sector is united against Russia's vicious war of choice. The U.S. Department of Justice has assembled a dedicated task force to go after the crimes of Russian oligarchs. And we're joining with our European allies to find and seize their yachts, their luxury apartments, their private jets, and all their ill-begotten gains to make sure that they share in the pain of Putin's war. These, by the way, are giant yachts. You've put some of them in your press. I mean, some of them are, I think I read one was over 400 feet long. I mean, this is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The decision today is not without cost here at home. Putin's war is already hurting American families at the gas pump. Since Putin began his military buildup on Ukrainian borders, just since then, the price of the gas at the pump in America went up 75 cents. And with this action, it's going to go up further. I'm going to do everything I can to minimize Putin's price hike here at home. In coordination with our partners, we've already announced that we're releasing 60 million barrels of oil from our joint oil reserves. Half of that, 30 million, is coming from the United States. And we're taking steps to ensure the reliable supply of global energy. We're also going to keep working with every tool at our disposal to protect American families and businesses. Now, let me say this. To the oil and gas companies and to the finance firms that back them, we understand Putin's war against the people of Ukraine is causing prices to rise. We get that. That's self-evident. But, it's no excuse to exercise excessive price increases or padding profits or any kind of effort to exploit this situation or American consumers, exploit them. Russia's aggression is costing us all, and it's no time for profiteering or price gouging. I want to be clear about what we'll not tolerate, but I also want to acknowledge those firms and oil and gas industries that are pulling out of Russia and joining other businesses that are leading by example. This is a time when we have to do our part and make sure we're not taking advantage. Look, let me be clear about 2 other points. First, it's simply not true that my administration or policies are holding back domestic energy production. That's simply not true. Even amid the pandemic, companies in the United States pumped more oil during my first year in office than they did during my predecessor's first year. We're approaching a record levels of oil and gas production in the United States, and we're on track to set a record of oil production next year. In the United States, 90% of onshore oil production takes place on land that isn't owned by the federal government. And of the remaining 10% that occurs on federal land, the oil and gas industry has millions of acres leased. They have 9,000 permits to drill now. They could be drilling right now, yesterday, last week, last year. They have 9,000 to drill onshore that are already approved. So let me be clear. They are not using them for production now. That's their decision. These are the facts. We should be honest about the facts. Second, This crisis is a stark reminder to protect our economy over the long term, we need to become energy independent. I've had numerous conversations over the last 3 months with our European friends of how they have to wean themselves off of Russian oil. It's just not tenable. It should motivate us to accelerate the transition to clean energy. This is a perspective that our European allies share, and a future where together we can achieve greater independence. Loosening environmental regulations or pulling back clean energy investment will not lower energy prices for families. But transforming our economy to run on electric vehicles powered by clean energy, with tax credits to help American families winterize their homes and use less energy, that will help. And if we do what we can, it will mean that no one has to worry about the price of the gas pump in the future. That'll mean tyrants like Putin won't be able to use fossil fuels as weapons against other nations. And it will make America a world leader, manufacturing and exporting clean energy technologies of the future to countries all around the world. This is the goal we should be racing toward. Over the last 2 weeks, Ukrainian people have inspired the world, and I mean that in a literal sense. They've inspired the world with their bravery, their patriotism, their defiant determination to live free. Putin's war has caused enormous suffering and needless loss of life of women, children, everyone in Ukraine. Both Ukraine and, I might add, Russians. Ukrainian leaders, as well as leaders around the world, have repeatedly called for a ceasefire, for humanitarian relief, for real diplomacy. But Putin seems determined to continue on his murderous path, no matter the cost. Putin's now targeting cities and has been targeting cities and civilians, schools, hospitals, apartment buildings. Last week, he attacked the largest nuclear power plant in Europe with an apparent disregard for the potential of triggering a nuclear meltdown. He has already turned 2 million Ukrainians into refugees. Russia may continue to grind out its advance at a horrible price, but this much is already clear. Ukraine will never be a victory for Putin. Putin may be able to take a city, but he'll never be able to hold the country. And if we do not respond to Putin's assault on global peace and stability today, the cost of freedom and to the American people will be even greater tomorrow. So we're going to continue to support the brave Ukrainian people as they fight for their country. And I call on Congress to pass the $12 billion Ukraine assistance package that I have asked them for of late. Ukrainian people are demonstrating by their physical courage that they are not about to just let Putin take what he wants. That's clear. They'll defend their freedom, their democracy, their lives. And we're going to keep providing security assistance, economic assistance, and humanitarian assistance. We're going to support them against tyranny, oppression, violent acts of subjugation. People everywhere, and I think it's maybe even surprised some of you all, people everywhere are speaking up for freedom. And when the history of this war is written, Putin's war on Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. May God bless all those heroes in Ukraine. And now I'm off to Texas. Thank you very, very much. I know there's a lot of questions. I know there's a lot of questions, but there's a lot more that has to be made clear, and I'm going to hold on that until we get more information. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And that was the latest address from the President of the United States, who did confirm that the United States will be banning Russian oil. We do have a bit of breaking news to bring to you all that just came into our news desk. Ukraine says that Chernobyl power plant has been disconnected from the power grid. Now, this tweet is from the Center of Strategic Communications and Information Security under the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine. And they have said, quote, due to the actions of the Russian occupiers, Chernobyl nuclear power plant has been entirely disconnected from the power grid. The military actions are in progress, so there is no way to restore the lines. The city is also out of the power supply. And these tweets continue to come into our newsroom. Here is Dmytro Kuleba, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He has said, quote, the only electrical grid supplying the Chernobyl power plant and all its nuclear facilities facilities occupied by Russian army is damaged. So the electrical grid is damaged. Chernobyl lost all electric supply. I call on the international community to urgently demand Russia to cease fire and allow repair units to restore supply. He continues by in this Twitter thread by saying, quote, reserve diesel generators have a 48-hour capacity to power the Chernobyl power plant. After that, cooling systems of the storage facility for spent nuclear fuel will stop, making radiation leaks imminent. Putin's barbaric war puts the entirety of Europe in danger. He must stop it immediately. We do also have a tweet from the International Atomic Energy Agency that says, quote, Ukraine has informed the IAEA of power loss at Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Rafael Grossi, who of course is that general, he has confirmed this for us. He says development violates key safety pillars on ensuring uninterrupted power supply. In this case, IAEA sees no critical impact on safety. So the IAEA's latest update is that it does not see critical impact on safety. But for some more perspective on this, on February 24th, Russia invaded Ukraine 14 days ago, and in the coming days, it did seize the Chernobyl power plant. This site, of course, the site of the disaster back in 1986 that killed hundreds of people and spread radioactive contamination across Europe. Now, just yesterday, the UN atomic watchdog, otherwise known as the IAEA, the tweet that you see on your screen, the International Atomic Energy Agency, they had said that the site was no longer transmitting data and voiced concern for staff working under Russian guard. It's also worth noting that since Russia took over this power plant, those Ukrainian employees have still been working, but many reports suggest that they have not been able to leave the power plant. So perhaps humanitarian issues within that power plant for those workers who have now been working for 10 some odd days straight and have not been able to leave. The plant sits inside of an exclusion zone that houses decommissioned reactors as well as radioactive waste facilities. More than 2,000 staff are still at work at the plant, and it requires constant management to prevent another nuclear disaster. That is why these updates are a bit concerning, and these coming from Ukrainian officials themselves. Dmytro Kuleba, who tweets quite often updates to the world, this is the Ukrainian Minister of Foreign Affairs, confirming here that the only electrical grid supplying the Chernobyl power plant and its nuclear facilities is damaged. He also confirms that there is a 48-hour capacity to power this plant through the generators. Once you hit that 48-hour capacity, I would presume that something may go wrong here. So the International Atomic Energy Agency, we have heard updates from them quite periodically. They do come out and give press conferences that we, of course, bring to you live, raw, and unfiltered here. We've heard from Rafael Grossi, who is the Secretary General there of the International Atomic Energy Agency. He had actually said in his last address, he proposed a meeting between Russia and Ukraine at the Chernobyl power plant. And so this is a situation that we will continue to monitor very closely here. But breaking news coming into our desk, Chernobyl does not have power right now. It has been disconnected from the power grid. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute break, but on the other side of this break, we are going to look at the financial fallout of not only the address that President Biden gave just a couple of minutes ago that we replayed here, banning Russian oil, but soaring gas prices. What does this mean for all of you at home? And also the other areas, the other sectors of the economy that are being affected by this Russian invasion of Ukraine as we enter, once again, day 14 of this conflict. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Hi there, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, and we continue to monitor the latest on the ground in Ukraine as this conflict does enter day 14. We have been recording really and keeping you up to date on all of the impacts, and I do want to bring you out to a live look at the Dow, which of course has not opened. Markets have not opened here yet in the United States. It's 9:16 here on the East Coast, which means we're roughly 15 minutes away from opening bell of the markets. But I do have a specialist here, Texas attorney CPA Bill Dendy, who is here to help us kind of break down so much that has happened over the past 24 hours and really, Bill, over the past 14 days. I want to begin, of course, with the big story, which is gas prices. Gas prices have hit an all-time record high, and we just heard President Biden yesterday saying that he is now going to put a ban on Russian oil. You, with all of the expertise and knowledge that you have, Bill, what was your reaction to this news?
Well, it was very interesting. Biden out and we're not going to buy oil forward. Because we already stopped buying Russian oil. When Russian banks were off the SWIFT system, most commodity traders did not want to have any Russian-based oil if it was going or coming from Russia. And so the statement that we weren't going to buy Russian oil actually just solidified what was already happening in the marketplaces. The interesting thing to me is that for the individual, we've already seen very high inflation as we've come out of our supply chain problematic COVID time, and now we're adding an additional round of inflation on top of consumers, where they're starting to see this $4 a gallon to $5 a gallon gasoline, as well as increased cost in other basic commodities. You know, the Ukraine is known as the breadbasket of Europe, and it's because of the grain and wheat products that aren't coming out, oil and gas not being able to be exported, even if we were able to purchase it now. And this is creating a lot of pressure on individuals.
You're absolutely right, and you bring up a great point. It's not just gas that's being affected. Can you walk us through some of the other things that you mentioned? Wheat also hitting a 14-year high, and why this is happening as a result of this invasion, because I think maybe some of our viewers don't understand the large role that Ukraine plays in the wheat world, for example.
Yeah, and I think it's amazing, and it reminds us how interconnected we are anymore in the world. It's like a great balloon. The economy, if you squeeze it here, it's going to come out over there. And that's the challenge that we're seeing, in that even though we might have not been buying Ukrainian grain, because it is a worldwide product, and if we can't get it out of the Ukraine, the prices are going to go up here as our farmers may fill in some of that need, but as global prices go up. And it's the wheat, and it's the grain, and it's the oil and gas, but it's also a lot of metals. A lot of strategic metals are mined in this area between Russia and Ukraine, and those go into the semiconductor chip manufacturing and other things that have already been messed up because of supply chain issues over the past 24 months. And so creating that effect, so that we're starting to see the increases in price in other things that you might not anticipate because of the interconnectedness of the global economy. This is causing out there on Wall Street. The market's getting ready to open. Some places we're starting to see their prices go up, and some companies are benefiting from this. The dollar tends to strengthen when the whole world gets concerned, and people tend to buy dollars for a safety place, and that pushes the price of the dollar currencies, and that makes exports look less expensive, but it does increase the cost of our. And so for the American consumer, we're paying to fight this economic war right now, and we're probably going to see things continue to get worse before they get better, because we're just now seeing a lot of companies passing their additional costs onto the consumer.
Well, you spoke about nickel, and I actually want to bring it back to that point, because many are saying perhaps this is the time for electric vehicles and for people to go out and buy electric cars. But nickel is going to directly affect the price of these electric vehicles. First and foremost, your average American is not going to this week go out and buy an electric car because gas prices are high. That's just simply not feasible. And then point two, we could actually see these electric cars become more expensive, Bill, if I'm not mistaken, because nickel is used to make these batteries, which is going to make the batteries more expensive, which this is how economics works. Everything becomes more expensive. Am I correct?
That is correct. And there are a lot of factors that come into play. Are we going to really be more efficient if we go to electric-based vehicles? And, I live in the great state of Texas, where they make a lot of money by drilling that oil and refining the oil. Yet, as far as the electric vehicle production and as far as alternative energies such as wind power and solar power, they kind of lead the way in this area. And they're saying that a lot of impediments to moving to a full electric vehicle force because of the cost of the metals, because of some other concerns, but it is going that direction. And so we do see major car companies putting a large investment into the electric vehicles. There is a place for them now economically, but that place for them can be slowed down if the cost of the materials to create them goes up so much that they become not a good economic alternative. I've had friends that bought their Teslas because they were trying to make or because they were trying to be green and loving the environment. But most people are going to buy because it does their family good. It makes sense economically. Economics are what's going to finally drive.
It certainly is. And getting back to the economics, just to put these new gas prices into some perspective, obviously, the big thing that's going to make the headlines is that the record back in 2008 was $4.11. Now it's $4.17. We've set a new record. But, Bill, putting this into perspective, this does not take into account inflation. Really, to be the exact same, the price per gallon would have to be around $5.25, right? Can you explain this?
Yes, and we've all heard this when we've had our parents or grandparents tell us that when they were kids, they could go to the movies for a nickel, or it only cost a dime to wonderful things. And we're like, well, that makes sense. It only made $5 a month, so it couldn't cost much. We are familiar with inflation, and I think we've all heard those types of inflationary stories. But there's a little bit more to the story you just told, and that is, not only inflation adjusted are we not at the highest price we've ever paid, but we're also not the highest price we've ever paid on cost per mile driven, because vehicles have gotten more efficient and the average person is going a few more miles per gallon than they used to. The actual cost per mile is lower than what we've seen in the past, like in the 1980s. And so I don't think the higher cost of oil alone is going to take down the economy or stop us from moving forward. We've seen it this bad before. It's just higher than we've seen it recently, and it sure has jumped up a whole lot in a short amount of time. And it's something that we are visually aware of almost every day when we get on the road and we see those prices at the corner going up every time we pass, higher and higher, feeling that pressure to fill our car up with gasoline before it gets even higher. But it can go higher before we get as bad as we've ever been. And even these higher prices won't take things down. But because so much has to be transported, and because oil and gas is a fundamental component of so many things, we're going to probably see that inflation continue. And the economists are now arguing over, okay, not is it up there? It's up there. We're seeing it. But how long is inflation going to continue? And that's where you're seeing people bet on both sides of that equation. There are those that believe that it is conflict driven and it's driven based upon being free from COVID at the same time. There are others that are saying, no, this is endemic. There's something else going on here.
Right, and it does lead us to believe that perhaps something else was going on here, because we did see gas prices rising even before this conflict, and we did see inflation being an issue even before this conflict. How do the two kind of make the other worse? Or in essence, are gas prices rising? That's going to cause inflation to be even worse, because it's going to cost more money to get your food, to get your toys, to get your goods that go into stores. It's going to cost more because of gas, correct?
That's correct. And that feeds almost every product you can think of. It has to be transported. Not everything is made from the oil and gas products but most things are going to be transported. And so when you start increasing the cost of transportation, you're increasing the cost of goods. However, this increase in inflation may be slowing down consumer purchasing. You know, we've had increases in our wages, but their wages haven't gone up as much as the increases in the cost of things we're buying. So folks, for the first time in a while, are actually taking a step back in their standard of living. And that taking a step back means they're able to buy fewer things, and that alone can slow down the economy. And that slowing down the economy can slow down the inflation. So it's somewhat adjusting. And it's been in the news a lot for the past few weeks about the Fed's going to raise interest rates. Well, the Fed's saying, well, gosh, if the economy's slowing down, if we have all this other pressure, we may not have to raise interest rates or as much as we thought we were going to have to raise interest rates to slow things down, because it may be already self-regulating, because if the cost of things go up, the consumer starts spending less. I think for a lot of people, this is a time to go back to their own personal finances, make sure that they are able to fit their life in the budget. And I think a lot of people are starting to feel it maybe for the first time in years, as we've gotten a little complacent. If we were able to maintain our jobs during COVID, we got government stimulus money and everything was going just fine. Now we're starting to feel the pinch of inflation being a little faster than our raises.
Yeah, we certainly are. And some people are still bouncing back from perhaps the financial loss that they did suffer during COVID. Bill, in your expertise, what would you advise Americans who are tuning in and are hearing inflation could get worse, gas prices may continue to go up, they're living paycheck to paycheck? How do they kind of supplement and adjust their life to what is to come?
It really depends on where in the spectrum of what they've done already for finances. For a lot of folks that I said are somewhat complacent, when they start to see the cost of living going up 7.5% year over year, they may be able to avoid that step back in standard of living just by being better consumers, by going back through their checking accounts and their credit cards, make sure that every dollar they spend is getting maximum enjoyment. When folks do this, they oftentimes find that they're paying for things like subscriptions that they're not using. I had the antivirus on computers I didn't have for 10 years. I'm still paying that annual renewal rates. Gym memberships, the gyms that we're not even going to, and other things that automatically hit that we don't think. So that if we start being more explicit about where we spend our money, we may be able to overcome this. For those who've already had to count those needs and wants, it may be a little bit more challenging, but it is coming down to the needs and wants and doing some serious analysis.
The great insight, really, Bill. I do want to shift gears just a little bit, if you give us a little bit more of your time, because your insight has been so great thus far, away from perhaps the Russia and Ukraine kind of impacts on the economy, and talk about some other issues that some Americans tuning in right now are concerned about. The housing market. They say it's not a buyer's market. They say it's not a renter's market. Well, Bill, what is it? Because people need to live somewhere. What do you tell people who are concerned they can't afford to buy a home, but then rent prices are also sky high? I mean, what are Americans supposed to do?
Well, you bring up an interesting part of our segmented economy, and that is housing has not been normal. The pandemic made housing a little bit strange as families together. People didn't move out at home. As they lost jobs, they didn't have the funds to maybe move out. So when you had your 19, 20, 21 to 30-year-olds not launching as quickly as they might have because the fear of the pandemic and the difficulty finding employment a couple years ago. Well, now all at once they've got employment because unemployment rates are very low. And the cost of money is really low relative to historical norms. And so people are able to go out and buy more house. There are a lot of people chasing houses. A lot of people freed at the same time going out looking. And so we do have this bit of a crisis right now where the costs are really high and the supply it's just supply and demand. And the economists, a lot of them are saying that will self-correct given a few more months. There are others saying that, well, looking at the bubble of those coming up and the lack of affordable housing in the United States, this should be something that we focus on. And it is an area that our nation has always cared about, where we provide so much aid in purchasing of homes and home protection and getting into homes, being one of the few countries that 30-year mortgages are normal, so we can get you in the home while you can still use it, while you kids at rate when you need the big. And so I believe we're going to continue to see those types of things be popular. But as interest rates move up, it's probably going to drive the prices of housing down, and we'll probably an emergence of supply.
And last question, Bill, what can Americans expect to see over the course of the next couple of weeks? We are hearing that gas prices will continue to rise. Perhaps their goods on supermarket shelves are going to become more expensive. In your expertise, what can they realistically expect over the course of the next, like I said, couple of weeks?
In the next couple of weeks, as a lot of retailers have said, they're going to stop absorbing the costs and they're going to pass them on to consumers. And as one gets comfortable passing it on, it makes the other one more comfortable passing it on. They don't risk as much loss of market share if everybody else is doing it. We can expect to see prices probably increase a little bit more as that goes into the system. Beyond that, it's going to really depend a lot on how the global politics work out. And if things continue to escalate and we see some shortages coming out of Europe because of this conflict in the Ukraine and Russia, we may continue to see a rise in the cost of the commodities that they produce, as well as some unanticipated but tangential increases in costs because of things that are related to what they produce. And so if everything clears up, if tomorrow says, I'm sorry, war's over, you're going to see things probably drop in a hurry. But if we continue to have escalation or continuation of embargoes, we're going to continue to see a disrupted market. Because people believe on both sides, either thing could happen right now. You're starting to see a very touchy stock market. It jumps up, it falls down. It jumps up and it falls down because they're betting on both sides. Clarity right now of where we're going to be.
Bill Dundee, I do want to let you go, but the markets did just open, so I do want to get your instant reaction here. Dow is up 575 points. Does this surprise you?
No, and in fact, we can take a look at what overnight markets did elsewhere. So when you get futures, it's not usually a surprise for those who are following markets when it does open. You've got the futures already indicating, and they trade all on the way, where the market's going to open, and it is with that bounce. But take a look at the level at 33,000. A lot of our viewers can remember us talking about the Dow almost hitting, at 40,000 level. So we have bounced from where we were, but we haven't got to where we have been. And that is that fickleness of the market that we were just talking about, where a little good news will go a long way to moving it up, and a little bad news will bring it right back down. And so we're starting to see that touchiness of the market. For a lot of investors, this is a time that they should take to make sure that they didn't get complacent. And the market was doing so well for so long, a lot of people just kept adding money to the equity investments. And this is a reminder of how volatile equities can be. And for a person that may have gotten a little bit too aggressive, this may be a good time to look at readjusting a portfolio. Make sure you're not taking more risk than you can manage, because drops can be severe. In the year 2000 and in the year 2008, we saw drops of over 40% from the highs. And so if a 50% loss would cause a lot of sleep at night and you couldn't wait for a market recovery if it was going to recover, it may be a good time to re-examine your overall asset allocations as well as re-examine budgets. And if you don't know how to do that, it's a great time to talk to a certified financial planner or a CPA or a financial advisor skilled in these areas, because oftentimes it just takes having somebody doing it with you to get the job done. Kind of like that personal trainer at the gym. Anyway, but nobody does it. It makes you accountable for it.
Bill Dundee, excellent insight. Thank you so very much for the time. We broke the markets opening with you. We'd love to have you on again as this situation is ever evolving, and it really is a fluid roller coaster ride. So once again, thank you so much for the time.
God bless you. Real pleasure.
Thank you. And we do want to go back out live to the markets, as we are going to keep a very close eye on all of the impacts here that the day 14 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine does have on the world. Economic impacts, humanitarian impacts. We will cover it for you 360 degrees here on Live Now from Fox. But once again, markets are open and they are up. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Hi there and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And we do want to get you up to speed and out the door this morning, 9:37 here on the East Coast. And we are keeping up to date on day 14 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We are monitoring evacuation corridors currently happening on the ground in Ukraine. A ceasefire from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. happening across multiple cities in Ukraine. As soon as we get an update on that, we will be sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. We can also report that Vice President Kamala Harris, she is headed to Poland right now as we speak. She is on her flight, going to meet with NATO allies, and we can also confirm today that the UN refugee count is still at 2 million. We are expecting an update on that because the number has been at 2 million for about 24 hours now, and that is a number that continues to climb each and every day as hundreds of thousands, millions, as we're seeing, of civilians are trying to get themselves to safety. We also want to bring you out live right now to a meeting that we are getting into our newsroom. The WHO organization is currently discussing and having a discussion here, a briefing on Ukraine and other global issues. They are currently talking about hypothermia, mental health issues, because of course the weather and war that is currently happening on the ground. We're getting representatives from all over the world speaking, and the speaker right now on your screen is not speaking English, so I'll begin and continue to give you some context about this briefing. They're also talking about the attacks on healthcare and hospitals that we have seen over the course of the past 14 days happening on the ground in Ukraine. There are reporters asking questions to these assistant generals, and they are also talking about all of the humanitarian issues that are going to arise as we enter the second week of this conflict. I do want to listen in here. Let's see if this portion is in English, because these are excellent discussions about important humanitarian issues that we should all be aware of. Let's listen in.
To stop the war between Russia and Ukraine.
Well, thank you, Belisa. I guess we wish that Dr.
Ryan, anything to add?
I think the DG has said it all, and I think I repeated quite a bit of what he said. WHO will do everything in its power to create the conditions in which we can have health and peace. Without peace, there will be no health. So yes, we are working at every level to demonstrate the humanitarian impact, to demonstrate the human impact of this war, of this conflict. But it is not the doctors and the nurses, it is not the humanitarians that can stop this violence. And the United Nations, the multilateral, the political system, the Russian Federation and others must work together to find a way to bring this conflict to a peaceful resolution, to stop the violence now. Political resolution can come later, but we need to find a way to stop the violence, and we will do everything in our power as a humanitarian organization. And Dr. Tedros is communicating all the time with all parties, trying to bring that message of peace to anyone who will listen.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ryan. Next question goes to Naomi Grimley from the BBC. Naomi, please unmute yourself.
Yes, hello. We have heard reports that there's been panic buying of medicines in Russia and that stocks are running low in that regard. Is there anything you can do to make sure that supplies are kept open to ordinary Russians?
WHO works with all sides in any conflict, and we have an office in Russia for many, many years, and have experienced long decades of cooperation with the health authorities in Russia, both to the benefit of the people of Russia and to many people overseas. So we will continue to work. I'm not aware of the reports that you've outlined, but again, as an organisation that is focused entirely on humanitarian impartiality and bringing aid and assistance to all those who need it, we will do our best to work with all sides and ensure that any request for assistance from the Russian Federation is met with the same response that we have given to the suffering of the people in Ukraine.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ryan again. And the next question goes to Stephanie Benz from the L'Express in France. Stephanie, please unmute yourself.
Oh, hello. Thank you for taking my question. My question is on the refugees and COVID-19. Do you know what is going on in the countries receiving the refugees regarding tests and vaccines? And is WHO implicated in vaccines delivery, for instance?
Thank you very much, Stephanie. And we go to Dr. Marchand, Senior Emergency Officer.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for your question. As the population is on the move, they are clearly at risk, as we have highlighted previously, and it is within the receiving member states to provide the screening and to ensure healthcare is provided. We are, of course, supporting the member states in assessing the needs and looking at what surge capacities, additional capacities, and supplies may be required, and we are surely there to support should these needs arise.
And we have Dr. Maria van Kerkhove, our COVID lead.
Thanks. So just to supplement what Adelheid has said, certainly this pandemic is not taking a break, despite the fact that we have this war, despite the fact that we have challenges, and many countries are facing challenges right now. Unfortunately, this virus will take opportunities to continue to spread. We, as an organization, recognize that countries are in very different situations. They're facing different challenges. There's a lot of movement and refugees associated with this crisis. But we will support, as Adelheid has said, in every country to ensure that we not only improve vaccine access, and vaccination rates wherever people may be, no matter where they are on this planet, to improve vaccination coverage, because COVID-19 vaccines are saving lives. But we also need to do what we can in the realities of what people are facing to reduce the spread. So we will continue to work with all countries, with countries that are receiving refugees, to ensure the best care that they can receive, that testing continues, that vaccination continues, and that we support the people in making sure that they get the care, whatever care that may be, including for COVID-19, wherever individuals are. So the pandemic will not stop because of conflicts. It will just take advantage of those situations. And so we also remain focused on ensuring that we increase vaccination coverage around the world and we reduce the intensity of spread. The virus is still spreading at far too intensive a level 3 years into this pandemic. Even though we are seeing declining trends, as the Director General has said, there were still more than 10 million reported cases reported at a global level last week. And we know this is an underestimate because testing rates have declined dramatically around the world. So this is something we have to remain vigilant for, again, recognizing the challenges that all of us face.
And Dr. Ryan, please.
And you know, these images that people are seeing every day are images that we've all witnessed for decades all around the world. The reality is that the conditions we see in Ukraine are the worst possible ingredients for the amplification and spread of infectious disease. It doesn't matter if it's COVID, doesn't matter if it's polio, doesn't matter if it's measles, doesn't matter if it's cholera. You put that many people in desperation on the move, women and children packed together, people in basements, people stressed, people not eating, not sleeping. These are the conditions in which immune systems are weak, people's defenses are low, and infectious diseases can rip through populations like this. We see this, and we continue to see this. We're discussing tomorrow the malaria risk and epidemics in Madagascar after the floods. We're looking at similar situation in places like Mozambique, and especially in Cabo Delgado and the conflict-affected area of the north. Yellow fever and cholera epidemics sweeping across parts of the Sahel, which are affected by complex crisis, people on the move, lack of food. We see the Horn of Africa similarly with similar risks. Tragically, pestilence, infectious diseases has always been recognized as one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, and conflict and infectious diseases are intimately intertwined. It has always been so. So we should not be surprised. Maybe the surprise is that this is on the European continent again, after so much effort to prevent such horror on this continent. But these horrors are suffered by people all over the world, every day, every week, every month, every year, and every decade of the last 50 years in many other parts of the world. Sometimes I wonder whether we have reached the appropriate level of outrage for what we cannot seem to become outraged about elsewhere.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ryan. Next question goes to Donato Mancini from the FT. Donato, please unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my question. This is not about Ukraine specifically, it's actually about COVID. Is WHO aware of the Delta Omicron recombination made public yesterday? Could you explain to us what a recombination is? Where has it been found? Are you worried? Why are you worried, or why are you not worried? When should we expect to have more data? Does it have a name? Is it a separate variant? Will you be naming it separately? And what is WHO doing more specifically? On a broader note, I know that you have been talking about the wind down of testing. What does this say about the importance of keeping good enough surveillance and testing active, even if it appears that the pandemic is receding, even though it's not? Could you talk a bit about how important it is to keep active surveillance? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Donato, and we go to Dr. van Kerkhoff.
Yeah, thanks, Donato, for the question. So yes, we are aware of this recombinant. It's a combination of Delta AY.4 and Omicron BA.1. It's been detected in France, it's been detected in the Netherlands, it's been detected in Denmark, but there are very low levels of this detection. I'll start with your second part of the question. Testing remains absolutely critical as part of the COVID-19 response. It's about making sure that we have good testing, intelligent testing, strategic testing, not only to monitor the variants and virus evolution, but to ensure that people know where the virus is, and to get the appropriate care that they need for health workers to be able to get patients into that clinical care pathway as quickly as possible so that we can save as many lives as possible. The recombinant itself, this is something that is expected given a large amount of circulation, the intense amount of circulation that we saw with both Omicron and Delta. If you remember, with the emergence of Omicron, in some countries, the wave of Delta had already passed, and so circulation was at a low level. But in other countries, in Europe, for example, Delta was still circulating at quite a high level when Omicron emerged. So there's very good surveillance in many countries right now. And given the sheer number of changes and mutations within Omicron, it was much easier for researchers, scientists, public health professionals, people who are studying the genome to be able to detect these recombinants. We have not seen any change in the epidemiology with this recombinant. We haven't seen any change in severity, but there are many studies that are underway. WHO has been aware of this because of our Technical Advisory Group for Virus Evolution, which has been meeting regularly since June 2020, and exactly for this reason. We need to keep a good handle on this virus. We need to have a good system in place to be able to check the changes and to understand what those changes in the virus mean. Unfortunately, we do expect to see recombinants because this is what viruses do. They change over time. We're seeing a very intense level of circulation. We are seeing this virus infect animals with the possibility of infecting humans again. So again, the pandemic is far from over. And not only do we need to focus on saving people's lives and reducing severe disease and death, we also have to focus on reducing the spread. We cannot allow this virus to spread at such an intense level. It doesn't mean locking people down, locking people in their homes. It means using simple tools and a layered approach. So it's really critical that we have testing, and it's really critical that we continue with sequencing, that we have good geographic representation of sequencing around the world, and that the systems that have been put in place for surveillance, for testing, for sequencing, right now be reinforced, that they are not taken apart because we have to move on to the next challenge. We need all countries, high income, low income, middle income, to strengthen systems because they will benefit not only this virus, but any future threats that we face. So this is something that's on our radar. It's something that we are monitoring. We discussed it at the TAG VE on Monday again, and with thanks to colleagues in France, the Netherlands, and Denmark for sharing ongoing work there. So it's a work in progress, but these are the systems that we have in place, and so we will update you on any new information that we have as soon as we have it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Van Kerkhove, and we go to Carlo Martuscelli from the Politico. Carlo, please unmute yourself.
Yes, hello, thank you for taking my question. I wanted to ask a question elaborating on the response that Dr. Michael Ryan already gave, which is how close are we to a collapse of healthcare provision in Ukraine? Is this an imminent risk? And also, if you're able to elaborate at all on the situation in Mariupol, that would be great. Thank you.
And Dr. Ryan.
It very much depends where you are in Ukraine. The Ministry of Health in Ukraine continued to do an outstanding job in keeping the basic health system running. But there are obviously different scenarios. There are areas of Ukraine in which there is relative calm, a lot of fear and a lot of stress, but relative calm and access, and those systems are working. There are other areas that are approaching areas of conflict, and again, there's limited services there as people are on the move and moving away. Then there are areas that are within 10 kilometers of conflict where access is very difficult, and even now people feel fearful in going to those health facilities because they fear that they'll get caught up in crossfire or they'll get caught up in some negative situation if they try to access healthcare. And then there are obviously facilities right on the front line, and then there are facilities that are on the opposite side of the control line. So there's a whole range of scenarios that are playing out. And as both Adelheid and myself said, as the conflict intensifies and fragments and becomes very asymmetric, it is very hard to see. There are many front lines, and that's very difficult. with this for years in places like Syria particularly. It's very complex and very difficult to deal with. So no, I do not think the healthcare system in Ukraine is on the point of collapse. I think it has been remarkably resilient given the stress it's come under. But there are certainly elements of that healthcare system, particularly those parts of the infrastructure and the workforce that are working on the front lines, that are coming under intense pressure. And as I said, many of those hospital facilities are now being abandoned, are moved away from, because they're in too much in the centre of the conflict. So if the conflict continues to extend, if we cannot get supplies and support, engineering and other support, and emergency medical teams and others to give those doctors and nurses relief. And again, remember, doctors, nurses, and all of the frontline healthcare staff in these situations, they're not getting time off. They're not going home in the evening or at the weekends. They're not going on picnics. These staff are working 24/7, and they're getting exhausted. And when we talk about attacks on healthcare, we're not just talking about attacks on infrastructure. The very situation that is there is an attack on those healthcare workers, because they cannot maintain and sustain this effort for very long. We are in awe and inspired by their efforts, but it cannot continue forever. But it has held up remarkably well, given the stress that it's come under. I don't know, Adelaide, if you want to add.
Just to highlight, in addition, that we are coordinating access for more emergency medical teams. Indeed, one of the objectives is that we are taking away pressure from the health system in some areas. We're trying to increase the capacities to cope and to establish some medical evacuation pathways in certain areas in the West, and trying to assess clearly, of course, also how that is possible in the eastern part, which we know is more affected right now.
Thank you very much, both. We have another question from Ari Daniel from the NPR. Ari, please unmute yourself.
Yes, hi there. Thank you so much for this briefing. A couple questions. One is around multi-drug resistant tuberculosis in Ukraine and neighboring countries. And I'm just wondering what you've seen in terms of the impact of the conflict on it and in treating people with it. And also, just to clarify, you've talked about infections like measles and polio, but it sounds like you haven't seen any definite spread yet, right? It's just the likely possibility for it.
Thank you, Ari. And looking at Dr. Marchand first, or Dr. Sosifol, actually.
Thank you for the question. We are using a risk-based approach on the public health need assessment. If you look at the risk, of course, when you have disruption of health services, any infectious disease and non-communicable diseases will be difficult to manage, both for people staying but also for people moving. So in terms of impact for TB, it's very early to be able to talk about the impact, but based on the analysis on the cohort of patients and the treatment, we'll be able in the coming days and weeks to see the real impact on TB clinical management and the risk of spreading, multi-drug TB, resistant TB and others. For measles, it's mainly based on risk because of the disruption of the immunization program. It will be very difficult to protect children from measles and from other infectious diseases. And we continue to monitor the functionality of health services we have mapped out. And it will be very critical to really see the real impact of the conflict on healthcare in general. So this is one of our priorities, and it will also help us to advocate for more access, for more protection of healthcare workers and health facilities. And clearly, some of the healthcare workers will be also moving with the population. So the level of disruption can be bigger than what we are seeing right now. Thank you.
Yeah, and we are tracking existing circulating vaccine-derived poliovirus in Ukraine. And therefore, the risk of that continuing to grow and continuing to spread is there. Measles is already there. When we talk about tuberculosis, Ukraine had done a fantastic job. Between 2005 and 2020, Ukraine managed to get its incidence of tuberculosis down from approximately 130 cases per 100,000 to about 40 cases per 100,000, which was tremendous health progress. Multi-drug resistance TB remains a threat in the country, and the government there had put in place, I think towards 2018 and 20, it was an average of about 7,000 people in the country prevalent with multi-resistant TB infections. And the government put in place for 2020 to 23 a state strategy for the development of anti-tuberculosis care with the support of WHO. So the government was on track to really bring this difficult public health problem under control, was making great progress. And this is the price of war. It's not just the price paid in wounds and the price paid in injuries or even epidemics. It is the fact that years and years and years and decades of progress in important public health areas like tuberculosis are lost, sometimes in days or weeks. And that threatens everybody. Multi-resistant tuberculosis is a deadly disease. It is a disease that can spread, and we are, as I said previously, creating the conditions in which these years of progress are being lost. So you're right to raise the issue of TB. The problem in a conflict like this is no matter how good the infrastructure was before in surveillance, the signals of something being really badly wrong with an epidemic come late. It's hard to count, it's hard to see, it's hard to test. And that's the difficulty. War obscures the signal of the epidemic. It obscures the signal of the outbreak. It means we're late, and we're not only late, but we end up not being able to have access to respond and contain. So war amplifies and increases the chances that we will have epidemics, and it decreases our chance of having effective containment. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And I see we have a call for a clarification from Stephanie Benz from L'Express. So Stephanie, please ask your clarification.
Thank you for giving me the chance. I was just wondering if, that's an additional question, if you expect a rise of COVID-19 in European countries due to the refugee crisis.
Certainly there will be a rise in COVID-19 within the population, within Ukraine, without a doubt, because not testing, without access to treatment, with vaccination stopped, and already low enough vaccination, I think about 34 or 35% vaccination rate before the conflict. So there are many people still remain vulnerable to infection.
Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Wednesday, March 9th. We are live and worldwide this morning, listening into the latest World Health Organization briefing on the Ukraine, as well as other global issues. You can see that they're talking about hypothermia as temperatures in the Ukraine are expected to reach sub-zero. This is as some full cities are living without heat, without power, without water. They're also talking about the mental health toll that this invasion is already taking on the people there. We do know that the United Nations has confirmed that 2 million and counting have fled their country in search of safety, crossing to Poland, to Romania, to Israel, to other surrounding countries. Also talking about the attacks on healthcare facilities and hospitals, and if that would be considered a war crime. We've seen a really gut-wrenching video of babies in the NICU, these hospitals, these nurses trying to set up makeshift facilities in bomb shelters to protect everybody. Also talking about the health toll that these overcrowded facilities could have in the future. You've got people living right next to each other on mattresses, in subway systems. So we wanted to bring you this feed for you here on Live Now from Fox, raw and unfiltered, because that is who we are and what we do. Hard to believe that it has already been 2 weeks since this invasion first began, and as we enter week 2, we want to take a closer look into the military efforts that have been happening overseas there. And to do so, I do want to welcome on live to our show right now Dan Lamothe. He is a Washington Post national security reporter who has been covering this invasion from the very beginning. Dan, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Well, Dan, I want to start with the fact that, it's hard to believe, like I said, we've entered week 2 of this invasion. And since we first started talking about it, there was obviously that concern about the size of the Ukrainian military compared to the Russian military. But I'm seeing here that Ukraine's military claims to have killed more than 12,000 Russian soldiers. We actually do have video of them shooting down choppers, taking down ships. So what can you say right off the bat about the fight that the Ukrainian military has put up in this invasion?
As a starting point, I think it's remarkable what the Ukrainian military has done. They are much smaller, they have much less significant weapons, and yet they have held out and held out and held out. And with the exception of some sort of mid-sized cities, the cities have pretty much held. With that said, I do think there are certain things that are getting conflated or expanded. The best U.S. estimate on the number of Russian soldiers killed was briefed on the Hill yesterday. It's likely more in the 2,000 to 4,000 casualty range. I think that's notable in a couple regards. One, I think it's likely that the Ukrainian number included both fatalities and injuries. And then the second piece is even if the number is really 2 to 4 instead of 11,000, that's more soldiers potentially than were killed during the entire Afghanistan war on the U.S. side. So this is a serious loss for the Russians, one way or the other.
Yeah, and Dan, I want to talk about the cities and the Russian military efforts that we have seen around these cities. We're actually showing our viewers a live look at Kyiv right now, late in the afternoon at this point. Nearly 2 weeks into this war, it's pretty clear that Russia has failed to seize and control almost any major city or population center. So, my question to you, is this what Putin anticipated?
No, I don't believe it is, and I think that's pretty well established. A lot of the analysts, experts, generals, others who have looked at this, when this invasion was launched, it came with a relatively brief salvo of missiles. There was a period of bombardment lasted maybe an hour or two, and then Russian soldiers crossed over the border, and they seemed to try and make sort of a lightning play for Kyiv, for some of the other major cities, and ran into resistance pretty quickly. They've been bogged down for days now. So I think you're into this weird world now where the Russians are trying to pivot, and as a result, that it's getting much bloodier, because one of the Russian strengths is artillery and long-range fires. So you're seeing a siege on a number of the cities, you're seeing a lot of civilian areas hit, and it's likely to get worse.
And I want to point out, Dan, that the intelligence arm of the Ukraine Defense Ministry said just yesterday that Major General Vitaly Gerasimov, I believe, Chief of Staff of Russia's 41st Army, had been killed outside of the eastern Ukraine city of Kharkiv, making him the second Russian general to die in war. So what is the significance of this, that they are taking down major figures in the Russian military?
I couldn't get any U.S. officials to confirm that yesterday. They're sort of staying out of the nitty-gritty of the details, in part because it's not their war. But I think it was notable in a couple regards. If true, it's a senior officer. Those are rarely lost on a battlefield, and I think it goes to show how unpredictable this has been for the Russians. The fact that you've got senior officers in that kind of risky environment, even places they probably think are safe, do not appear to be so. I think it's also notable, the name caught a lot of ears, Gerasimov. It's a different general, but a different General Gerasimov is actually the top general in the Russian military. So when it was first reported that General Gerasimov was killed, that immediately raised a lot of questions, which one?
And, Dan, I want to go off of that and talk about the Russian invasion from the north, the south, the center. And, over the weekend and over the last couple of days, the huge news has been the fact that there have been talks of these ceasefire periods. But then you've got Russian troops shooting at civilians, killing civilians as they're trying to evacuate. So can you give us a little deeper dive into what exactly is happening on the ground as we speak over there?
Yeah, the human corridors have not held, these humanitarian corridors, which are, when these cities are increasingly under duress without power, electricity, food supplies, things like that are going to run low. There's an effort to get people out that initially held in place took cover, went underground, that kind of thing, and get them out. So they open up sort of pathways out, and these are supposed to be respected by both sides at certain hours of the day, certain days of the week, that kind of thing. And the Russians have continued to shoot in these locations. The question becomes, do they continue to do so going forward? Was there a lack of communication here, or did they simply not care?
I want to come back to the United States for a moment, because we've been constantly learning about the deployment of more and more, thousands at this point, of U.S. troops. So obviously we're headed over there to support our NATO allies. But really, when it comes to their duties and what they'll be doing over there, what can you tell us?
I think the first thing, and it's been stressed over and over again, and I think for good reason, in terms of American concerns, that there is no indication here that U.S. troops will be fighting on the ground in Ukraine. With that said, thousands of additional U.S. troops have been deployed to Eastern Europe over the last month or so, really even prior to the invasion. And we're continuing to see smaller units continue to join that effort. Poland in particular has become a major front as far as this goes. There's somewhere in the neighborhood of 5,000 or 6,000 U.S. service members there. There was a much lower number, a year ago. As of last night, they're adding Patriot missile batteries, which are sort of defensive systems designed to shoot down ballistic missiles. So in the event of a Russian attack, you'd have that ability there now as well.
And some interesting news that we've learned over the last 24 hours involving the United States here, Dan, that I want to mention to our viewers. So we've got Vice President Kamala Harris on her way as we speak to Poland. She's going to be meeting with refugees, with leaders, also with troops over there. But we also are learning that she is going to be dealing with an issue. So Poland basically tried to get Ukrainian troops fighter jets, and they were going to do so through a U.S. air base in Germany. And then the U.S. said they were really taken off guard by this decision, and they actually didn't sign off on the deal. So really, why would the U.S. be caught off guard, for lack of a better term, by this? And what could Vice President Kamala Harris do while she's there to handle this?
Yeah, it did catch everybody off guard yesterday. The Polish officials specifically announced this sort of third-party deal. Rather than sending the planes themselves directly, they wanted to send them to the United States. I read that as, one, they want assurances that they will be backfilled. They're looking for F-16s to replace those MiG jets that they want to send to Ukraine. Two, they're looking to make sure they've got some sort of security assurances here. And as soon as you're sending offensive weapons, is the way that this will be portrayed in terms of these fighter jets, that raises the ante again. Poland is a member of NATO. So there are sort of treaty obligations to protect the Polish people. But when you raise the ante that way, I think they were still looking to make sure they had an American stamp of approval on this. As best we can tell, the Americans did not expect this Polish announcement, had concerns about it. I suspect those concerns stretch beyond the Americans to include the Germans and others who potentially would also be wrapped into this when you've got a German air base involved, and really the NATO alliance in general.
Yeah, and it basically said, kind of going off of what you just said, that Russia warned that sending aircrafts to Ukraine would be seen as an act of war. So do you think the U.S. is really just trying to have our own backs right now?
I think there's a serious line that everyone is walking here, and I think everybody's making their assessments as they go. Not everybody agrees on what the best bet is. Ukraine has asked for these jets. NATO officials in general seem to have concerns about it. They're trying to do what they can without getting dragged into this conflict directly, having it expand into sort of a World War III scenario. We're short of that right now, and I think they're trying to contain this conflict in Ukraine. If it spills beyond that, I think that the dynamics change significantly.
And speaking of, walking that line, Dan, and really the aggression and attitude of Russian President Vladimir Putin, yesterday on Capitol Hill, we heard from top intelligence officers and agency officials. They testified about Vladimir Putin's intentions and possible worldwide threats. that this war could have. We actually had CIA Director William Burns say that he believes Putin is angry and frustrated by the situation in Ukraine and will likely step up his efforts. Do you believe this to be true?
I believe it's a significant concern. There are very few off-ramps that seem to be available right now. The Russians have sort of put out some bullet points of things they want to even sort of have negotiations. And to a large degree, they would appear to probably be non-starters for the Ukrainians. It's things like handing over Crimea permanently, having an independent state, basically areas that have been carved out of eastern Ukraine, which sort of like was at the front end of this invasion. All of these things are going to be significant issues. Ukraine is going to have to sort through what they're willing to give up, if anything, or do they continue to dig in and fight?
I want to head back out to the Ukraine for just a moment. Some more news that we have gotten into our desk recently. Chernobyl, the nuclear power plant that was invaded by Russian troops in the first week of this invasion. We're learning this morning that it was cut off the grid, and it's sparking fears of radioactive contamination from cooling nuclear fuel. So what does that necessarily mean? And, what can you say about the fact that leaders out there are saying this could impact not just the Ukraine, but all of Europe?
As best I understand, this is not a scenario where there's concerns of another Chernobyl explosion like we had in the 1980s. But the longer this goes, there is concerns about whether or not this facility stays cool enough, whether or not they have the electricity they need to keep it so. And more broadly, there are several nuclear facilities in Ukraine that are of note here. We've heard about several of them over the fighting over the last week or two. As things go forward, and you're continuing to launch missiles and artillery and other weapons relatively indiscriminately, there's a concern that at some point something else could be hit in a serious way.
Yeah, and I remember Volodymir Zelensky saying when Chernobyl was attacked that this is not a declaration of war just on the Ukraine, but all of Europe, which leads me to my next point. We've been hearing from Volodymyr Zelensky on a daily basis, and this week we really got a powerful, defiant message from him. He basically live streamed from his office saying, I'm going to stay here. This is where I am. You can come for me if you want. And that's following 3 assassination attempts. So what can you say about his leadership throughout this invasion thus far? I think he's really stepped up in a way that most officials had doubts about if you go back, weeks and months ago. He has stepped forward. He has put his name on this. He has put his face on this. He's been offered the ability to leave. He has chosen not to. He's doing everything he can to rally people to his cause, rally other nations to his cause. And he doesn't seem to be afraid to break China in the process. If he needs to call out a nation that he disagrees with, he's willing to do so. Long term, I think his safety continues to be a concern. Long term, there are going to be continued disputes because he's trying to do everything he can to get everything he can, and a lot of Western nations are trying to help in ways that they think they can without getting dragged in directly. Yeah, and really when you talk about this as a global issue, we are hearing literally live from officials right now as we speak just about the humanitarian crisis that is taking place over there. So really, as you've been following this story, Dan, we've got whole cities without power, without water. We've got the largest refugee evacuation since World War II in Europe. So what are your initial thoughts on the humanitarian crisis that this has caused?
Prior to the invasion, there were U.S. intelligence assessments that we reported on, and the number of casualties, both dead and wounded, was expected to be in the neighborhood of up to 50,000. We're not there yet, but I think that's a significant concern. This could continue to get very much worse. The refugee population was estimated to be up to 5 million. We're up to 2 million now. Clearly, that could also get worse. As we're looking at the siege warfare scenario, that's a situation where starvation, things of that sort, become a significant issue. So this is something that needs to continue to have eyes from the international community. And I think there's going to be a lot of pain and suffering that has to be sorted through here.
Dan, before we send you off, are there any last thoughts, anything you want our viewers to take away from this conversation as this invasion is officially entering a second week?
I think it's really just, be prepared for the sights and sounds crossing your television screen, and just in the news reporting in general. It's not going to probably look better for any time soon. This is a scenario that's playing out in slow motion in front of our eyes in many ways. Siege warfare is slow, ugly, and bloody. This is not going to be a happy ending anytime soon.
Which is really heartbreaking to even think about. But Dan, we really appreciate experts like yourself coming on and providing insight to a very fluid situation. So we thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll definitely be touching base with you soon. Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us throughout the day as we bring you full coverage of the Russian invasion into Ukraine, again, now entering its second week. We've not only been speaking with experts like Dan, but also people out there on the ground directly impacted by this invasion out in surrounding countries trying to help the more than 2 million and counting refugees that have fled their country. So we will bring you all the latest developments as we get them here live, raw, and unfiltered. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we'll walk you through all of the developments we've gotten to our desk this morning. We've also got several live events underway as the House is continuing to debate and speak on a relief package that will aid the Ukrainian people. So stick with us. That's coming up after this break. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for streaming live now from Fox. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from our Orlando studios as we continue to bring you raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. A huge portion of our coverage focusing on the Russian invasion into Ukraine, now entering day 14, its second week. I do want to start off by bringing you some live feeds from the House floor right now. That is because it was breaking news overnight. Congressional leaders reaching a bipartisan deal to provide $13.6 billion to help Ukraine and our European allies. President Joe Biden actually requested $10 billion initially for military, humanitarian, and economic aid last week. And the Democratic and Republican backing was so great that the figure actually grew to $12 billion Monday and $13.6 billion just a day later. Party leaders are discussing the measure in the House, as you can see as we speak, and plan to push it through the Senate by the end of this week. It is actually more than 2,000 pages long. And to kind of break down the funding for you, over $4 billion of the aid is set to help the country and Eastern European nations cope with the 2 million and counting refugees who've already fled. Another $6.7 billion is for the deployment of U.S. troops and equipment to the region, and also to transfer American military items to Ukraine and the United States allies. And there's also economic aid and and money to enforce economic sanctions against Russia as well. This all happening as the fighting is continuing to intensify over there on the ground in Ukraine. So I do want to bring you the latest report from Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater. He's also talking about this deal that's been reached, as well as bringing us some more images from the invasion over there in Ukraine.
This is a $13.6 billion aid package for Ukraine and European allies. That's actually beyond what the White House asked for, but Ukraine may need much more. Music in a bomb shelter, an all too brief respite from the growing violence outside. Kyiv and surrounding areas are still under Ukrainian control, but Russian forces continue to close in.
Right now, I'm standing on a children's playground, you see? So it's definitely not a military object, it's just civilian.
Ukrainian President Volodymir Zelensky received a standing ovation from the British Parliament as he spoke by video. And in an interview with ABC News, he said he was cooling to the idea of NATO membership that has been a big sticking point for Russian President Vladimir Putin.
I think what Zelensky said is a major shift. When he says, look, I don't want to be necessarily part of NATO, that's like an olive branch to Putin.
At this point, though, there are few signs that Putin can really be won over. And the Ukrainian resistance continues to surpass expectations, despite needing more equipment. Still, an offer from Poland to provide MiG fighter jets passing through a U.S. airbase has been rejected by the Pentagon.
It's going to cost us as well.
President Biden, under pressure from Congress, did agree yesterday to cut off U.S. imports of Russian oil, a move he says will drive gas prices higher. But he rejected criticism that the White House stance against fossil fuels has made a bad situation even worse.
It's simply not true that my administration or policies are holding back domestic energy production.
He's completely wrong. They haven't done any oil and gas leasing since they took office.
And Vice President Kamala Harris travels to Poland today, and given this disagreement over providing fighter jets to Ukraine, it may be an awkward visit. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
And just as you heard Doug Lazater mention, Vice President Kamala Harris traveling to Poland and Romania for the next few days, pledging support to our allies. We actually, at around 7:30 a.m. Eastern time this morning, got feeds of her leaving Joint Base Andrews, so she is in the sky as we speak. And if we do get any live feeds of her landing there within the next couple of hours, we'll be sure to bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Like I just said, she leaves today, and she's going to meet with leaders in both countries tomorrow and Friday. She's expected to bring a three-part message assuring the U.S. stands with its NATO allies while also continuing to support Ukraine and condemning Russian President Vladimir Putin. Harris is expected to meet with foreign leaders and American troops during her visit. Now, you also heard Doug Lazater just mention this turbulence with fighter jets. So her visit's going to take a little bit of turn at dealing with this, because we learned over the last 24 hours that Poland basically tried to supply fighter jets to Ukrainian troops, and American officials claim they were caught off guard when the Polish government announced that it would be sending about 24 fighter jets to a U.S. air base in Germany. They were hoping the U.S. would then deliver them to the Ukraine. As you know, President Zelensky has requested more jets, more planes to aid their troops in fighting off Russia, but Russia warned that sending the aircraft to Ukraine would be seen as an act of war. So we were just interviewing a national security reporter with the Washington Post, and he basically said there's a fine line that everybody needs to watch crossing in order to, spark more anger, more resistance in Vladimir Putin. American officials say that they were not consulted about this decision and refused to sign the plan. So whether or not we get any live discussions about this in Poland with Vice President Kamala Harris, we'll be sure to bring it to you here on Live live now from Fox. I also do want to let you know that we have just gotten this feed into our desk as well. Looks like we are going to be getting remarks from Secretary of State Antony Blinken very soon. Now, he has been on a multi-day tour. He's been in Europe for about a week now, I want to say a little less than a week, and visiting our NATO allies as well, ensuring that they have our support during this invasion. Meanwhile, I do want to continue on talking about Ukrainian President Volodymir Zelensky. So as you heard right there, that was Zelensky addressing the UK Commons yesterday virtually, and he actually got a standing ovation. He was talking about the casualties, the death, the tragicness that they have seen over the course of this invasion, and he did get a standing ovation from Parliament. He thanked Prime Minister Boris Johnson for his support and said, referring to Russia, please increase the pressure of sanctions against this country and please recognize this country as a terrorist state. Let's listen in. Earlier today, he also provided a message to the people of Ukraine reacting to President Biden's announcement of banning Russian oil and energy sources here in the United States. I do believe I can get that to you a little bit later, but I actually do want to bring you a tweet that we are getting from President Zelensky. This is a news alert that we have just gotten. So they're basically saying that there was a direct strike of maternity hospital from Russian troops. He said people, children are under the wreckage. He said that this is an atrocity. How much longer will the world be an accomplice ignoring terror? Close the sky right now. Stop the killings. You have power, but you seem to be losing humanity. So I guess this is a video of that maternity hospital. A huge humanitarian crisis that this has caused within the last several weeks. We know that more than 2 million people and counting have fled, but so many people were forced to stay, especially when they had newborns. We've learned that half of the casualties that we've seen so far in the Ukraine have been children. So absolutely tragic to report and show you this video. Again, this just came into our desk moments ago from President Zelensky on Twitter himself. So we wanted to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with more nonstop coverage. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news, bringing you this latest tweet from Ukrainian President Volodymir Zelensky talking about a direct strike on a maternity hospital from Russian troops. This is we got this right into our desk just moments ago. He said here that people, children are under the wreckage, that this is an atrocity. How much longer will the world be an accomplice ignoring terror? You could see that he provided this video for us here on Live Now from Fox. He said, close the sky right now. Stop the killings. You have power, but you seem to be losing humanity. We actually do have more video to bring you from the Ukraine here this morning as we continue to follow this invasion that's entered its 14th day. This is actually video from a bombed hospital as fleeing citizens paint just a grim picture of what is happening in the Ukraine. We know that Russian shellings over the past few days have hit residential areas such as schools, homes, and hospitals like I just showed you, including this one right here. Meanwhile, this has left millions of Ukrainians scrambling, with UN officials saying more than 2 million have fled the country since the war began. 1 million and counting specifically are fleeing to Poland, making their way to Slovakia as well. We know about over 100,000 people have also made their way to Slovakia and Hungary, and tens of thousands are also arriving in Moldova and Romania. Again, we do have Vice President Kamala Harris on her way to Poland as we speak, and we just here at Live Now from Fox have been interviewing so many organizations, so many people that are working around the clock to provide aid for the people in the Ukraine. So I do want to bring you this interview with our very own Live Now from Fox host, Christy Larson. She's speaking with a member of an organization called Samaritan's Purse, who is working to help the refugees over there overseas. So I do want to play this for you here on Live Now from Fox. Live now from Fox, we have so many organizations who are answering the call for help, as we do have millions of Ukrainians who are fleeing the country. Again, at this time, a number of people trying to lend a hand, but right now we want to be speaking with one of those organizations. Samaritan's Purse is not only helping with food, clothes, and medical supplies, but also they have now been building and airlifting a emergency field hospital that is being set up in Ukraine at this time. So we do want to bring in the president of Samaritan's Purse. He's joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We have Franklin Graham here with us, and we really appreciate your time. I know there's so many things that you guys are doing. Let's just go ahead and kind of talk about some of the remarkable efforts you guys are doing in Ukraine, and especially for those refugees who have crossed over that border.
Thank you, Krista. We've got right now a field hospital set up in Lviv. This will be operational by the end of the week. We also have a clinic set up at the train station. You have tens of thousands of people that pass that train station every day, and there's no medical care. And some of these people come off the train wounded. Some of them are women have had babies on the train. And so we've got to be able to do all that we can to help them. And those that need to be hospitalized, we'll take them straight to the hospital. We're there for the long haul. We're also doing some food distribution. We'll be doing a lot more of that, I believe, in the days to come, as the need will get even greater, I think, especially in these villages or towns that are going to be maybe cut off from the rest of the country. We've got our second cargo plane landing tomorrow with more supplies and equipment for the hospital. We'll be working up on the border as well. The need there is endless. They need everything, but more than anything, Krista, they need our prayers.
And I like how you're saying, too, obviously there are more than 2 million people who have fled the country. There's such a huge need for food, drinking water, hygiene. So many thousands more still trying to make their way across that border. Obviously, as you mentioned, things moving so fluidly. How much work does it take to get everything organized to set up these tents, to set up the field hospital to help in this response?
Well, I have about 100 people on the ground that are working right now, but we also have a network of churches. This would be Baptist and Pentecostal churches. They have a tremendous network. We have been working with them since 1996. with over 3,200 churches in the country. So we've got a lot of contacts and a lot of ability for distribution through the local churches. The local churches, are, in my opinion, are just the best way to go. They know the need of the community better than anybody else. They know that, of course, they've got the language, the culture, and so we just partner with them and work with them. And we'll be doing quite a bit of this, I believe, in just the next few weeks.
And one thing that we've seen, and I know that you had touched on it too, is a lot of hope and prayer seems to be something that the Ukrainian people have continued to lean on. How important is it to have faith part of your mission, especially at a time when so many people had to leave behind loved ones, as there was that mandate for men to stay behind in the country to help fight?
Well, I think, Christy, our prayers not only are needed, but the greatest hope we have is that God has not forgotten Ukraine. I want people to know that God has not forgotten them, and God hasn't turned his back on them. And this storm that they're going through, I believe God will take them through that. The people there in the Ukraine have suffered immensely. They're going to suffer, I'm afraid, much more as this war continues. But this is a country of deep faith, and they have over 1,000 years of church history in this country. And so I think their faith is strong, and the nation is strong, and the nation's going to survive.
And as we just continue seeing some of these pictures and videos of all of the equipment that you guys have helped provide, obviously everything you're still continuing to do to get things set up, what is still a need? What are you asking for people who are watching back home in America to lend a hand? How can we help you?
Well, first of all, finances are always a big issue. It takes money to get this equipment in place, to buy it and set it up. But more importantly, again, and this, I don't want to underemphasize the need for prayer. For people that are watching, what can you do right now? Just pray. Pray for the people of Ukraine. And I believe God hears prayer, and I believe God can answer prayer. And I believe the only way this war is going to come to an end is if God intervenes. And that's my prayer, and I hope people would join me in praying for this nation and its people.
And have you been able to get in touch with some of those teams down on the ground? What have they been saying when they've been seeing these refugees make their way across the border and they're receiving this help right away from organizations just like Samaritan's Purse?
Well, first of all, the people, as they come to the border, of course, it's very chaotic. And most of our work is inside the country before the people get to the border. That they're very appreciative of everything that we are able to do. Just giving a bottle of water means everything in the world. A smile on your face, the encouragement that gives them when you can just smile and tell them God bless you, means everything. But we've been meeting with church leaders. We're wanting the churches to know that we're there to support them. And we're there to help. Being a war zone, it's very difficult getting money into the country. And so that's a challenge. Just how do we operate in a country where most of the banks now are closed? So we got some challenges in front of us that we have to work out. But the people are very grateful for everyone who's there to help them.
And finally, Mr. Graham, if I could, I just want to ask, obviously with a little bit of the background I've been reading about Samaritan's Purse, you guys have been doing work in Ukraine. Has that helped you guys be some of those leaders who have been out there helping ever since this invasion started?
We've worked there since '96, and we have a network of 3,200 churches. We just delivered to the Ukraine about 6 weeks ago over 660,000 shoebox gifts to be distributed to the children. And we already distributed 400,000 of those before the invasion. We hope to get the other 200 and some thousand when we can, hopefully soon. But we've got a long history of working there. I've preached there. We've held large meetings in the capital and also in Lviv. And we hope to be able to go back and preach there again one day. But right now, we're there to help the people. And we're going to do it until we're driven out of the country.
And I know, obviously, as you mentioned, thoughts and prayers going out not only to the Ukrainian people, but also all of those teams you guys have also helped provide in the country who are giving that aid, setting up those hospitals that are much needed at this time. We appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Any final words or thoughts you want to share with our viewers here as they're looking to help in any way that they can right here at home?
Well,
All right, a great interview there by our very own Christy Larson, speaking with a representative of Samaritan's Purse. So many organizations here in the United States and there overseas working to help the refugees that have fled Ukraine since this invasion, which is now entering its 14th day. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to continue bringing you the fact that drivers are facing more pain at the pump than ever before. The national average for gasoline now $4.25 a gallon, according to AAA. But that's lucky for some people. In parts of California, we know that it's hit more than $6 a gallon. So when we come back, we're going to be joined by a Fox business reporter out in the state of New Jersey. She's going to be bringing us the latest on prices out there, what we can expect in the coming days and weeks, and also the fact that it is not just fuel that is affected by this. There are more than 6,000 products we use every day that use oil, petrochemicals, and those prices could be getting hiked up as well. So stick with us. That's coming up after this quick break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. It is a major story that we are continuing to follow here in the United States. Drivers facing more pain at the pump than ever before. It's been climbing basically every couple of hours, but right now the national average for gasoline is $4.25 a gallon, according to AAA. But like I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, that's lucky for some people. In parts of California and on the West Coast, you're seeing more than $6 a gallon. So will this keep climbing? We do know that President Biden yesterday officially banned Russian oil imports and energy sources in retaliation to the invasion into the Ukraine. So to continue this conversation, I do want to head out to East Rutherford, New Jersey. That is where Fox business reporter Madison Allworth is joining us live with the very latest on prices out there. Madison, I know that they've been seeing particularly high prices in the north. So what can you tell us this morning?
Yeah, I mean, it's so much of what you've touched on, Regina. We are seeing high prices across the U.S., that national average sitting at $4.25. Certain states have seen it go up even more. California, even here in New Jersey, the gas station behind me, they're charging $4.33 when you pay with their credit card for regular. And this is all happening at a time we've seen gas pretty steadily increase since the summer, but it's really jumped in the last couple of days, particularly since the invasion in Ukraine. With the ban on Russian oil, you should expect oil prices to go up. And when that happens, gas goes up. But like you mentioned, it's not just gas and fuel that you fill your car. around 6,000 items are made from oil, and we can expect the cost of all of those to also go up.
And you know, Madison, when you say more than 6,000 products, this is actually some information that they say you learn something new every day. But what products are we talking about here? It's actually products that we use in our everyday lives that I'm learning.
Absolutely. I mean, essentially every portion of your life will be touched by oil increasing, right? So if you have a car, obviously that's fuel. But other than that, almost every single pharmaceutical product and byproduct is made with the use of petrochemicals. So we're heading into allergy season. Your allergy meds are going to cost more. COVID-19 vaccines, those are also derived from oil. That's all going to cost more. Big thing is plastics. And you think about how much in our life is either packaged in plastic or has plastic parts. All of that also is going to be costing you more. And then it's just everyday items. Glue is going to cost more, lipstick, fertilizer. We're already dealing with 7.5% inflation. That's some of the highest inflation we've seen in around 40 years. So your grocery store bill already costing you a bunch more, now expected to go up even more, which is hard to imagine considering the prices we're seeing. But when fertilizer costs more, it costs more to farm certain goods. So all of those things, meats, grains, you should expect that to bump up in price as well. You know, it's going to be a delayed increase. We've seen such a dramatic jump in recent days. So while the fuel prices at the pump immediately react, we're going to see those 6,000 or so products that will start to happen. But I mean, the bottom line, Regina, when it costs more to produce things, it's going to cost more for you to buy them.
Yeah, and then the domino effect of that, Madison, is getting all of these products across the U.S. and across the globe. I mean, trucks, they take diesel, which is now climbing to more than $6 a gallon. And I'm even hearing, obviously, plane tickets. And if you plan on traveling, that's going to get expensive too. Am I right?
Absolutely. So first, that diesel portion, yes. So not only getting it to the store is it going to cost more, so that could be factored into the cost, but think about how much many of us rely on Amazon or FedEx, USPS. All of these carriers are going to be, you know, paying a lot more for their fuel. So you should expect that they might be increasing their delivery costs. And then yes, jet fuel, that is a big portion of the crude oil. When you get a barrel of oil, so much of it goes to fuel at the pump, and then another big portion, the second largest thing, is jet fuel. So jet fuel is going to be increasing in cost. And unfortunately, we were already anticipating the price of airline tickets to go up. With Omicron kind of hopefully fading into the background, the demand for travel has gone up. I've actually done a couple stories with Hopper, which is an airline company that looks at the cost of price for tickets. They're expecting that month by month through at least June, we will see around a 6 or 7% increase in the cost of airline tickets each month. Now, that's before we saw this crazy jump in the cost of crude oil, which is what jet fuel comes from. So that could be increased even more. So yeah, expect those travel tickets to also go up in cost.
Which, like you just mentioned, you know, I feel like we're finally coming to some sort of light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to COVID. Everybody wants to get moving forward with these travel plans that we couldn't make, and now the travel plans are going to cost us a whole ton of money. And interesting also to note that we've been speaking on ever since we got that announcement from President Biden that they're going to be banning the Russian imports of oil and energy sources. Now, that only makes up a small chunk of our sources, but now there's a bigger call on domestic oil and domestic energy, and they're really saying that this is a time where these domestic companies shouldn't be price gouging, especially with the costs that we're already seeing for fuel.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talk around all of this, and it's important to kind of cut through the noise. You know, the White House has talked about all these unused permits that are sitting empty in the U.S. The reality is we're using more permits than we ever have really in the past. And on top of that, if there's a permit on federal land, it doesn't necessarily mean that there's a permit to get to the oil, and there might not even be oil at that permitted lot. So there's just a lot of confusion around the subject, and a lot of factors weighing in. The issue with the Russian oil is not even just the imports here, but it's the impact of Russian oil on the entire world economy. And so even though for us it's not as much as the European oil market, we still do take from, or have historically have imported from Russia. So when you ban an oil source from one of our producers, it is going to have an impact on the cost of oil, especially at a time when we're seeing demand be very, very high.
Definitely. Well, as you said, a lot of information to cipher through, so we really appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox, getting our viewers all up to speed. Madison Allworth with Fox Business out there in New Jersey. Thanks so much for joining us. Stay warm out there. I see that it's snowing behind you.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to bring you some more coverage of the news that we are following as the Russian invasion into Ukraine has officially entered a 14th day. We do have this news alert to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. This is a tweet coming from Ukrainian President Volodymir Zelensky talking about a strike on a maternity hospital from Russian troops out there, saying that people, children are under the wreckage. He's calling this an atrocity, saying how much more can we take? How much longer will the world be an accomplice, ignoring terror, saying close the sky right now, stop the killings. You have power, but you seem to be losing humanity. Again, we do have Vice President Kamala Harris also on her way to Poland right now. Here's a Live Now look outside of the White House in Washington, D.C. She did depart Joint Base Andrews at around 7:30 a.m. this morning, so obviously a couple of hours in the sky. If we do get some feeds coming in from her landing out there in Warsaw, Poland, that is where she's headed. We'll be sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Here's a look right now we have of Kyiv in the Ukraine. We know that sirens have been going off, Russian troops continuing to surround the major city, and this is where President Volodymyr Zelensky is. He posted a very defiant message just days ago saying that he is going to remain in the presidential offices, that he is not leaving. He is going to fight until the very end, as well as all of his troops and all of the Ukrainian people. Again, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
A live look here in Ukraine as we continue to hear more shelling is happening. Efforts to coordinate safe routes of escape for Ukrainian civilians are continuing as well as more people are trying to flee the country. Now, it has been many days now. We're at the 2-week mark as now more than 2 million people have fled the country. Nearly half of them are children, and Russian troops have continued to capture different territories, especially in the south. They have faced also some fierce Ukrainian resistance in regions. So Ukrainian officials do say women who are pregnant or with children, the elderly, those with disabilities, they've been given high priority to leave besieged or occupied cities on Wednesday through a humanitarian corridor Russia and Ukraine have agreed to. So some 5,000 civilians, including some foreign students, were able to flee one of those such cities on Tuesday. So life has become increasingly desperate in cities cut from electricity. They are facing food and medicine shortages and also gas shortages as well. I was speaking with a group just a little bit earlier here today who was saying that they know that fuel's running low. So there's so many different ways that people are trying to still help the Ukrainians, not only who are staying behind in the country, but also those who have been crossing the borders. So thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. So with that being said, I do want to go into that interview. I spoke with Save Our Allies about their efforts as we've been speaking with a number of groups who have been trying to help any way they can, whether it be with refugees who've crossed the border or even going into the country themselves. Let's go ahead and listen into that right here on Live Now from Fox. Humanitarian and rescue organizations are lending a hand to Ukrainians who have had to fled the country because of this unprovoked attack by Russian troops. We do have one of those organizations joining me here on Live Now from Fox. So we do have Save Our Allies, who are on a mission to help provide much needed care to all of those in Ukraine and who have crossed that border. So Chad Robichaud, along with also Dakota Meyer, joining us here on Live Now. We appreciate the time that you guys have given us here today. You are there at the border, so let's just start with some of the things that you guys have been doing since you arrived there last week.
Yeah, well, we got here a week ago, but we've had a team on the ground for over a month now, before the invasion even started, because we knew what was going to happen. And putting things in place, putting all the logistical infrastructure to, one, push medical aid forward to the wounded that are in need, and also to be able to evacuate Americans and vulnerable people groups like women and children, the people that are being left behind, because all the men are having to fight, and they are fighting. And so we have lots of vulnerable women, children, elderly that need to be moved, sometimes out of the country and sometimes to a safer place. For example, in Kiev, maybe it's not safe to be there, but if they could just be moved one town over, they're going to be in a much safer situation and have the ability to maybe even self-evacuate.
So as you guys have been there, and you said your teams have been there, what have been some of the stories that you can share about some of those pieces that you just touched on, some of the work that you've been doing there?
Yeah, so I mean, right now our focus is kind of on making sure that we have the resources and making sure that we have the capabilities to sustain this over a long period of time. Look, this isn't going away anytime soon. I think that is very, very obvious to everyone that's got here. This is way more complex than anything in Iraq and Afghanistan. I mean, you're talking about two sovereign nations, two sides. I mean, they have, they're set up. I mean, they're countries, right? And so it's like, it's a complex situation. And I mean, you can imagine how chaotic it is with the war going on. So obviously they're very receptive to us coming over and helping. Our team that's on the ground, they've already gone in and made successful evacuations. It's just in trying to go over and make a difference. What we're really trying to do is be able to sustain this, be able to make sure that our team is safe, and even more importantly, making sure that the people that we are trying to help, that we're not putting them in a worse situation. And so that's kind of where we're at in this phase of what we're doing over here. But I got to tell you, look, on this team with Save Our Allies, I mean, I'm literally surrounded by, just such incredible human beings who are just willing to give so much and go over and just help people. It's literally about good and evil, and it's about being on the side of good and helping good.
Well, and I'm glad you mentioned the people that are on the team. It's not just people who felt the need to go over there. You guys are really trained specialists who have been on a number of missions before, been deployed before. So let's talk a little bit about your guys' background as well, because Chad, I know we've spoken many times about your work that you did in Afghanistan when you helped to rescue those 17,000 people during that exit just a few months ago. But now here you are again, lending a hand to people in need.
Yeah, you know, when the Afghanistan withdrawal was announced, I had my friend Aziz, who served with me in 8 deployments as a Force Recon Marine on a JSOC task force, on a Joint Special Operations Command task force. Aziz has saved my life multiple times, and I was committed to go and get him, his wife, and his 6 kids. And that led to us starting Save Our Allies and working with just teaming up with some of the most highly skilled professionals from the special operations community, and mainly people that have just unique experiences with precision rescue operations. And with that team and our ability to plan and have just such a strong network of resources and partners and supporters that supported us financially, we were able to rescue 17,000 people. And after building that team and that skill set and that capacity, when this started to happen in Ukraine, we knew we needed to not retire from this. After only 6 months, we knew we had to do the right thing, come here, help Americans that are trying to evacuate, and also be able to bring in the resource needed. One of the biggest things that's needed right now in Ukraine is medical support. The hospitals have been just inundated with casualties and trauma, and they are going through their resources. They need resources brought into the country. We have the capacity to do that, and we're doing that, as well as building, as Dakota said, a sustainable long-term infrastructure to be able to continue to rescue people, not just today, but months down the road.
And I know we have there you're back. Dakota, a Medal of Honor recipient. I know that is a huge honor. How does this mission compare to others that you've been deployed to in the past?
I mean, look, this is no different than anything else I've ever been part of, right? It's just about going out and trying to continue to serve. I mean, serving is not about just serving your country. It's not about just serving, in your best interest. It's about serving, good people, right? It's about going in and standing up against evil. And I truly just believe that, this is the most evil thing that our generation has ever witnessed. And coming over here and being part of this and being around all these people and seeing just how critical, like this, the NGOs over here and their success is really going to be the point that decides if America has to go into a war, right? I mean, if we can be successful at this and we can help them sustain and help empower the Ukrainians to be able to hold off on their country, I mean, it could literally change the ball game. And that's just, this mission is so important, and it's so, it's the same as anything we've ever done, right? I mean, it's just about going over and standing with good.
And we have been hearing some stories, too, of Ukrainian people coming in contact with Russian troops, and they didn't even know the mission that they were going out on. They thought they were going to special training, and all of a sudden now they're invading a country, and they were also told they'd be welcome. Now they're seeing that that's not the case. Have you guys been hearing any of those stories, and what are some of the things you've seen firsthand, because you've shared pictures of coming across a lot of these different obstacles throughout your path as well?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we're learning is that the Russians were not as motivated or aware of what they were going to do. I mean, some of them were told they were coming in there, going to Ukraine to train. Some of them, they were told they were going to Ukraine to liberate the Ukrainian people. And some of them were told they were going there to fight the Ukrainian people. So there's not a consistent message. There's a lot of, I think Putin underestimated the motivation of it and capability of his own troops. And he underestimated the ability or the will of the Ukrainian people, who are saying, hey, I might not even be a soldier, but if you come in my yard, I'm going to stab you in the chest with a pitchfork. They're willing to defend their land, and they're going to do. The mayors and governors are still in place. They have not left. The people are signing up. There's militias signing up. Everybody's arming themselves. Women that can leave have chosen to stay there and pick up arms and learn how to use the AK-47 and fight to defend their land. I have been so encouraged and inspired by the people of Ukraine and by the people of the world. At the border, what you see is one side of just sheer tragedy of people leaving, women and children that look like, you look at their eyes, they just look like hollow, and it's just so sad. But then on the other side, you see people from all over the world who showed up with this people from India with a food truck making cauliflower curry to hand out as people come across so they get a warm meal. Piles of jackets and clothes. People driving in lines that take hours to get there with empty cars just driving with it. That way they could have every seat empty so they could drive people back. There's a man from Germany that came all the way across Poland into Germany, dragging a grand piano, put it on the border, and is sitting there in the cold playing Imagine. And as he's playing it, I walked up to him and asked him, "What are you doing here?" And he said, "These people heard bombs and bullets, and now I want them to come across and hear something beautiful." So many people are just doing what Dakota said, doing the right thing now so we can help empower the Ukrainian people and to defend themselves. So maybe we don't have a World War III. Maybe we could do something by the world coming together and handling it without the governments of the world to empower the Ukrainian people to defend themselves.
I mean, we have been hearing those stories. I know we even saw that video of him playing the piano as well. It's so funny that you mentioned that story. Has there been any stories of those people who are crossing the border, who did have to, unfortunately, leave their homes with only things that they can carry? Anything about their journey that has stuck out to you when you've been out there lending your hand?
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, that's what you're hearing mostly is that these people are having to leave their house. They're having to leave everything that they have there. I mean, you know, they whatever they can grab, whatever they can throw in a suitcase, whatever they can throw in their car and drive. And I mean, look, I mean, these checkpoints coming across, I mean, these lines are astronomical, right? I mean, it's a true issue. I mean, it's not warm, it's cold there. I mean, some people are running out of gas and they're having to get out and finish their trek on foot. I mean, they're literally leaving to survive. And it is, I mean, it's heartbreaking.
I mean, you got fuel. You got so many issues that they're facing. You know, we have about a week left of fuel in Ukraine, and so as they're evacuating and sitting in line for sometimes days, they run out of fuel. And if all they have is clothes on their back, we can get like 10 degrees in Ukraine at night. So you get women and children and elderly potentially freezing to death at night. They're already cold. They're already hungry. They're already maybe dehydrated. So it's a very serious situation. When they get to the border, they don't know where to go next. I was at one of the refugee centers, old train station, and they just have hundreds of women and children in there. And was just sitting there talking to this one lady, and she was just saying how she didn't even know where her husband was. She didn't know if he was alive. She didn't know where he was. She just had her and her son and her daughter, and didn't know anyone anywhere outside of Ukraine, had no contact with any family. So she's just alone and scared. And you know, me and one of my interpreter, Rowan, we just prayed with her and you know, tried to connect her with some local people, a local church here in Poland, where she could have some kind of contact because she had no one. So yeah, it's devastating. But again, you see so many volunteers at this refugee center. There was the local Polish Girl Scouts, and 8 girls there to serve 170 women and children. And they were, I was just made me super proud of them. I don't know them, but I was like, it's so awesome what you guys do, and I'm so proud of you guys, and just here just serving and trying to do the right thing.
Well, and that's something that, too, you know, you have seen is, as you mentioned, so many different people around the entire world who have come to this location, who have set up other locations across to Europe to help all of these people who've had to flee, again, an unprovoked attack where now all these innocent citizens have been in the path of this destruction. And you said medical is the biggest need. What have been some of the ways you guys have been helping relieve a little bit? Because obviously medicine and treatments across the country in Ukraine have been diminishing ever since this invasion had happened.
Yeah, I think right now, you know, Save Our Allies, along with we have some really amazing partners that are on the ground here, you know, doing everything from, you know, you've got organizations setting up hospitals, getting ready for an influx of you know, wounded and trauma centers. I mean, on our team just alone, we have two trauma surgeons on the ground here with us, you know, that are ready to go. I mean, it's just, you know, getting medical supplies and being able to get those medical supplies across to be able to help them sustain on the battlefield, to be able to help them sustain the trauma. And I mean, you know, the other aspect of this, and I think we've seen this many times with, you know, natural disasters, is it's not always just the trauma aspect of it, which there is a lot of, and we're doing our best to support and fill that gap. But you've also got all these, people who are coming, across the border, who are trekking a long way, who didn't have enough time to grab, their chronic illness, their medications, to be able to have those with them and to be able to treat that. I mean, just think about all these people that are coming. You've got pregnant women who have babies that need to be delivered. I mean, there's all this other influx of resources that are going to be needed to enable to sustain all these people that are crossing the border and trying to get away from this.
Yeah, they're running out of insulin, blood pressure medicine, like life critical medications that are they're out of, and so those things have to be brought forward. And there's no way to airdrop. There's no way to fly a plane in and airdrop them, or for someone just to drive there. Some of the places, we have to have good infrastructure, organizations like ours to get them in. And Save Our Allies, great organization. That's what we're doing. Then you got other great organizations like Samaritan's Purse that are just, we worked with them in Afghanistan, so incredible, and they're here, doing incredible things.
Yeah, we actually spoke with Franklin Graham, president of Samaritan's Purse, the other day, and he did say, not only did the people need prayers, they need everyone to donate in any way they can, but of course that medical attention is one of the biggest needs right now. They're putting that field hospital in Ukraine at this time as well. So many different ways that all of these different needs are being answered by organizations like Save Our Allies, like you guys. If there's people watching, they're wondering, I just feel like I can't do anything to help. Of course, donations of even just money will help go a long way for you guys as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, everyone wants to do something. We've seen this in Afghanistan. People are like, I have to do something about this. And you can. Maybe you can't come here. Maybe you can't go to Ukraine. I spent my whole life having to, building the ability to be here and do what I'm able to do. But people can do something. You can donate. And look, this operation is extremely expensive. Getting medicine, moving medical supplies in, being able to transport people, building, providing good, solid communications, and all these types of things, extremely expensive. Last night I spent most of my night last night awake, line adding in and out our budget for, and it's going to cost millions of dollars to do this, and but there's no price tag on human life. We're faithful that that support's going to come in. We've seen so many amazing people step up for Afghanistan, and we know the world has just moved and emotionally invested in this just because it's the right thing to do for other humans. And we have a moral obligation for those who have the capacity and ability to support something like this. I believe you have a moral obligation to do the right thing in such time as this. And Save Our Allies, you can donate there at saveourallies.org. We desperately need your support. If you have questions about what we need support for specifically, just email us off the website. We'll definitely be happy to share our needs.
And obviously, every single dollar really is going to be stretched to continue to provide the support that you guys have already been doing over this past month. Any final thoughts, any final words you'd want to share with people who are watching? As you guys have said, you've been seeing so many people who've been devastated because of what they've had to leave behind, but then they see so many friendly faces ready to greet them, ready to help in any way they can. I'm sure that brings your spirits up just a little bit while you're out there helping.
Yeah, I mean, look, I feel like being over here, being around the team, being around these people who are working, tirelessly, like all night, all through the night, dedicating their lives to come help people they don't even know. For me, I'm getting way more out of this than they're getting out of me, right? And it's just such an honor to be able to be with Save Our Allies. It's such an honor to be over here to be able to serve people. And I just think, look, understand that through tragedy, there's hope, right? We all come together, and I think we're seeing this over here. We're seeing a lot of good that's outshining the evil, right? And I think that we continue that with your all support, going to saveourallies.org, donating. If you can't donate, then when people ask what they can do, then you tell them, go to saveourallies.org, that this organization is over there and this is what we're doing. Reach out to us if you have any questions or you want to know what we need. And I just like that's what we could use the most of.
And of course, I know so many people can't be there helping in person, so that's one way that they can feel like they're helping with this cause. We appreciate so much you guys joining us here, giving us some insight as to just some of those efforts that are underway. Of course, we've been seeing some of those pictures and videos, but really hearing it firsthand gives a little bit more context to the situation that's been happening. So Chad Robichaud and Dakota Beyer, we appreciate you so much, and I hope that you guys can continue to provide that relief that is much needed, but also stay safe while doing so.
Thank you so much.
And we'll be right back here on
and
Live
rescue
Now
organizations
after
are lending
this 2-minute break. Here's a live picture, sun going down in Ukraine. And also, we do have a press conference we're waiting on with Secretary of State Anthony Blinken. He is meeting with the UK Foreign Secretary. They're going to be holding a joint press conference. We'll be, again, stepping away for 2 minutes and hopefully have this live for you when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just want to remind our viewers we are here waiting for Secretary Blinken. He's going to be stepping out any moment for a joint press conference with our UK Secretary as well. So we do have that we are expecting here any moment. But until that time, of course, we always like to keep you in live content. So we are going to be going and jumping into some remarks that are being made by our NATO Secretary General. This is a keynote speech at the Ottawa Conference on Security and Defense. Let's go ahead, listen into that again right here on Live Now from Fox.
Allies to do even more, and therefore I call on all allies to step up. And I welcome also the message from from Prime Minister Trudeau that in light of the Russian brutal invasion of Ukraine, Canada will also then assess the need for further increases in defense spending.
So I'd like to explore what you see as the new normal. You've spoken frequently about the current crisis being the new normal for NATO. So how is that the new normal? How do you see this as the new normal right now? But in the medium term, what does NATO do to be prepared? What does NATO need to be prepared for in the medium term?
I think it's obvious that we are faced with a new reality, a new security environment, a new normal, and this is reflected in many different ways. And of course, the illegal, brutal invasion of Ukraine demonstrates this very clearly, because what we see now is that Russia more openly is contesting core values for our security, including the right of every nation to choose their own path, or NATO's right to protect and defend all allies. And they are demonstrating their will to use force to obtain their objectives. Russia has clearly, or President Putin has clearly stated that it will be very serious if Finland and Sweden decides to apply for NATO membership, and he has threatened with what he called military technical consequences. So this goes beyond Ukraine. This is about denying every nation in Europe the right to choose its own path and to become a NATO member if they so want. NATO, we respect the decision of countries regardless of whether they apply for membership or not apply for membership. That's a sovereign decision by every sovereign nation. And then Russia has also contested and challenged our right to protect all allies, because in this written proposal for a new security agreement between NATO and Russia they sent us in December, it was one of the provisions is that we should remove all NATO troops and all NATO infrastructure from all countries that have joined NATO after 1997. That means 14 out of the 30 members we have in NATO, and the whole enlargement after the end of Cold War will be then some kind of second-class members. If you look at this and then combine that with the fact that you see that Russia and China are now operating more closely together, exercising more closely together, interacting militarily and politically more closely together, and that China has not been able to come out and condemn the invasion of Ukraine. And also they had a statement, a joint statement, President Xi and President Putin, at the beginning of the Olympics, where China stated clearly that China now for the first time criticizes NATO enlargement. So two authoritarian powers which are challenging the rules-based order, who are openly against our core values, freedom of speech, freedom of expression, democracy, the rule of law, and oppressing those values in Hong Kong and in Ukraine or in many other countries. This is the new normal. This is the challenge we have to step up to, and that's exactly what we do. Europe and North America are standing together.
Thank you so much. Yes, I saw the Russian proposal sent prior to Christmas, and one Russian Moscow newspaper said that President Putin has now asked the West for a live unicorn for Christmas. So I was very worried and curious to see how those negotiations went, but as we've seen, they didn't go anywhere, and he's launched his full-scale invasion. May I turn, Secretary General, to a nuclear issue? And many commentators are worried that the risk of President Putin resorting to the nuclear option is at the highest risk that we have seen. So if you could tell us your thoughts about his threats in this regard and NATO's strategic posture, that would be very helpful.
President Putin's rhetoric on nuclear issues, his messages that we will see consequences which the history has never seen before, and actually the way he has also, in a way, directly referred to and demonstrated in different presentations the new nuclear capabilities of Russia, including hypersonic glide vehicles and other very advanced weapon systems that can carry nuclear weapons, is reckless and dangerous. And it contradicts what Russia actually officially states, because not so many weeks ago, Russia signed, together with other permanent members of the UN Security Council, a declaration where they restated that the nuclear war cannot be won and should never be fought. And then the next day, they have this, President Putin has this reckless nuclear rhetoric, which is contradicting the message of never fight a nuclear war. NATO's response is that we strongly believe that we should continue to work for nuclear disarmament. We have been doing that for many years, and actually there are many things that has not worked as we hoped and planned for when it comes to Russia, but at least over the decades there has been some very important nuclear disarmament agreements. We have lost, or we have seen regrettably the demise of the INF Treaty, banning intermediate range weapons, but we still have the New START limiting the number of long-range weapon systems, which is important. But at the same time, we also made it clear that as long as there are nuclear weapons, NATO will remain in nuclear alliance, because we just don't believe that a world where NATO get rid of our nuclear weapons and then Russia, China, North Korea keep theirs, that's not a safer world. So the way to reach a safer world without nuclear weapons or with fewer nuclear weapons is balanced, verifiable arms control. We are ready to do that, but as long as nuclear weapons exist, we have to make sure that we have a nuclear deterrence which is safe and secure and effective.
You were very clear, Secretary General, coming out of the last ministerial meeting about the NATO position on no-fly zones. We've also seen the humanitarian situation worsening with tremendous outflow of refugees from Ukraine. So if you could perhaps speak to us about the rationale for the position on no-fly zones and what NATO can do to help support some of the measures to get humanitarian assistance to those who need it.
What we see, the pictures, the reports we see coming out from Ukraine is painful. It's heinous, the violence, and we have seen credible reports about attacks against civilians, which is a war crime, and therefore we continue to call on President Putin to end this war and to withdraw all his forces and to sit down and engage in real efforts to find a political solution. And of course, the first step should be to allow humanitarian corridors to be established and to respect those. NATO allies are providing significant support to Ukraine. Of course, it's first and foremost the bravery, the courage of the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian leadership and its armed forces that has made it possible to actually fight back, stop the invading Russian armed forces. But our support is essential, and NATO allies has supported and has stepped up and continues to provide support in many different ways to Ukraine. Weapons, military support, but also humanitarian aid. On the no-fly zones, what is important is that I think everyone has to understand that it's not only about declaring a no-fly zone. It has to be imposed. And the only way to impose a no-fly zone in a hostile environment, as we see in Ukraine now, is to massively attack Russian air defense systems. We cannot operate a no-fly zone with all the Russian air defense systems intact. So a no-fly zone will require massive attacks on Russian air defense systems. And it will require that we are ready to engage directly in confrontation with Russian planes. So no-fly zone entails NATO massively attacking Russian air defense systems in Ukraine, in Belarus, and in Russia. It entails direct confrontation between NATO air capabilities and Russian air capabilities. This will significantly escalate the war, the fighting in Ukraine, but also, of course, risk a full-fledged war in Europe involving NATO allies, NATO against Russia. And that will lead to so much more human suffering, civilian casualties, destruction, and it will be extremely dangerous. So it is a painful decision made by NATO allies, but we need to make sure that this conflict ends. We have to avoid that it expands, escalates. And that's exactly what we're doing, providing support, but also acting in ways which doesn't trigger the escalation of the conflict we now see in Ukraine.
Thank you. You're being very generous with your time, Secretary General, and I thank you. I may end up, unless I get another burning question in the chat from the audience, I may end up with a question to you about cyber. So we've seen over the past few years very sophisticated both cyber attacks and disinformation campaigns from Russia aimed at NATO allies, all NATO allies. So I'm curious about what you're seeing at NATO in terms of Russian cyber and disinformation activity against allies, and what conversations you've had about the cyber threshold for Article 5.
Well, cyber will be and is a part of any military confrontation. There will be a cyber dimension. And of course, we are faced with this more blurred line between peace and war, hybrid tools, hybrid conflicts. And of course, allies have reported about many different types of cyber attacks against political institutions, private companies. We have seen attempts to meddle in political domestic democratic processes in different countries, and attributed this to Russia in many of the cases. So NATO has significantly stepped up the way we address cyber threats. We have, as you alluded to, also decided to make clear that a cyber attack can trigger Article 5. But we will never give the privilege to a potential adversary to tell exactly where that threshold is. But we will deem, we will assess, and then we will make our own decisions when we trigger Article 5. Then, of course, we can respond in cyber, but we can also respond in another domain. We have established now cyber as a military domain alongside air, sea, and land, and actually space. And for instance, for Ukraine, we have over the years, but also recently, helped them to improve their cyber defenses to protect their own networks. We recently signed an agreement with Ukraine on how to facilitate support also before the invasion, but allies and NATO are helping with cyber defenses. And because this is so important for Ukraine, but also for all NATO allied countries.
Thank you so much. Secretary General, I'm going to end the questioning here. You have been, as I said, remarkably generous with your time. I know that you have and your staff have been working more than 24/7 since the invasion began. And I know as well that there will be a lot of work over the next few months heading into the Madrid summit, responding to the crisis in Ukraine. The new strategic concept will be ever so more important right now and more difficult to decide how NATO can and should adapt to both the immediate concerns, the immediate crisis, but also some of the medium-term new risks that NATO is facing. So I would like to thank you very much for your kind words to me and your kind words to Canada. We're very, very supportive of NATO. It's the backbone of our security policy and something that we take to heart. So I thank you very much for your generous time this morning, and I thank the audience for their excellent questions as well.
Thank you so much, Kari. Great to see you again. Thank you.
Good seeing you.
And thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. We do appreciate all of our viewers. We are still waiting here for this press conference. It's a joint conference, and not only with our own Secretary Blinken, but also UK Foreign Secretary Truss. So we will be jumping into this as soon as we do see them step out to their podiums. Until that time, let's go ahead, take this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break. We'll be right back here with more content on the other side.
I would like to see all allies
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Wanted to start things off here on this other end of the break with the big board. As you are seeing, we are up more than 660 points at this time. Now, we do also have, again, a press conference we're waiting on. This is with our own Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, as well as our UK Foreign Secretary, Elizabeth Truss. So their joint press conference is running behind. They're almost a half hour late at this point, but as soon as we see them, of course, we'll jump into this live. So until then, let's go ahead, continue listening into more live events that are happening right here on Capitol Hill. We do have, House Minority Leader McCarthy. He is speaking during his weekly press briefing. Let's go ahead, listen into that, especially since we had just heard President Biden's announcement of the ban of Russian oil. Let's see if he's speaking to that right here on Live Now from Fox.
$2,000 extra just for the cost of fuel alone. And on top of that, the extra cost because of inflation at the highest it's been in the last 40 years. Yes, I know oil is an international market, but the main reason Americans are paying so much is bad domestic policies. These aren't Putin prices, they're President Biden's prices. Even a Democrat pollster recently admitted that blaming Russia for gas prices is a good news because the rest was just ambiguous. And yes, Mr. President, your policies are holding back domestic energy production. Your allies on Capitol Hill have actually called on American companies to lower oil production. Remember, they subpoenaed all the companies to come in, and this was the question that they got.
Are you embarrassed as an American company that your production is going up while the European counterparts are going down?
Congressman, as we have already heard about, demand for energy is going up in the world.
Okay, so you're not embarrassed, and do you commit to do anything? I'm just asking an open question. It's a kind of gotcha question. Do you commit to do anything to matching your European counterparts to try to bring the actual demand of oil production down?
Congressman, with all due respect, I'm very proud of our company and what we do. I'm proud of the company.
No, you won't produce.
I don't think Europe wants to be Europe today. I think they realize they made a mistake. But the leaders on the Democratic Party want to put us in the same weakness and strengthen Putin's hand. Now, as you can see on this graph, the upward trajectory in gas prices started the very day President Biden took office, when we got one-party rule in Washington, D.C. By contrast, Republicans have been warning for over a year that Biden's war on American energy would lead to higher costs at the pump. In fact, I compiled a few clips of just a few of those moments, so let's roll that tape.
Stop at the next gas station and take a picture of what gasoline costs. And come back and ask that same question later. When you're paying more, check the price of gasoline today and tell me where it is in a year. You can thank Joe Biden for that. Go and look at what the price of oil is today and what you pay for in gasoline. I promise you, a year from now, the action of what this president has done has only increased it. Affordability is going to go through the roof. Look what has happened in a short amount of time. They've controlled all. Your gasoline price is up. Biden's created a crisis on the border, and your gas is going up. Remember, gas price today, national gas price, has not been this high since President Biden was vice president. The policies of Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden are destroying this nation. We got gasoline lines. We got stations that have no gas. We got gasoline in Virginia, $7 a gallon. 6 months of Biden administration, we have the highest gas prices in 7 years. After his policies caused gas prices to skyrocket, he said he would lower the gas price. He hasn't done it. He's even made it worse. And no, not the measly 2 cents the DCCC thinks is lowering it. Is a reduction. He depleted 50 million barrels of oil from our emergency supply and has done nothing to reverse this anti-American energy agenda that he has contributed to despite our costs. We've been warning them all along, just like we warned them at the beginning when their first bill would cause inflation. This is exactly what has happened, and Americans are left paying the price. Not only did House Republicans warn them this would happen, but we repeatedly offered obvious solutions to the problem. Build the pipeline, increase production and distribution, and fast-track energy exports to our allies. By contrast, Democrats' plan to lower prices today is to blame Russia, buy expensive electric vehicles, and beg OPEC for a bailout. If you look here, you've watched time and again where the Democratic leadership goes after American companies that produce energy to produce less, but ask those countries with dictators and other leaders to produce more. You know, the president said the buck stops with me. Then he says he can't do much about it now. Russia's responsible. His Secretary of Transportation tells Americans to go buy a $56,000 electric car. His State Department wants to buy oil from Iran and Venezuela, trading one dictator for another. And on Capitol Hill, the Democrats' conference chair, Hakeem Jeffries, said rising gas prices have not come up in their caucus meeting. Can you imagine that? They represent millions of Americans, and not one of them have raised the issue that every single household is talking about today. It's costing them more than $2,000. I think they're focused on the wrong issues. In other words, Democrats will do nothing but what is actually needed. We need more production in America. The solution to getting our country back on track, to returning to energy independence, couldn't be more straightforward. We offered the American Energy Independence from Russia bill on the floor. We're going to offer it again. 220 Democrats voted no. I guess they'll have a lot of time to think about it before it's offered today, as they're trying to figure out whether they could pass a rule. With that, let's open it up for questions. Manu, you're sitting in the front. Why don't we go for what happened?
I ruptured my bicep.
Working out?
Skiing.
Very good to see everyone here today, and especially good to see my colleague and friend, Foreign Secretary Truss. Liz and I have been working around the world together, almost nonstop, on the most immediate matter at hand, Russia's aggression against Ukraine, but on a multiplicity of other things, because our countries are joined in having shared interests across virtually every significant issue before the world now. We were just in Brussels last week with ministers from our fellow NATO allies, the G7, the European Union, focused particularly on continuing what has been extraordinarily close coordination and cooperation in response to Moscow's unprovoked, unjustified, and increasingly brutal war in Ukraine. We and our teams are in almost constant contact as we calibrate a united response, not just between our two nations, which have a long history of working hand in hand through the special relationship, but with allies and partners across Europe and indeed beyond. At least in my experience of doing this for nearly 30 years, I cannot remember a time where we've seen such unity in the transatlantic relationship, both in policy and in principle. We are united in strengthening our security assistance to Ukraine for its heroic defenders. We're united in increasing our assistance to the people of Ukraine, who are suffering grievously due to the growing humanitarian catastrophe inflicted upon them by Moscow's invasion. And we're united in our efforts to raise the costs on the Kremlin for waging this ongoing war of choice, which has already displaced more than 2 million Ukrainians. Earlier this week, Prime Minister Johnson announced an additional £175 million in aid to Ukraine, bringing the UK's total support during the crisis, I believe, to approximately £400 million. This includes direct assistance for the Ukrainian government to pay the salaries of Ukraine's public sector employees who are keeping critical services running where they haven't been bombed by the Russians. The UK was one of the first European countries to send defensive lethal security assistance to Ukraine, and the government has imposed severe financial sanctions on President Putin, his inner circle, Russian oligarchs, and others who enable and fuel this aggression. Just days ago, the House of Commons passed a new economic crime bill aimed at making it easier to sanction groups of corrupt individuals and harder for those trying to hide their money in the UK. Yesterday, in the latest of the many steps that we've taken together to hold the Kremlin accountable, President Biden banned all imports of Russian oil, liquefied natural gas, and coal. Prime Minister Johnson committed to ban all imports of Russian oil by the end of 2022. We're also united in calling on the Kremlin to immediately allow Ukrainian civilians to safely depart the cities and towns of Ukraine that are besieged by Russian forces. Every country has a responsibility to join us in pressing Moscow to do this. This is not the time to equivocate by calling on both sides to allow civilians in Ukraine cities to leave safely. Doing so obfuscates the basic facts around why these corridors are necessary and who is blocking them. Russia invaded Ukraine without justification. Russian forces now encircle multiple Ukrainian cities after having destroyed much of their critical infrastructure, leaving people without water, without electricity, without access to food and medicine. And Russia's relentless bombardment, including of civilians trying to flee, prevents people from safely escaping the hellish conditions that they've created. The Kremlin's proposals to create humanitarian corridors leading into Russia and Belarus are absurd. It's offensive to suggest the Ukrainian people should seek refuge from the very government that has demonstrated such disregard for their lives. The civilians who were able to escape yesterday through one of those corridors from Sumy to Poltava, another city in Ukraine, shows that this is possible, but it must be allowed to happen on a much broader scale. It's not only in Europe where the United States and the UK are working together to address threats to international peace and security. We also share a grave concern about Iran's nuclear advances. Together, we discussed our work to achieve a mutual return to compliance with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the so-called Iran nuclear agreement. Either way, we are committed to ensuring that Iran can never acquire a nuclear weapon. On Northern Ireland, President Biden has been steadfast in his support for the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, which he views as a historic achievement that must be protected to ensure the peace, stability, and prosperity of people in Northern Ireland. The United States continues to support both sides' efforts to engage in productive dialogue to resolve differences over the Northern Ireland Protocol. Before handing it over to Liz, let me just make one final point. It's not just the British government that's stepping up to help Ukraine. We're also seeing incredible solidarity and compassion from the British people. People like Khaled Al-Mayat in Cheltenham, who is leading a local campaign to buy second-hand ambulances and drive them, packed with supplies, to humanitarian responders at Ukraine's border. People like Yorkshire resident Magdalena Timon, who, on the second night of Russia's invasion, sent a message to a Facebook group called Polish Mums of Leeds, appealing for donations to help people in Ukraine. Within days, she'd received enough to fill 3 18-wheelers. I believe one reason we're seeing such an outpouring of support from the British people is because they've been through something similar. The harrowing Blitz during World War II inflicted colossal suffering on the country's people, killing more than 60,000 British civilians, wounding 86,000 more. It's impossible to see the images of people seeking refuge in Kiev's metro in 2022 and not think of those who sheltered in the London Underground in 1942. The grit, the compassion, the determination that Britons exhibited 8 decades ago that inspired the world is exactly what we see in the people of Ukraine today, and it's why we need to stand with them. With that, Liz, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Tony, and it's great to be here with my friend and ally, Secretary Blinken, and we've certainly seen a lot of each other around the capitals of Europe over the last week, working very closely with our allies. Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine is causing immense pain and suffering, yet he is not making the progress he planned. Since the build-up on the border, the United Kingdom and the United States have led work in the G7 and through NATO to challenge Putin's aggression. Before the invasion, the United States and the UK called out his playbook of false flags, attempts to install a puppet regime in Kiev, and fake provocations. We worked with our G7 allies to warn that he would face severe costs and a determined Ukrainian people. We have surprised Putin with our unity and the toughness of our sanctions, hitting the banks, the ships, the planes, the oligarchs, and the oil and gas revenues. And the brave Ukrainian people have surprised him with their determination and their leadership. Now is not the time to let up. Putin must fail. We know from history that aggressors only understand one thing, and that is strength. We know that if we don't do enough now, other aggressors around the world will be emboldened. And we know that if Putin is not stopped in Ukraine, there would be terrible implications for European and global security. We would be sending a message that sovereign nations can simply be trampled on. So we must go further and faster in our response. We must double down on our sanctions. That includes a full SWIFT ban and the G7 ending its use of Russian oil and gas. The United States and the United Kingdom this week announced our plans to stop importing Russian oil, and the EU have announced their plans to reduce their dependency too. We want to encourage a wider group of countries to get on board with our sanctions effort. 141 countries voted against Russian aggression at UNGA. And we must continue to supply defensive weapons to Ukraine. I'm proud that the United Kingdom was the first European country to do that, and I welcome the decision of Germany and Japan and many others to send military aid. Since the end of the Cold War, we took our eye off the ball, but we are now stepping up together, and we must never let down our guard again. We're determined to keep strengthening NATO and urge all allies to increase their investment. We must accelerate NATO's modernisation and deepen our cooperation on tech and cyber. We will end strategic dependence on authoritarian regimes for our energy and for other vital resources. And we will step up our work to build economic and security alliances around the world, including with India and the Gulf nations, to further isolate Russia. We'll keep working to bring more countries into the orbit of those who believe in the sovereignty of nation and by playing by the rules. The war in Ukraine is a struggle for the future of freedom and self-determination. We must not rest until Putin fails in Ukraine and the country's sovereignty is restored. Thank you.
We'll now turn to questions, taking 2 questions per side, alternating. We'll start with Kylie Atwood of CNN.
Good afternoon or morning. Thank you for doing this. Secretary Blinken, yes or no, do you believe it's possible to get the Ukrainians MiG-29 fighter jets? If so, when and how?
Nothing for my friend. Okay.
We'll go to you next.
First, as we've said, the decision about whether to transfer any equipment to our friends in Ukraine is ultimately one that each government will decide for itself and has to make. We're in very close consultation with allies and partners about the ongoing security assistance to Ukraine, because in fact, I think what we're seeing is that Poland's proposal shows that there are some complexities that the issue presents when it comes to providing security assistance. We have to make sure that we're doing it in the right way. You heard from the Department of Defense just yesterday about the particular proposal, the prospect of fighter jets at the disposal of the United States government, departing from a U.S. NATO base in Germany to fly into airspace contested with Russia over Ukraine raises some serious concerns for the entire NATO alliance. So we have to work through the specifics of these things going forward. And it's not simply clear to us that there's a substantive rationale for doing it in the way that was put forward yesterday. So what we're doing right now is continuing to consult very closely with Poland, with other NATO allies on this, and the logistical challenges that it presents. Together with Poland, as well as with the UK and many of our other partners, as we've noted, we have provided extraordinary support to Ukraine and to those defending it from the Russian aggression. Support that has been used extremely effectively by Ukrainian defenders, support that will continue in the days, weeks, and months ahead. Just yesterday, with the supplemental legislation being put forward, we have an additional $6.5 billion in security assistance that's now on tap just from the United States for Ukraine. And that will, of course, include the very kinds of things that they need to effectively defend Ukraine against Russian aggression.
Thanks. And just to clarify, basically what you're saying is there is a creative way to get them these fighter jets, possibly, but you haven't figured out the pathway forward on that. And then my second question for both of you is, with Ukrainian deaths mounting right now, what more can the US and the UK do? Would either country be open to considering the possibility of a limited no-fly zone over humanitarian corridors to be set up in the country? Thank you.
So, first of all, in answer to your question, the United Kingdom has been, first of all, supplying defensive weaponry into Ukraine. And in fact, we have been working with other allies across the world to help get that defensive weaponry into Ukraine. So we've been supplying anti-tank weapons. Today, our Defence Secretary announced that we will now be supplying air defence systems to address the specific issue the Ukrainians face, which is air defence. So we believe that the best way of tackling this threat is to help the Ukrainians with the Starstreak air defence systems that we will be supplying. On the issue of a no-fly zone, of course it's important, and I completely support what Tony has said about protecting humanitarian corridors and calling on Russia to respect those genuine humanitarian corridors, i.e. ones that don't lead into Russia or Belarus. But the reality is that setting up a no-fly zone would lead to a direct confrontation between NATO and Russia. And that is not what we are looking at. What we are looking at is making sure that the Ukrainians are able to defend their own country with the best possible selection of anti-tank weapons and anti-air defence systems.
And I agree with everything that the Foreign Secretary said.
Kylie, we need to move on. Please, go ahead.
Could we have Sarah Smith at the BBC, please?
Thank you very much. After the direct strike on a children's hospital in Mariupol, President Zelensky is asking you both and NATO to stop the killings, close the skies, he says, and that if you don't, you're an accomplice to terror. How do you explain to him that there is no possibility of a no-fly zone in these circumstances?
Well, as I've said, Sarah, the best way to help protect the skies is through anti-air weaponry, which the UK is now going to be supplying to Ukraine. That's what the Defence Secretary announced earlier today. And of course, the attack on the hospital is absolutely abhorrent. reckless and appalling, and the UK is at the forefront of supplying humanitarian aid into Ukraine. We've already pledged 220 million of humanitarian aid. Our DEC appeal has now reached 130 million, which is the largest amount it's ever achieved since 2004. So the British people are full square behind the people of Ukraine, and we're doing all we can to support.
And I would just add, as we already said, first, we both, our governments both, our peoples both have tremendous admiration for President Zelensky, for his entire team, for the Ukrainian people that they represent. But the courage they've shown, the strength, the determination, the dignity faced with this Russian onslaught is extraordinary. And it's powerfully moving, I think, to people around the world. If I were in President Zelensky's position, I'm sure I would be asking for everything possible in his mind to help the Ukrainian people. And as the Foreign Secretary and I have laid out, both of our countries and so many others have done extraordinary things to make sure that the Ukrainians have in their hands the means to effectively defend themselves against this war of choice from Russia, as well as to do everything we can with very significant resources to care for Ukrainian people to the best of our ability inside Ukraine, those who've been forced to flee outside of Ukraine to meet their humanitarian needs. And the goal is the same. It's to end this aggression, it's to save lives, and to prevent more senseless bloodshed. As part of that, we also have to see to it that this war does not expand. Our goal is to end the war, not to expand it, including potentially expand it to NATO territory. We want to make sure that it's not prolonged to the best of our ability. Otherwise, it's going to turn even deadlier, involve more people, and I think potentially even make things harder to resolve in Ukraine itself. So, as the Foreign Secretary said, we have exactly the same perspective on that. Introducing, in our case, American service members in Ukraine, on Ukrainian territory or soil, or American pilots into Ukrainian airspace, whether on a full or on a limited basis, would almost certainly lead to direct conflict between the United States, between NATO, and Russia. And that would expand the conflict. It would prolong it. It would make it much more deadlier than it already is. And that would be neither in the interest of our countries nor in the interest of Ukraine. I can't speak for NATO, obviously, but we've heard the same message from its Secretary General, Jens Stoltenberg.
Nick Wadhams, Bloomberg.
Thanks very much. Mr. Secretary, first for you on Venezuela, can you just tell us whether the U.S. is considering easing sanctions on Venezuela to get its oil absent of any progress on the negotiations with the opposition? And then second, for both of you on the sanctions and the endgame, you mentioned, Foreign Secretary, that Putin must fail. So is it your strategy now to essentially exert so much pressure on the Russian people, oligarchs around Vladimir Putin, so that Russia will essentially, as Undersecretary Nuland said yesterday, might rise up and, I don't know what, potentially overthrow him? Do you believe now that it's simply impossible for the United States to have a productive or stable relationship with Russia if Vladimir Putin remains in power either during or once this conflict is over? Thank you.
I'm happy to start. Nick, with regard to Venezuela, we have a set of interests with Venezuela. They include, of course, supporting the democratic aspirations of the Venezuelan people. They include securing the release of Americans who are unjustly detained there. And happily last night, as you heard, 2 Americans, Gustavo Cardenas and Jorge Fernandez, were released. They had been wrongfully detained. They're now reunited with their families. And it's also true that we have an interest globally in maintaining a steady supply of energy, including through our diplomatic efforts. So all of these things come to bear when it comes to Venezuela, as well as to other countries around the world where we have a multiplicity of interests and use diplomacy to try to advance them. And again, I have to say I'm very pleased that diplomacy brought 2 unjustly detained Americans home just last night. We will never let up anywhere at any time in the efforts to bring Americans who are unjustly detained back home.
We're very clear that our objective is for Putin to fail in Ukraine. This unwarranted act of aggression must not succeed, and there would be terrible consequences if it did succeed for European and global security. And the purpose of the sanctions is to debilitate the Russian economy, to stop Putin being able to fund his war machine from money gained from the oil and gas industry and from the technology that he's been able to make available. So one of the things we've done, as well as putting huge sanctions on banks and on the SWIFT system, is put in export controls so that the technology that was being used to develop the military-industrial complex is simply not going to Russia. It's also worth saying that we've seen huge action from the private sector, whether it's McDonald's or other companies. And one of the issues in Russia is, of course, the lack of free media, the fact that the Russian people aren't being told the truth. But they will be seeing now, by the fact that shops are closing, they're not able to get the goods that they were able to get, exactly the implications that Putin's aggression in Ukraine is having for Russia.
The only way for Putin to reverse course would be for there to be so much pressure. The people around him, the military leaders, the ordinary people in Russia might rise up against him. So, do you believe it's possible to have a stable relationship with Russia if Putin remains in power?
Well, let me say a couple of things to this. First, I think it's important to remember that throughout this crisis created by Putin and Russia, we've sought to provide possible off-ramps to President Putin. He's the only one who can decide whether or not to take them. So far, every time there's been an opportunity to do just that, he's pressed the accelerator and continued down this horrific road that he's been pursuing. He has a clear plan right now to brutalize Ukraine, but to what end? Because when it comes to an end game, the big question in the first instance is, what is his end game? We saw the failures of the initial military plan to quickly subjugate the country. That's failed. So he's now turning to a strategy of laying waste to the population centers, to the country. If his goal is to impose some kind of puppet regime by displacing the existing government and putting in place one to his liking, I think it's pretty evident by the response of the Ukrainian people that they will never accept that. And if he tries to enforce such a puppet regime by keeping Russian forces in Ukraine, it will be a long, bloody, drawn-out mess through which Russia will continue to suffer grievously. So our response continues to be to do everything we possibly can to make sure that the Ukrainians have the means to defend themselves, to make sure we do everything we possibly can to exert pressure on Russia and on Putin to change course, to do everything we possibly can, of course, to support those who are suffering as a result of Russia's actions. Ultimately, I'm absolutely convinced that Putin will fail and Russia will suffer a strategic defeat, no matter what short-term tactical gains it may make in Ukraine. As we've said before, you can win a battle, but that doesn't mean you win the war. On the contrary, you can take a city, but you can't take the hearts and minds of its people, and Ukrainians are demonstrating that every single day. So I'm convinced that we will see a strategic defeat of President Putin and the propositions he's put forward. We'll accomplish this by backing Ukrainians in their fight, by remaining united in holding Russia accountable through the devastating sanctions, the diplomatic isolation, and other measures. And we've already seen that Russia's failed in its chief objectives. It's not been able to hold Ukraine. It's not going to be able to hold Ukraine in the long term, again, no matter what the tactical victories it may achieve are. Liz was just saying, economically, the measures that we've taken have erased 30 years of progress integrating Russia into the world. This dramatic exodus of virtually every international company from Russia continues as we speak, and that is having a profound impact not just today, but over the long term. So I think what we're looking at is whether or not President Putin will decide to try to finally cut the losses that he's inflicted on himself and inflicted on the Russian people. We can't decide that for him. All that we can do is to continue this extraordinary effort to increase the pressure on him, increase our support for Ukraine, and achieve what we all want, which is the independence of Ukraine and a defeat for President Putin, because these methods are a fundamental challenge, not only to Ukraine, but to the very principles of international peace and security that our countries have fought and worked to establish over many decades. That's what is at risk here. We're committed to defending them. We're committed to standing for them until we succeed in making it clear that they will hold and Putin's efforts to undermine them will fail.
Finally, can we have David Charter of The Times, please?
Thank you very much indeed. First question to Secretary Blinken. Secretary, it's been reported in the Wall Street Journal today that Saudi Arabia and the UAE have both rebuffed attempts to set up conversations with President Biden in recent days. What does this snub tell us about relations with these two important Gulf states, and what's your message to try and encourage them to produce more oil during this crisis? And to the Foreign Secretary, please. You said a few days ago that you would absolutely support individual Britons going to Ukraine to take part in the fighting. We have reports now of up to 4 British serving soldiers who are in Ukraine, possibly, or on their way. What information can you give us about that, please? And has your message changed as far as they're concerned? And I might just add that in your opening comments, you did talk about asking NATO allies to invest more. Does that mean we can expect that you will push for more defence spending in the UK? Thank you.
Thank you very much. With regard to the Gulf countries, first, we share very important interests with them, from deterring Iranian aggression and Iranian-enabled attacks, whether it's against Saudi Arabia, against the Emirates. We share a strong interest in supporting the UN-backed efforts to end the war in Yemen. We share an interest in ensuring the stability of global energy supplies. And I've regularly met with my Saudi counterpart, including in Munich just a few weeks ago. President Biden, spoke with King Salman of Saudi Arabia last month in a discussion that set out a very expansive agenda, and we're now pursuing that agenda with our senior Saudi counterparts. They set out a work plan for us. We're moving forward on it. And I might add, we can do all of this while doing what we said we would do from the outset, which was centering human rights in our foreign policy. These priorities are not mutually exclusive. In fact, for us, they're very much complementary. We're not going to separate our values from our interests. We've made that clear in everything we've done, but we're working productively, constructively with those countries. I think there was just an announcement a short while ago, I'm not sure if it's been made publicly yet, about Emirati support for increased production when it comes to OPEC+, which I think is an important thing to stabilize global energy markets, to make sure that there remains an abundant supply of energy around the world.
I have been very clear that the travel advice from the United Kingdom is not to go to Ukraine. In fact, I repeated that message at the Foreign Affairs Committee earlier this week. There are better ways of helping the efforts in Ukraine, namely donating to the DEC appeal. What I said the other week was expressing support for the Ukrainian cause. They are fighting a just war, and we are doing all we can to support them. On the subject of defence spending, the reality is across the West, we haven't spent enough on defence for a number of years. And we have seen a build-up of military capability from Russia in terms of both technology and numbers. And I welcome the fact the Germans are now increasing their defence spending. We're seeing other countries follow suit. I'm not going to preempt any future discussions between the Chancellor and the Defence Secretary. But as well as conventional defence, we also need to step up our efforts in areas like information. One of the things that the United States and the United Kingdom have been doing is using information, exposing intelligence we have to call out Putin's playbook, and I think that's been very important. But the fact is that the United Kingdom abandoned its information unit at the end of the Cold War, and the Russians didn't abandon their information unit. So we need to be making sure that on every possible front, whether it's conventional defence, whether it's technology, or whether indeed it's information, we are able to outcompete our adversaries.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
All right, so the joint press conference ending there. Again, a lot of comments being made about just some of those efforts that are continuing to help provide more relief for those Ukrainians who are still behind. And of course, there's many still trying to make their way out of the country. This all happening at a time when we're still hearing and seeing reports of shelling happening. Today, we had a report of shelling happening at a hospital. I want to play that video here for our viewers who are watching here with us, because you can just see that extensive damage throughout the entire hospital. President Zelensky, of course, being very rightfully so upset about this and asking for more to be done to help aid Ukraine as they continue to fight off troops. The mayor in the city had said that the hospital damage is colossal. There has been reports that there are, unfortunately, women and children who are underneath some of the rubble that they have come across. So we will always be on the lookout for the latest reports, bringing you these latest press conferences right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break as we can continue giving you all the latest on the Russia invasion of Ukraine right here. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. As we've been talking about all these different organizations, from medical teams to humanitarian efforts, there has been so much support that continues to be poured into resources trying to reach those who need it most. Convoys arriving in Ukraine have helped provide some of that much needed aid. Ukrainian presidential aide posted this video Wednesday of the vehicle convoys. They're delivering some of that need for their residents who have evacuated. Now, President Zelensky did say he hopes a ceasefire with Russian forces will allow another 18,000 people from Kyiv and other neighboring towns to safely leave the country. But as we've also been hearing, there's been more Russian troops who have started to press forward and push through, making their way across Ukraine and getting closer to invading some of those key cities that the Ukrainians have been doing so well on holding those troops and forces off. So here again, just some different videos coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. But of course, we always like to bring you those interviews just with some of those folks who are there helping down on the ground. So let's go ahead and listen into this interview done with Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett. She's speaking with a pastor in Poland who's providing some of that much needed care.
The Slavic Gospel Association and is there live in Poland right now. Chris, I know it's about 4:30 a.m. in Poland. Thank you so much for joining us here live.
You're welcome. Thank you for letting me be on your program.
So a big part of this is hearing from the people who are experiencing it, humanizing the situation underway, because we see the videos of the missiles, the airstrikes, the destruction in the towns, but it's also the lives of the people who are being destroyed right now. And you're there day in and day out. Just walk us through what a day looks like for you, waking up until you lay your head down to go to sleep.
Well, I'll give you Monday because that was the day that we did a bunch of humanitarian aid for refugees that are in the Gdansk area. I would say this, that I'm in north central Poland. I'm not on the border. I'm about 7 hours from the border area by car. So what we're seeing coming into our area is more of a trickle. And a lot of people have been absorbed into the community, a lot of the refugees, because we have already 1 million Ukrainians living with us here in Poland. So on Monday, for example, I got up, my wife and I, we went to the grocery store once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and we filled the shopping cart up and we took the groceries to the church. And then and on Monday evening, we packed them and then we brought them. It's about a 45-minute drive from where my church plant is to the Gdansk area. And in Gdansk, the Baptist Church has set up sort of a refugee center. And I'd say it's a crisis center. They've got food, they've got clothing for the people, and they house them overnight. So we're supporting the efforts in Gdansk. But again, a lot of these people are mobile. They're coming in and they're leaving. So they're in transit, and a lot of them are going to Germany and other Western countries. My son called yesterday. My son is a youth pastor in Warsaw, and they've taken care of about 1,000 refugees over the past several days. He didn't say how many days, but and he said that most of them plan to go west. So as far as people that are coming in and staying, at this point we're seeing this, but we're not seeing the huge numbers that you get from the border area. As I mentioned, a lot of people are already staying with relatives who live here.
Right, so we're actually taking a look at one of those shelters that you guys have provided aid to, and many of the people there, young children. Talk about the families and what they're going through and the resources that are needed right now so desperately.
Well, those are some pictures from our church. I'm a church planter. I'm a person who starts churches in Poland, Baptist churches, and those are some pictures where the children was after church on Sunday, where we had Ukrainian guests come who are staying with some other Ukrainians. There's a picture from Gdansk, from the Baptist church. That's a room which is normally used for teaching and fellowship, and it's been turned into basically a dormitory. The needs, a lot of aid is getting into the country. I guess the biggest need right now is coordination of what's coming in. I talked with the president of the Baptist Union yesterday, and he said that That's the biggest need. There's aid coming in from the EU, there's aid coming in from the UN, there's aid coming in from churches and individuals, and it's all good, but it needs to be coordinated so that it gets to where it needs to go. And so that's the, that's where it looks like. In the Bible, there's the story of Joseph who went before his brothers, and he prepared a place for them in Egypt. And in a real sense, in Poland right now, that's what's happened. That there were a lot of refugees from Ukraine which came in 2014, 2015, when the fighting first began in the eastern sections of Ukraine. And they've come and they've set up their homes here. And the Ukrainians that are coming in, a lot of them already have relatives and family and friends. The second wave that we're waiting for now is probably going to come in, and they won't have places to stay. So many of us have opened up our churches and homes to the people who are coming, who are on their way. But the first wave, a lot of it is being absorbed by sort of, I would consider this Joseph effect, where there was this preparation, and I see it as a preparation by God to absorb all the refugees that have come in. And of course, there are pictures of people sleeping at the train station and things which are disturbing to look at. But remember that a lot of this is transit, that people will sleep at the train station, they'll get up the next day and get on a train, and they'll go into one of our areas or go further west to Germany or to some other Western countries.
Okay, yeah, let's go into that a little bit deeper. Since you're there in Poland and you're actually seeing it happen and you're hearing the stories from people who are resettling there, Ukrainians who are making that journey, making that trek, kind of fact check it for us. How desperate is the situation?
Well, the situation is certainly bad, but it's also, the pictures, a lot of the pictures you're seeing on the internet and on the television are from the border area, which really looks bad. I mean, children walking over by themselves with a phone number written on their hand, and that's true. But the reality is that once they get here, they're finding shelter, and the Polish people are really up to the job of getting people to shelter and opening their homes.
Well, that's certainly good to be hearing that these aid efforts, especially we tell stories all day about U.S. companies and U.S. churches that are helping out organizations, sending over resources, sending over aid. And a lot of the time we hear that it's blocked by Russian forces. What do you have to say about that? Is the aid funneling through okay?
What's going on the other side of the border, I've again, spoke yesterday with the president of the Baptist Union, and there are convoys that are going over, usually of smaller vans. They'll take a lorry or a tractor trailer and reload it. For example, there's some pictures on my Facebook page that I copied from another person in Warsaw. And there's a big tractor trailer that came from Ireland, and they're reloading it into smaller vans and getting it over the border. And so the stuff is getting, at least as far as Lviv, I don't know. I don't personally know how much further it's getting into Ukraine, but they are getting help over the border. And there have been warehouses which have been rented out to store on the Ukrainian side of the border a lot of this help that's getting into the country. So it's getting there. I just don't know how far.
Right. So I just want to pull in some of the images that we are getting from the border, which we have talked about, the lines of people, many of them not really knowing where they need to go at this time. So if you could just explain how people here at home can be helping at this time, how they can be lending a hand, and any stories of hope that you have. Eric Mock, who helps run the Slavic Gospel Association, we've had him on the show several times. Every time I've asked him, what are stories of hope that you've been hearing from the people down on the ground there?
You know, on Sunday, there was a church service over in the east of Poland along the border in one of the churches. And there was an officer from the Polish army there and a number of other individuals and people that normally wouldn't necessarily show up in church. And there was somewhat of a revival service that took place, and including this Polish officer gave his life to Jesus Christ as his personal savior. Because the war tends to make us remember that we're very fragile, that life is short for all of us, that someday that we're all going to die, and that this is why Jesus Christ gave his life, that we would have eternal life. And so you're seeing people coming to faith, you're seeing people being helped, you're seeing really the best part of the Polish people here in the country in sharing their homes, sharing their food, sharing their money. You know, a number of years ago in the United States, they used to have these billboards at baseball games and football games, John 3:16. And that's a verse from the Bible that says, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believed in him should not perish but have eternal life." And so as people find eternal life and turn to the Lord, their lives are full of hope. And as you can see, like even the picture with the children playing, you know, some of those kids just left a war zone, and yet they're finding peace and joy to be in the presence of others who love them and are caring for them. So we're seeing help getting to the people, and if someone wants to help more, obviously they can pray, and I would suggest that they pray, and they can go to the website from Slavic Gospel if they want to do more than just pray. And the website is www.sga.org, and there's all kinds of information of what can be done to help. But help is getting through, and people are finding their way, despite the fact that the disturbing photos from the border area would seem to say otherwise. But the help is getting there.
And that is a story that we definitely want to be telling here on Live Now from Fox. Chris Osecki joining us live from Poland. I know you have a long day ahead of you, so I'm going to let you get to it and get to helping out. So we appreciate you kind of fact-checking what's going on there, telling us what the situation is down on the ground, and please follow up with us. We'd love to hear from you again.
Thank you so much for having me.
No problem.
And thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us. We're going to step away for another 2-minute break, and more content coming your way on the other side, including Kevin McCarthy. He had a press conference this morning. We'll be giving you more details and listening into that right here on Live Now from Fox in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Yesterday, we had President Biden who had mentioned and finally announced a ban on all imports of Russian oil, gas, and energy to the United States, saying that they are targeting the main artery of Russia's economy amid, of course, President Vladimir Putin's war on Ukraine. So President Biden did warn many Americans who were listening into his speech yesterday that this ban is going to come at a cost for families, especially at the pump, but also it's going to have some ripple effects. Let's go ahead and continue to listen into just some of the comments that were being made earlier here today. We had Representative Kevin McCarthy, who was speaking about these oil and gas prices, as well as some other topics that he was speaking to in his press conference. We're going to be listening into that right here on Live Now from Fox.
It's exactly what has happened, and Americans are left paying the price. Not only did House Republicans warn them this would happen, but we repeatedly offered obvious solutions to the problem. Build the pipeline, increase production and distribution, and fast-track energy exports to our allies. By contrast, Democrats' plan to lower prices today is to blame Russia, buy expensive electric vehicles, and beg OPEC for a bailout. If you look here, you've watched time and again where the Democratic leadership goes after American companies that produce energy to produce less, but ask those countries with dictators and other leaders to produce more. You know, the president said the buck stops with me. Then he says he can't do much about it now. Russia's responsible. His Secretary of Transportation tells Americans to go buy a $56,000 electric car. His State Department wants to buy oil from Iran and Venezuela, trading one dictator for another. And on Capitol Hill, the Democrats' conference chair, Hakeem Jeffries, said rising gas prices have not come up in their caucus meeting. Can you imagine that? They represent millions of Americans, and not one of them have raised the issue that every single household is talking about today. That's costing them more than $2,000. I think they're focused on the wrong issues. In other words, Democrats will do nothing but what is actually needed. We need more production in America. The solution to getting our country back on track, to returning to energy independence, couldn't be more straightforward. We offered the American Energy Independence from Russia bill on the floor. We're going to offer it again. 220 Democrats voted no. I guess they'll have a lot of time to think about it before it's offered today, as they're trying to figure out whether they could pass a rule. With that, let's open it up for questions. Manu, you're sitting in the front. Why don't we go for what happened?
I ruptured my bicep.
Working out?
Skiing incident.
You tried to fight me, and I said it's not,
You wore a helmet, though, right?
Yes, I was not wearing it, but it involved my son, but he's okay. Me, on the other hand, I'll be fine.
Did you have surgery?
Surgery last week.
Kevin Brady had that happen to him. Yeah.
I'll talk
to him. All right.
So with respect to what's happening in Ukraine, the former president has praised Vladimir Putin's move as very savvy and as genius. Do you agree with them?
I do not think anything savvy or genius about Putin. I think Putin is evil. I think he's a dictator. I think he's murdering people right now. And I think what has happened, I went to Ukraine taking Republicans and Democrats a number of years ago. When I came back from that trip, I requested a meeting with then the Vice President of America, Joe Biden. I went to the Situation Room. And I advocated that we should sell them javelins based upon Russia had come into Ukraine before. They have no defense to be able to fight back. The uniqueness of Ukraine is they don't ask for American men or women to come fight for them. All they ask is to be able to supply the weapons that they could defend themselves, defend their own freedom. That administration said no. President Trump said yes. It gave him some ability. But I think the slowness of what has happened this year, and I've raised this to President Biden earlier in the year when he first communicated with Putin. I did not think sanctions would affect Putin. He's lived under sanctions for decades. I believe that you should have taken action to allow Ukraine to buy weapons early. That could deter Putin from entering and invading. President Biden had intel that said he would invade. But at the whole time he said President Biden would do nothing till after the invasion. He gave that same information to China that shared it with Russia. There's so many mistakes of why this is happening, from the way that President Biden exited Afghanistan, losing 13 members of our military, showing Putin a weakness. And this is a question that I continue to ponder. He provided them Nord Stream 2 pipeline. After they invaded Ukraine, they pulled the sanctions on it, made it that you could not have it, to weaken the economy of Russia. If that weakens the economy of Russia, closing the XL pipeline, wouldn't that weaken the economy of America too then? Just wondering. Yes, ma'am.
Two questions, if I can. Do you believe that the decision to kind of say no to a no-fly zone is the appropriate one?
Look, if America goes out and does a no-fly zone, we're entering the ability to enter into the war. I think that would have to raise the question. I think that would have to be debated in Congress. So I think that would be a real challenge for us right now.
As we continue listening into the press conference that happened just a little earlier here today, we are going to be sending some viewers off to a 2-minute break.
On your first question, though, I would supply Ukraine with the MiGs. When you're watching day after day innocent people being shot down when they were told that there was a ceasefire to take a route, where Russia comes in and murders these individuals, Ukraine wants to defend themselves. Their pilots know how to fly the MiGs. If you're going to supply them with javelins, supply them with the MiGs as well. Let them defend themselves. That's the difference. Yes.
Supporting the Russia bill and the omnibus?
Yes. But I wish we did something more. You cannot just shut off Russian gas and not produce in America. I know the president looks to try to go to Iran or Venezuela. That's one dictator for another, just trading it. And I'll give you an example in my own home state. You wouldn't think California, but California is blessed to have a lot of ability when it comes to natural resources. Since Gavin Newsom has taken over, he has reduced the production of energy in California by more than 20% when it comes to crude. That's about 89,000 barrels. But you still need the oil. So what's he replaced it with? 50,000 barrels a day from Russia. On his executive orders, he shut down permitting. He shut down being hydrocking going into the wells themselves. We could produce all we need in California that he's knocked away from Russia and be able to produce even more. That's what we're looking at. When America produces their own energy, America is stronger and the world is safer. Yes, sir.
Following up on Meg's situation, what did you make of the Pentagon saying that the move to get those planes into Ukraine via Germany was untenable?
I think they're wrong. I think the longer they take, more people will die. I don't understand if you could with the javelin and Poland wants to give them MiGs and they want to defend themselves, why won't you allow somebody to defend themselves? Especially when they believe in freedom. Especially this was unprovoked. Putin is evil, and what he's doing to these people is devastating. It's not just America glued to the set. The world is watching this. They're asking to defend themselves. They've never once asked for American men and women in uniform to come and fight. All they want is not to fight with sticks. Allow them that opportunity. And the longer you wait, it just goes back to the very point. If you had the intel that they were going to invade, would you really think the best question is, I'll put sanctions on you after you invade? And then when you put the sanctions on, you listen to President Biden said, this won't work for months, though. What if you had provided them weapons they could buy, deter Russia from ever invading? How many lives would have been saved? We would be in a different situation today. And we should take that exact same lesson and not slow down any weapon sales to Taiwan either. Yes, sir.
Returning to gas prices, if I could, I know there's been some discussion from governors
members about suspending the gas tax. Your thoughts at the conference?
I think that would be smart. Let's $2,000 more people are going to have to pay simply because their policies are wrong. But that's not a long-term solution because that gas tax goes to the transportation building. So what you really need to do is raise the production in America. So that would lower the price, it would lower inflation, more Americans would be working, America would be stronger. We could become not just energy independent, but energy dominant. That we could provide the natural gas for Europe and others so they won't look to Putin. They won't look to Iran. And you know what that means for everyone like me that cares about our environment? Our natural gas is 41% cleaner than Russian natural gas. So let's do something smart. Let's make America stronger, the world safer, and actually a little cleaner. Yes, ma'am.
About the funding bill, so there's a conservative group that's kind of urging Republicans to put a pause button on this, to not settle for small victories like an increase in defense spending. The conservative group is the sister of the Heritage Foundation. Do you think there's strong support from all Republicans in your caucus for this funding bill? Or there are some who are hesitant?
On the funding bill is going to be split into two. When you're looking at the security and you're looking at where the world is today and what President Biden requested from the military, it wasn't enough. It wasn't putting us in a place that we could be stronger and protect ourselves. And I think what we're finding in there, that Democrats have a problem even passing a rule. I think Republicans look to, just like in the NDAA, the number of successes we had to modernize our military, to be able to protect from that sense. There's a lot of people that look at that's a positive. Not on the overall bill itself, no.
So just to be clear, you're going to support the Ukraine piece and not the omnibus bill. That's where you are?
Well, there's a security. The omnibus bill will be voted in two.
Right.
And the first vote, if it still stays the way it is, I call it the security, so it's the DOD, the others. I would support that, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, thank you. Can you just reiterate, are you in support of the Russia oil ban bill, and do you believe your caucus?
I'm in support of it, but it's not the bill I would have written. It doesn't go far enough, and you can't just ban Russian oil without producing in America. That's why we continue to bring up the American independence energy bill from Putin.
And do you believe the conference will support it?
I believe there'll be a number of people in the conference that will support it. Look, our conference overwhelmingly does not want Russian oil. We want American oil. And unfortunately, the Democrats are in the majority, so they stop short.
Can you also just say why are there motions to adjourn right now? What is the purpose of that on the floor?
What is the purpose of that? That the Democrats dropped a bill that's thousands of pages in the middle of the night last night that's $1.5 trillion. Gives people a little more time to read it. But it's not holding anything up. The things that are holding things up are the Democrats can't pass their own rule. I mean, they have the record for holding the vote open the longest. They have the first place and second place. I don't know what they're trying for today. I know they got to retreat. No question today? Yes, sir.
Any update on your conversations with Congressman Gosar and Green?
Yes, I've talked to Green. I'm still waiting to talk to Gosar.
And?
I've talked to him.
But you said, I think you told Jake and Manu that there's no place for...
There isn't no place for that. There's no place for what has gone on with that organization by far, and there never will be in this party, and it will never be tolerated.
And will she go again?
Yes. No, she will not go again.
Did she get any repercussions for her?
Look, at my conversations with my members are exactly that, and I appreciate you asking.
Well, on this topic, I mean, 3 years ago when Steve King made comments that were white supremacists, you supported kicking him off this committee.
I removed him from committee.
Yeah, and obviously Green and Gosar are already off their committees. You said in November that you'd return them to their committees and use that they might even get better committee assignments. Do you stand by that still?
They have the ability to be able to get committees based upon that time when it comes.
A different question. In oral arguments at the Supreme Court back in December, in the Dobbs versus Jackson women's health case, a Biden Solicitor General Elizabeth Freelover referred to an unborn baby as a baby. Was she right?
Okay, say that again. I'm not an attorney. Go through this. We're going to debate a Supreme Court case that I wasn't at and what this said.
Yes. So back in December, Elizabeth Freelover, Biden's Solicitor General, she made a statement in referring to Justice Justice Clarence Thomas's question, asking what the right was that she was specifically seeking in that case, and she referred to an unborn baby as a baby. Do you think she was right?
Okay, I'm not referred to the case. I'm pro-life, so I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but I would always take the life of the child. That answers your question without knowing what you're asking, yes. Other than that, stay safe, stay off the slopes, and hopefully we won't see you later, but it could be a long day.
All right, guys, so with the end of that, do want to let everyone know, a live shot outside of the White House. Today we do have Vice President Kamala Harris. She's traveling to Poland and Romania, so she's going to be there pledging support as Russia continues their attack on Ukraine. She's going to be bringing a three-part message assuring the U.S. stands with its NATO allies while also continuing to support Ukraine and condemning Russian President Vladimir Putin. She'll meet with foreign leaders and American troops during her visit. Also coming up here on Live Now from Fox, we will have a White House press briefing that's scheduled to take place here very soon, as well as we do have House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who is set to give some remarks. She'll probably be talking not only about the ban on Russian oil imports to the United States, but also there's many lawmakers who are trying to put together an aid package to help Ukrainians in need. So much more to come. All right, here on Live Now from Fox. We'll step away for 2 minutes, bringing you more of this content coming up again in just 2 minutes. Thank you again to everyone who is watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. While we wait for Speaker Pelosi to step out, wait for our White House press briefing. Of course, we want to continue on with more content. Earlier today, we did have New York Governor Kathy Hochul, who was visiting and making remarks at a Ukrainian Orthodox church. Let's go ahead and listen into that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Governor Kathleen Hochul, the 57th and first female governor of New York State. Governor, it's a very special privilege to have you with us today. We look forward to hearing you.
Good morning, friends. I'm so honored to be in your presence here today in the site of this beautiful church, but it is significant to note that the beginnings of this hallowed ground were actually a synagogue. And so it is right that we join here with representatives from various members of the clergy, the Orthodox leadership, but also His Eminence Cardinal Dolan and Rabbi Potasnik to join in a unified voice as we lift up all of people from Ukraine in our hearts. And when I look out in this room, yes, I hear the words of prayer on your lips, and those are powerful words, heartfelt words. But I also see tremendous pain in your eyes, just as I saw pain in the eyes of Ukrainians I visited in Buffalo and Rochester over the last few days. Had a wonderful restaurant if you went to St. George's services a few days ago. So I have tried to immerse myself in this community in a way like never before to understand the depth of passion that exists in this community. But as I hear the prayer and I see the pain and sense the weeping in your hearts for the people left behind, I also sense defiance in your souls. And that defiance is not just in churches and in places around our own state, but that defiance encapsulates what has captivated the world as we watch Ukrainians stand up, women grabbing weapons and going to the front line, some taking their children to safety, but others staying. I'll stand with the men and we'll fight back. Those are powerful images and a reminder to all of us that freedom is not free, it must be fought for and never taken for granted. And wherever it becomes under assault, freedom-loving nations like ours and those throughout the world must stand in defiance and unity and ostracize those who dare breach the borders of a sovereign nation like Ukraine. Because that is exactly what happened with the unprovoked assault by Putin just 2 weeks ago. So what can we do? Yes, we will pray, and we will pray hard, because I believe in the power of prayer. But as you heard from His Eminence, we're not just saying you're in our hearts and our prayers and our thoughts. It's what are we doing? And that's why I was very proud to announce that on behalf of 20 million New Yorkers, we not only stand with Ukraine, that we reject any business from our state with Russian interests or the Russian state, because that is part of a global effort to bring that nation to its knees and regret the day they ever attempted to subjugate the great country of Ukraine. We also have reached our arms out and hope that those who seek comfort and must leave, and I know it'll be temporary, but let the refugees come to New York, the home of the largest Ukrainian population in America. And it's not just New York City, because there are homes and churches and relief services awaiting in every corner of the state, because I've made sure that they are ready. And I literally just hung up from the phone with the ambassador to Poland as I walked in through the church doors here today. And I said, Mr. Ambassador, we're so proud of how the Polish people have stepped up and embraced their neighbors. And if you wonder where the name Hokel comes from, both my husband's grandparents were born in Poland. And indeed, my husband, as a representative of the United States government, 30 years ago was deployed to the Ukraine to help establish the rule of law that is now under attack. He went to cities and universities and spoke to police departments to help them understand the power of the rule of law, but also the power of democracy. He helped establish that. So this assault is also personal for all of us. And we will continue to stand together and tell the people who need a home and tell the people of Poland that we are here to open our doors, because the Statue of Liberty is only in one harbor, except New Jersey thinks it's in their harbor too, but that's a... But it is our harbor, and our arms are wide open, just as she lifts up that torch of freedom. That torch has been lifted here today in 2022 to welcome anyone who needs that. And we'll continue to stand with you and find any way we can to show that we are also united in support of democracy and against tyranny wherever it rears its ugly, evil head, as it has with Putin's attack on Ukraine. So, my friends, continue to pray. But if I can relieve any of the pain in your hearts, I wish I could, because I am very empathetic and I feel what is going through your minds. But we are here together. This is a uniting cause for people all over this planet, and the proud people of Ukraine and their great President Zelensky, who is an inspiration to all of us. They give everyone hope. They give the rest of us hope of the power of individuals supported by the church, the clergy, and prayers, and we will overcome, my friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor, for your presence, taking time to be here, for your solidarity, and for the priority you're giving to this crisis. Next, we will hear from Rabbi Joseph Potasnik, who is the Executive Vice President of the New York Board of Rabbis. Rabbi.
Thank you, Governor, for mentioning that this was a synagogue years ago. We would be happy to go back to that earlier arrangement and allow you to use it whenever possible. Your Eminences, Your Excellencies, elected officials, members of the interfaith community, distinguished guests, I stand here as a refugee. I was born after the war. My parents, in their previous marriage, lost 5 children. I am the only child of their second marriage. They arrived in Lynn, Massachusetts, and there they were greeted by Catholics and Jews who helped them begin life again, because those people understood that ancient Jewish commandment, love your neighbor. They understood a Christian commandment. I give you one new commandment, that is to love your neighbor. They understood, Dr. Karam, a Muslim commandment. God has made one blood of the human family. And thus, when Abraham pleaded for those cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, he didn't plead for just Jewish people, he pleaded for all people. When Jonah pleaded for the people of Nineveh, he didn't just plead for one group, he pleaded for all people. Elie Wiesel said years ago, Reverend, the tragedy of the Holocaust was that those who should have been shouting were silent. We come here today and we proclaim that we will shout over and over again. Because when we said never again after the war, we didn't put a question mark after it. We put an exclamation mark after it. And thus we come here and we say we can discuss and debate a no-fly zone. But there is one thing we can't debate. That is, there should be a no-cry zone. We should never, ever see innocent people mercilessly murdered. We are approaching a Jewish holiday known as Purim. Purim has an interesting story. There was a despot, a dictator, whose name was Haman. And Haman wanted the Jewish people to submit to his rule. And they did something he didn't expect. They fought back. And ultimately, Haman was relegated to the dustbin of history. And the people were victorious. I hope that the president of Russia reads the story. Maybe this year it will be called Putin's Purim, because we have learned that history often repeats itself. So when the president of Russia speaks of denazification, we're astounded. After all, as many of you know, the president of Ukraine is Jewish. His grandfather fought in the Soviet army against the Nazis. So President Zelensky is correct. Don't call it Nazification. On the contrary, what you are doing in assaulting Ukraine is Nazification. Rabbis Davidson and Gerson, I remember some time ago, we spoke about that famous question in Jewish tradition. Two people stranded in a desert, one canteen of water. If both drink, both die. If one drinks, one survives. The question, who should drink from the canteen? And after a heated debate, the majority opinion is, if you are fortunate enough to own the canteen, if it's your water, you have a right to save your life. But there is one thing you should remember. You have a responsibility to the person left behind who didn't get to drink from the canteen of water. So we come here today and we say we have that responsibility to remember those who died and to rescue those who are struggling to survive. I heard the word bread used in the service. In Hebrew, the word for bread is lechem. With those three letters, you can form two other words. One is lochem, that means to fight. The other is cholem, that means to dream.
We are going to take a quick 2-minute break right here for you on Live Now from Fox, everybody. And we will be right here with you as we are waiting for a White House briefing. Should be starting any moment.
To proclaim that we will fight for a dream of decency and dignity for all people, never again for the people of Ukraine, for all people who want to live in freedom. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rabbi, for speaking from the depth of your tradition and from the depth of your heart. His Eminence Timothy Cardinal Dolan is the 10th and current Roman Catholic Archbishop of New York. He's also previously served as President of the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops. Your Eminence.
A steady conviction that all of us in this beautiful church share as men and women of faith is that God can bring good out of evil. God can bring good out of evil. We are seeing raw evil in Ukraine in its irrational invasion. Are we not also seeing radiant good in that the world has united as never before, and I say that as an historian, in standing up to it? Just the other day, I had a meeting with a rather hard-boiled, seasoned, hardly religious journalist who had just returned from Ukraine. And he commented to me, you know, what is uniting Ukraine is not only national pride, you bet. Not only a strong sense of independence, you bet. Not only language or economics, you bet. What is uniting Ukraine is faith. Faith They are a deeply religious people of all different religious persuasions, but they deep down know the difference between good and evil, between God and Satan.
And we now go out to the White House briefing underway right now.
Pass competitiveness legislation like the Bipartisan Innovation Act. During the event, the President, Secretary Raimondo, and the participants will focus in particular on why passing competitiveness legislation is critical for lowering prices for working families on essentials like cars and household appliances by addressing bottlenecks like semiconductor chips, manufacturing more in America, and strengthening our supply chains to make our economy more productive. As we've seen over the past year, global events like the pandemic or Russia's unprovoked aggression in Ukraine can result in disruptions to global supply chains that lead to higher prices for American consumers, which further underscores the importance of strengthening our economy and making it more resilient to shocks like that in the future. Also wanted to note that today the President signed an executive order outlining the first ever whole of government approach to addressing the risks and harnessing the potential benefits of digital assets. Previously, there has never been an organized effort to bring together the expertise and authorities of the entire U.S. government to inform a holistic approach to digital assets. With this executive order, the President is calling on experts across the federal government to assess and develop policy recommendations that address the implications of the growing digital asset sector across consumer protection, financial stability, national security, and climate risk. Let me finally say, I heard there was a little kerfluffle in here after the briefing the other day. I just want to say that what we're going to do today is we're going to try to start with the third and fourth row and fifth and sixth row, get more people's questions answered. We are always happy to answer questions from here. I could go on for hours. Just sit in your seats, but we also know you all have a lot on your plates. So what we try to do, for everybody's knowledge, is balance between all the things reporters and all of you have focused on and trying to be informative in this briefing room, but we also are here as people have follow-up questions. So with that, Josh, let me have you kick us off.
Thanks, Jenna. I know the pool's supposed to gather around 1:45.
Yes.
That's still on. So one easy question. The U.S. declined to help facilitate the transfer of jets to Ukraine yesterday. Does the U.S. want the Ukraine to get jets, and how urgent a priority is that?
So let me give you an update on the status. As of now, the Secretary Austin, Chairman Milley, and members of our Defense Department are in touch with Ukrainian counterparts, NATO counterparts, discussing what are clearly logistical challenges here. And I would note, Josh, that in the statement put out by my colleague at the Pentagon yesterday, he made clear that obviously the proposal from yesterday that fighter jets manned by Americans departing a NATO base to fly into airspace contested with Russia raises serious concerns for the United States and NATO. So the logistical questions here, just to put a little fine point on it, are things like how do you get planes into Ukraine in a way that is not escalatory? And what are the logistics and operational details of that? Those conversations are happening between counterparts at the military level, and I would expect any update might come from them. Okay, let's go around. Michael, why don't you kick us off?
Sure. Two questions on Venezuela.
Yeah.
So obviously yesterday 2 Americans were freed and they are now home. Nicolas Maduro has agreed to re-engage in the Mexico City talks. So is the ball in the president's court at this point to continue the engagement, and what is the plan for the administration?
Well, first, let me note that the return of 2 American citizens is certainly welcome news, exciting news, and it would not have happened without the tireless work over a series of months by a number of our diplomats, including, of course, our special envoy for hostage affairs, Roger Carstens, who worked on this for months over the course of time. We'll continue to discuss a range of issues, including, first and foremost, Americans unjustly held. Unfortunately, they're not the only individuals held there, the individuals who returned. So that will be something that we will look to have ongoing discussions about. I'd also note that Maduro said he will resume talks with Venezuela's interim president in Mexico, so that is an encouraging sign. So there are a range of issues discussed on this trip. There are a range of issues to discuss moving forward, but right now we're just celebrating the return of 2 Americans.
Okay, and just to follow up, are there concrete plans for continued engagement for another round of talks? And is there, you mentioned, I think on Monday, that energy security was part of the conversation. What
and well-being of anyone detained, whether it's there or in Venezuela or Russia, Afghanistan, Syria, China, Iran, and elsewhere. Those are conversations we are always going to engage in. Obviously, it is factual. You all know that Venezuela is a large producer of oil, but in terms of any decisions or discussions or where that may go from here, I have nothing to preview or predict for you on that front. Nadia, go ahead.
Thank you. Many American companies declared yesterday that they're shutting down in Russia, including Visa, Card, Masters, and McDonald's, etc. The Russians said that they're going to confiscate their assets there. How would the White House react to that? I know they're all private companies, but basically declaring that they're going to nationalize these assets, according to the Russians. And second, not exactly related, there are some reports indicating that Russia is delaying the signing of the Iran agreement and delaying the negotiation in Vienna from taking place for their own interests because they don't want, obviously, oil to be released to make up for the shortage.
Well, let me take the second one first. I would say that our team, we're continuing to engage with Iran deal partners, including Russia, on Iran nuclear negotiations. We believe Russia shares a common interest in ensuring Iran never has a nuclear weapon. In our view, there's nothing that should be required of or will be offered from the United States as it relates to Russia's sanctions. That is related to their invasion of Ukraine. But again, we believe we share an objective here. Always in the final stages, there are details to be worked through, and we will continue to work through those. In terms of your first question on the seizing, I think it was on the potential seizing of private sector assets in Russia for companies that have decided to pull back and pull out of the country. Obviously, we have applauded the actions of a number of companies. That is not something we have been pushing from behind the scenes, if that makes sense. If they were to take those actions, I'm certain there would be steps we would take, but nothing has happened at this point in time. So let me talk to our economic team and see if there's anything more we can predict for you. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I have 2 questions. First, about the Florida bill that just passed, restricting the speaking about of homosexuality and gender identity up to 3rd grade. And then I have a question about surveillance matters that have been in the news. Regarding the Florida bill, in 1994, when many of us in this room were in school, President Biden actually voted for a much broader restriction that banned federal funds from being used for, quote, the promotion of homosexuality as a positive lifestyle alternative. Why did he do that, and can you describe how his thinking has evolved over the years?
Well, I think that you have seen the president speak passionately about his view that a bill like this, a bill that would discriminate against families, against kids, put these kids in a position of not getting the support they need at a time where that's exactly what they need, is discriminatory. It's a form of bullying. It is horrific. I mean, the president has spoken to that. In terms of his views and comments from 25 years ago, I think the most important question now is why are Florida leaders deciding they need to discriminate against kids who are members of the LGBTQI community? What prompts them to do that? Is it meanness? Is it wanting to make kids have more difficult times in school, in their communities? I would pose that question to them, and we can talk about it more tomorrow if you get an answer.
Was there a reason you supported the same policy, though, in the 90s when we were all in school?
I think what's important to note here is how outspoken the president has been against discrimination, against kids, against members of the LGBTQI plus community. And what we're looking at here is a bill that would propagate misinformed, hateful policies and impact children. So that's the question. I hope maybe you can pose that to some of the leaders in Florida. Maybe they'll return your phone calls, and I'll look forward to having that conversation with you.
On this, well, perhaps Chris could follow up afterwards, but I'd like to ask about the surveillance matters as well.
Sure.
Senators Wyden and Heinrich, who are Democrats, recently alleged that the CIA is conducting a mass surveillance program that implicates American data and that it's outside of the statutory bounds that people think it's within. First, could you say anything about that to reassure Americans regarding their data? And secondly, according to a recent court filing by Special Counsel Durham, there was a technology executive who was, quote, mining the Executive Office of the President's DNS traffic and other data. CISA, the Federal Agency for Cybersecurity, said in a 2020 document that DNS data can be sensitive and that's important to secure. There are competing narratives, of course, about what data was actually implicated. So could you share with us what data was implicated in this and whether the White House has any security or privacy concerns regarding this alleged review?
I have nothing further to comment on your questions. Obviously, this is an investigation. I point you to the Department of Justice, members of Congress. Obviously, we have serious respect for people's privacy in the country. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. A quick follow-up. You mentioned the logistical challenges about flying planes to Ukraine through contested airspace. Why can't the United States put those planes on trains or automobiles? I guess, are we really to believe that when we're sending or preparing to send billions in aid, that, you know, this is the logistical bottleneck that is stopping us from getting them those planes?
Well, it is a serious logistical bottleneck, right? Obviously, there's obvious concerns that the Department of Defense has spoken to about flying planes from U.S. air bases, right, that they spoke to yesterday. These planes, carting them down the street, I think, is not as easy as you may think it is. Planes, if they have to be taken apart and put back together, you have to have people who are able to put those planes back together. You have to ensure that they can be safely moved through the course of a contested country, or not, a country where there is a war going on with the Russians, who implemented that war. So there are a range of logistical, operational challenges. Those are important conversations to happen between military experts and our Defense Department, leaders and officials, Secretary Austin, Chairman Milley, and their counterparts.
And then should we expect that the U.S. Export-Import Bank is going to continue to underwrite loans that would support commerce with Russian companies and corporations, given the tranche of sanctions that we've seen against?
I would have to check and see how these sanctions are implemented. Obviously, we're going to abide by all of our own sanctions, and we've tried to implement them as quickly as possible, but I can see if there's any specific impact on them. Go ahead.
So John Kirby's line is that transferring the planes, or the latest iteration, was not tenable. Are you saying, is what's not tenable the arming of the Ukrainians with jet fighters, or is it merely the logistical things you're speaking to?
I think the Defense Department spoke primarily to this, and they were very specific, Jeff. They said fighter jets manned by Americans departing a NATO base to fly into airspace contested with Russia raises serious concerns for the United States and for the NATO alliance. We have provided $1 billion in military assistance. I would say the $350 billion that was announced just less than 2 weeks ago, I believe the Defense Department has conveyed almost all of that has been delivered. We have not held back on providing weapons, anti-missile systems, tank systems at all at any point in this process. But there are important operational logistics concerns here and steps, conversations that should happen between military experts, and that's exactly what's happening.
It's a policy that the White House would support or like to find a way to solve?
Again, we're having discussions about it, but there are operational and logistical questions that are important ones that we will leave to our Defense Department colleagues.
There was another round of arrests in Russia. It was estimated at 5,000 over the weekend. Is the protesting the war. What is the assessment of the White House as far as how this has all affected regime stability over there?
Well, I would say that I don't think we assess that President Putin thought that there would be such an outpouring of objection in his own country. He would probably not have cut off access to media, access to social media, access to basic information for the people of his country if that were the case. So We have seen people across Russia bravely, courageously protest, speak out against a war that they believe is unjust, is unwarranted, and that is incredibly powerful. Now, unfortunately, as you know, and many of you know, from working for these networks and news organizations, there have been tough decisions that news organizations have had to make, whether they're going to keep a presence in Russia because of the restrictions. And it's not just the speaking out of President Putin. It's about fines. It's about the threat of arrest. It's about safety and security that organizations have to consider. So in terms of stability, I don't have any assessment for that other than to tell you that it's pretty clear he didn't bet on the opposition from within his own country. Shrees, why don't you go in the back?
Thank you. One, if I could follow up on the earlier questions about the jet fighter, is this a difference of kind or a difference of degree? I mean, is the objection that it's an airplane, or because we're, as you point out, we're sending them things that destroy tanks, things that shoot down airplanes. So I mean, if it can be done without, they would know where they came from. I mean, so I don't even see there's any plausible deniability or anything like that. What is the hang-up exactly?
I think it's pretty clear it doesn't require a military expert to understand why having planes fly from a U.S. airbase into a contested part of a country where there is a war is not in our interests and not in NATO interests. So there are logistical and operational challenges to consider and discuss. It isn't that easy to move military planes around, maybe not as easy as some of you may suspect it is. And those are conversations, again, that are happening between military experts. And I would point you to the Department of Defense for the status of that.
More broadly, is there any concern that making the lives of average Russians miserable, with all these companies pulling out and things that are designed to hurt the economy, as opposed to Putin personally, as opposed to his oligarchs personally, is there a worry that that's going to consolidate his support within the country rather than diminish him?
Well, I would say that our view and the view of our global partners is that when a president like President Putin, launches a war of choice where he is brutally killing, injuring people in a sovereign country, there have to be consequences. Those consequences are economic and significant, no question about it. Our target is not to hurt the Russian people. It is to squeeze President Putin and the leadership around him. But what the impact is certainly having a devastating impact on the Russian economy. And our view is that over the medium and long term, that is not going to be sustainable for President Putin and the team around him. Go ahead, Ed.
So I'm starting to hear the administration talk about gas prices. A way to speed up the lowering of gas prices is speed up the transition to those clean energy. Gas prices have risen month over month, every month since the president's been in office. So is the feeling then from the president that the American people just have to wait till 2030 when the president has set his goal for zero emissions, or if half cars being sold with zero emissions?
No. That's never been our theory or our belief. I would say that since President Putin began his military buildup on Ukrainian borders, the price of gas at the pump in America has gone up 75 cents, which is significant, of course. There's widespread consensus that the sharp run-up of energy prices since January was caused by the building of Putin's troops at Ukraine's border. The reality, as we know, is that Russia is the world's third largest oil producer, and energy supply disruptions and market volatility are a result of his aggression. Don't take my word for that. There have been a number of assessments. Back in January, Fed Chair Powell warned that there was a risk to our economy based on, quote, what's going on in Eastern Europe. In early February, JP Morgan analysts projected that disruptions of oil flows from Russia could push oil prices to $120 per barrel, which is what has happened. Our approach has always been twofold. One, we need to ensure the supply meets the demand out there in the marketplace. There's a couple of ways to do that. Obviously, we're engaging with big global oil producers around the world to meet that demand. But there are also, as we've talked about a few times in here, 9,000 unused oil leases that oil companies could certainly tap into, and we've encouraged them to do that. So that's certainly a way to address.
But the price of gas on February 14th was at a highest level since 2014. So it was already at an elevated level. I want to ask you.
And the buildup of troops was even before that.
I want to ask you about tomorrow. We're going to get a CPI inflation number that's expected to be pretty big. It's supposed to rise from the 7.5% that it was month over month. So gas prices are part of that. I want to know what specifically the administration has done, they've been working on, that has worked to bring down inflation.
Well, I would say first, because well, we don't have the data at this point yet, but as we're looking ahead, we certainly assess that that we expect to see a high headline headline inflation in tomorrow's February inflation data. A key reason.
And some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Since the beginning of the year, as Putin built up his military near Ukraine and took increasingly aggressive measures that were felt in the markets. We also expect some increases in pandemic-affected sectors given our strong recovery from Omicron in February. That's a positive sign for our economy and for Americans who are going out again, traveling, going to restaurants, and getting back to normal. And we also expect to see continued moderation in used car prices. So that's what our prediction, our assessment is at this point in time. In terms of steps we have taken to address inflation, what has worked?
So October 13th is when you announced the port initiative.
Yeah.
What specifically can you point to that has worked to bring down inflation?
Well, there are a number of steps we've taken. If you compare month to month, we've seen inflationary pressure or inflationary numbers go down month to month, even as we looked at the year-to-year numbers go up, which we entirely predicted. One, we've taken steps to address bottlenecks in the supply chain, to reduce those bottlenecks. Those are steps we've taken not just since October, but since earlier this year. There's no question that we've seen impacts as it relates to getting goods and supplies out to the American public. We've also taken steps to address what we see as shortages and issues in the semiconductor space. I just opened this briefing by pressing for the passing of the competitiveness of legislation that the president would love to sign into law, because we know that one of the big pressures is, of course, from the car and manufacturing sector, or the car sector. And then third, we know that because of the pressures on the energy sector, that has been an area where we've continued to have an impact on inflationary pressure. We believe in the last few months that has been because of President Putin's invasion of Ukraine. But as I've noted, there are a number of steps working to address that. Why don't you go ahead in the yellow?
Thank you. Well, is there an assessment by the White House for the losses on the Russian side, like financial economy losses? Because every time a new or fresh wave of sanctions is imposed, the response from Moscow would be it was expected. So is there like an assessment of the losses as a result of all the sanctions that have been imposed? And also another question on EU. As you know, President Zelensky asked for an accelerated push to join EU, and EU leaders, or I think representatives, are meeting today in Brussels. Does the White House support Ukraine in EU?
On the last question, that's really up to the EU and Ukraine to determine together. On the first question, I don't think that's what they're saying anymore. They have had, their stock market has been closed for days. The ruble's worth a penny. They're headed toward what many outside economists have described as a recession. They have had a huge strain on their financial markets and systems. So I don't think the facts bear out if that is the claim anyone is making, and I have not seen that claim be made much last. Okay, go ahead in the middle.
Thanks, Jen. Does the White House believe there's an opportunity to convince China to play an effective role in resolving the crisis in Ukraine?
Well, here's what we've seen China do to date. We have seen them speak out at the Munich Security Conference, or have a public comment, I should say, about the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. We've seen them abstain from UN Security Council votes. We've seen them largely abide by the sanctions that have been put in place. I would note, though, that if any country tries to evade or work around our economic measures, they will experience the consequences of those actions. So our assessment right now is that they're abiding by the requirements that have been put in place, but we would continue to encourage any country to think a lot about what place they want to, what role they want to play in history as we all look back. Okay, let me go to the front. Go ahead.
Thank you. A couple of questions on the future leadership of NATO. What is the White House thinking on Jens Stoltenberg stepping down in just a few months as the leader of the alliance?
Well, I think that NATO has not been more united in the last several months in decades. And while no one wanted that to be prompted by the invasion of a dictator like President Putin into a foreign country, that unity among NATO partners and the strength of that unity is certainly something that has been a direct impact of his aggression. In terms of future leadership, obviously that would be for NATO partners to determine, but we certainly recognize and value the leadership that has been displayed by NATO leaders and the alliance over the course of the last few months.
Follow up on that. Have you, as a NATO member, ruled out asking Stoltenberg to continue in this time of the biggest crisis since World War II?
I don't have anything to predict for you in terms of the future of NATO leadership from here.
Have you started the search for a new leader of NATO?
Again, it's up to NATO leaders and partners to determine that. I'm not a spokesperson for the NATO alliance, so I would certainly point you to them to speak to that in any further detail. Go ahead.
We'll go back to Venezuela if we can.
Sure.
There's a few here you're probably going to not be able or not answer, but we're going to ask them anyway.
Go for it.
Let's Gustavo Cardenas and Jorge Alberto Fernandez. Do we know why they were released?
I don't have any more details on that I can provide.
U.S. officials who were part of that delegation, are they all back from Venezuela?
I believe yes. I will confirm that for you, though.
Should we anticipate the imminent release of any other Americans who are being held there right now?
Well, as you know, as we are working on bringing any unjustly detained Americans home from any country in the world, whether it's Venezuela, Russia, Afghanistan, Syria, China, Iran, and elsewhere, we typically don't discuss that because it puts at risk the potential for bringing individuals home. But yes, we are still going to work on bringing others home who did not return on the plane last night.
A high-ranking member of Juan Guaido's team told the Miami Herald this week, quote, "It is foolish to think that Maduro will quit Russia when a great deal of the corruption funds have been deposited in Russia and when Russia, furthermore, is its greatest ally. This is a mistake. To buy oil from Maduro is the same as buying oil from Putin." Two things. I think I know where you'll go on the first one, but I want to give you the opportunity to respond. If the United
Spend
States
so much time together, Ed. I appreciate it.
If the United States recognizes Guaido as the leader of Venezuela, why did the U.S. feel it necessary to negotiate with the Maduro regime? And was the Guaido team made aware of the plans for U.S. officials to go to Venezuela to meet with the Maduro government before they went?
On the last, I just don't have anything more to convey to you about private diplomatic conversations. I would note that one of the steps that was announced yesterday was Maduro saying he was willing to resume talks with Venezuela's interim president. Certainly, we would note that. And obviously, part of our effort here, as you now know, was related to the health and well-being of American citizens detained in Venezuela. Hence, we had discussions with those who were detaining them.
Just one, because there were so many questions, good ones about the planes going from Poland to Ukraine and whether we'd be the interlocutor. On Sunday, when the Secretary of State was asked about this possibility of a plane swap, he said, quote, "That gets a green light, and we're working with Poland on possibly backfilling their military equipment." What changed between him saying that on Sunday and Tory Newland and others yesterday in the Pentagon saying, actually, that's not tenable?
Well, I don't think that's exactly how I would see how the events transpired. I believe that Secretary Blinken was asked about Poland giving planes to the Ukrainians. That's certainly a choice they make as a sovereign country. We've never opposed that, never stood in the way of that. We still do not today. What we're talking about here, though, is the proposal yesterday, as you know, was for these planes to fly from a U.S. airbase in Germany, and we have understandable concerns about that. that. So what we're talking about now through military channels is the operational concerns, how this could work, the logistics of it, and those conversations are ongoing. Go ahead.
Thank you. Why did you guys decide to rebrand the rising gas prices as the hashtag Putin price hike?
I mean, if you want to use that on Fox, I welcome that. But
I think it'll get a lot of airtime because we have heard the president warn for months the gas prices were rising because of the supply chain and because of post-pandemic demand. If you guys knew for months that this was going to be the hashtag Putin price hike, why are we just hearing that now?
Well, Peter, if we go back to 6 months ago, I don't think anybody was predicting we would be exactly where we are as it relates to Russia and Ukraine. As you know, that events in the world, including the invasion by Russia of a foreign country, does prompt instability and volatility in the global oil markets. And there are all sorts of different issues that can impact that. That's what we're seeing now. Outside economists and analysts have conveyed and said publicly that Russia's invasion, Russia's buildup of troops, President Putin's decision to do that very early this year led to a lot of the instability and volatility in the oil markets. You don't have to take my word for it. So therefore, if President Putin's buildup of military troops is leading to volatility and an increase in oil and prices, hence you have a Putin gas price pump.
Okay, you and the president are both talking. Thank you. You and the president are both talking about.
Spit that out.
You and the president are both talking about producing energy here, saying that oil and gas companies have 9,000 permits to drill now. They could be drilling right now. Would President Biden cut red tape to make that possible?
What red tape needs to be cut? When they have the permits, they have the capacity to do it. What's holding them up?
Does President Biden think that each of these 9,000 leases that are available have oil or gas in them? Because industry experts are saying that that accusation is a complete red herring. Some permits are viable and some are not. And that when you say that, this represents a fundamental misunderstanding as to how this process works.
Well, first of all, nearly 60% of leased acres remain non-producing. That's a lot. In the range of 20 million acres. So there are 9,000 unused approved permits to drill in. That should not require us inviting them to do that. They should do that themselves.
They can't get the additional permits. So would the president?
What additional permits do they need? They have the leases are there, the permits are there. I don't think they need an embroidered invitation to drill. That is, they are oil companies. What is happening? The permits have been granted, Peter. What is happening here is that we are seeing these are private sector companies. We recognize that. Many of them are making record profits. We see that. That is all publicly available data. They have pressure to return cash to investors and their shareholders. What we're saying right now is there is a war. We're asking them to go use the approved permits, use the unused space, and go get more supply out of the ground in our own country.
Okay, and then just a quick yes or no, because there's a lot of gray area here.
Oh.
Is a restart of the Keystone XL construction completely off the table as long as Joe Biden is president?
Well, why don't you tell me what that would help address?
I'm asking you if it is an option. You guys say all options are on the table. Is restarting Keystone construction one of them?
If we're trying to bring about more supply, that does not address any problem.
It's supply from Canada, a friendly ally, instead of Saudi Arabia.
That's already
or Iran.
we're already getting that oil, Peter. It's the pipeline is just a delivery mechanism. It is not an oil field, so it does not provide more supply into the system. It does not address.
Is it possible that Joe Biden will ever say, you guys can go ahead with construction of Keystone XL?
There's no plans for that, and it would not address any of the problems we're having currently. Go ahead. And we're going to have to wrap up soon. We'll try to get to me. Go ahead.
Can you help us understand what exactly would have transpired for the Polish government to publicly propose this idea of getting the fighter jets to Ukraine that the U.S. would then publicly reject. Was there at any point a breakdown in communication between the two countries?
Well, I think as our Undersecretary of State, Toria Nuland, testified yesterday, we were not made aware of their plans to make that announcement yesterday. So I wouldn't call that a breakdown, and I guess it's a temporary breakdown in communication, but we have a strong and abiding relationship with Poland. The President spoke with President Duda just last Friday. Obviously, the Vice President is on her way there, not related to this particular issue, which will be worked through military channels, but it was more about the mechanism for how it would be delivered, and that is the issue that is operational, and we're still discussing.
Is it safe to say that the U.S. was caught off guard by the initial announcement from the Polish government?
I think we said that yesterday.
On gas prices, quickly, the president said yesterday, I'm going to do everything I can to minimize Putin's price hike here at home. And then hours later, as he was getting off Air Force One, he said, I can't do much about that right now. Can't do much right now, was the exact words from the president. For anyone that might have been confused seeing the two statements from the president within a couple of hours, what would be your explanation? Does the president believe there is action that he can take to address gas prices, or does he believe there's not much that can be done?
Well, I would say that the short gaggles when the president is getting off the plane and getting into a car are not always super comprehensive, as I think many of you have experienced. They're not always extensive, but what the president said yesterday in his lengthy remarks before his trip, and what we have said many times, is that there are a range of steps that we will continue to take, including coordinating with the global community about ensuring the supply in the marketplace meets the demand. That includes the release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve that he announced a second one just a few weeks ago. That includes continuing to work and coordinate with global oil suppliers around the world, something that his national security team and he is engaged in a nearly daily basis. And that includes considering a range of domestic options. But the oil markets are global, right? And it is all about meeting the supply demands that are out there. And clearly, given the invasion and given the impact of that, we need to look at a range of options, but we've already taken a number of steps and we will continue to. And he said that all yesterday morning in the same day. Go ahead. Okay, I got it. This may have to be the last one. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you on Live Now from Fox.
Now are logistical discussions with military officials. So this issue is not a priority, is not going to be part of the Vice President's discussions with the Poles?
I would expect it's going to happen through military channels. Those conversations have been ongoing, and I would expect they would continue to happen through those channels.
Not a priority, not a central part of the Vice President's discussions.
I'm never going to say it's not a priority, but I would just say that the appropriate channels for it, because they're about the operational movement of military equipment, are through military channels.
Just a clarification.
I know we're going to have to wrap up in a minute here because you guys have to go to the event.
Just a
Go
quick
ahead.
reaction to the Russian airstrikes reportedly striking a children's hospital in the Ukrainian city of Mariupol.
We have certainly seen those reports. And as a mother, I know a number of you are mothers yourself, it is horrifying to see the type of the barbaric use of military force to go after innocent civilians in a sovereign country. And, you know, I know we've seen the reports on all that you have all been broadcasting over the last couple of hours. Unfortunately, I don't have more details than that at this point in time. You all have to go to an event with the president. Yes, go ahead.
Does the U.S. recognize Juan Guaido as the interim president of Venezuela? Because I think that was a direct question from Ed.
That's how we have referred to him, yes.
No, but you didn't say. Does the U.S. recognize
That's how
Juan
we
Guaido?
referred to him. Thanks everyone so much. Have a good rest of your day.
Condition of the two released men, Jen.
That wraps up there, the White House briefing. You're watching Live Now from Fox, always worldwide here for you, as we always bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country right here. As Live Now from Fox continues, thanks so much for joining us here. Well, we are, I think, as all Americans, maybe feeling the crunch right now. You go just down the street, you see the gas prices continuing to climb. You're thinking about your money situation, what's in your bank account right now, and maybe some of the credit cards and loans that you got out, and you're thinking, okay, what can I do to really tackle all of this? So that's why we have special guests right here, consumer psychologist here, Lisa Miller. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. Good to be here.
All right, so let's first talk about this, as I think a lot of people are talking about these higher gas prices. That's one thing that they're really seeing the crunch right now. What's some things that people can do to sort of, you know, alleviate some of that stress that they're seeing at the paying, you know, 20, 30 bucks more or 40 bucks more for a fill up?
Right. Well, one of the things we have to do is put all this into context, right? And so I've been tracking the COVID sentiment since the very beginning, and 43% of Americans today are living paycheck to paycheck. And that's actually up 9 points from October. So when we think about it, this pressure has been building, you know, for quite a number of months. And so when they go to the gas pump, it's quite a shock now to see it cost that $20, $30 more, as you mentioned. But there are things consumers can do. The first is, you know, maybe they can start cooking at home a little bit more. So instead of going out to eat, maybe cook at home. The other thing, if you want to go out to a restaurant, maybe just go pick it up yourself and save the delivery fee. So there's quite a number of things that people can do.
All right, all right. And another thing I wanted to ask you too is for those that have maybe credit cards and they're worried about you know, the Fed is talking about interest rates could be going up this year. Is this a time to maybe look at, if you do have a 401k, is it time to maybe think about taking out a loan that way to just kill off these credit cards?
Well, I do think trying to pay down credit card debt is always a good idea. And also, you know, making sure you're not adding to that debt. So making sure, you know, people have a lot of pent up demand right now for going on a vacation this summer. And so as people are trying to plan ahead, you know, plan within your means and try to not tack on those credit card debt. But then also, to your point, you know, you can borrow against, you know, your 401k, but I'm not sure the short term versus long term is necessarily a great idea right now. But I do think kind of managing to not increase debt is always a smart call.
And can you tell us a little bit about consumer spending habits? I feel like people get in these ways of things. Well, I need to have that coffee. I need to spend that $5 there, or I need to go out and get that fast food. But as you were saying earlier, you can do a lot of that stuff at home and save a lot of money.
Right, absolutely. And as I mentioned, there's so many people that are living within a margin, like no margin of error on their household expenses. The other thing we have to keep in mind is 35 million households today with families, they are going to get lower tax refunds or no tax refunds because they got it last year. And so prices are going up and up and up. The amount of money in people's pocket is going down. So we all need to think about those choices on discretionary spending. And more and more consumers are going to be hit hard and having to really basically focus on those core things of, you know, just paying their bills, going to the grocery. So those discretionary amounts or those discretionary spendings, those probably are going to take a hit in Q2.
And how long does it take for that switch to be made in the brain where, okay, do you almost have to do something for a couple of weeks, a month for it to really set in, and then it's coming part of a habit, and it's a good habit that you're saving some money?
Right. Well, I think a couple things will happen is, you know, when you think about going to the gas pump, you go, whoa, sticker shock, right? When you fill up your pump. And then the next time you might kind of caution and say, okay, well, gosh, now I know I'm not going to be surprised. But the thing that's really challenging is just even in the last month, you know, prices have gone up, you know, 70 cents, $1. So you keep having sticker shock every time you go to the pump. So I don't think it's going to take very long for consumers to pivot and just manage their expenses to say, this is costing me a lot more. So I have to make choices in other parts of my life to be able to afford the things I know I need.
Yeah, because for some people, like you are talking about, living that paycheck to paycheck lifestyle, you become a part of it's a juggling thing, and it happens, you know, where it's a monthly occurrence where you're feeling like, okay, I got this coming in, I gotta, you know, pay that bill, and it gets very overwhelming for a lot of people. But if you can make these small steps, like you're saying, big things could happen down the road.
Without a doubt. And again, some of the folks that are living paycheck to paycheck, they may be getting weekly checks. They might be getting their checks every other week. So they're feeling that pinch, very much daily. But yes, cooking at home, even carpooling, those are things that you can actually do to save money. The other thing, there are apps now, like Ibotta is one, where you can actually sign up for this app and scan your receipts and you get cash back on those the everyday expenses like groceries. And I think those types of things are going to gain in popularity. I think if consumers take the time, there's going to find ways to, shave up a little here, shave off a little here. And those things, as you mentioned, do add up over time.
What about this? I hear some people doing this where they won't, when they go to a grocery store now, they don't take the debit, they don't take the credit card. They're just going to take, say, amount of cash, and they got to work within that because I feel like a lot of people, you have the debit or you have the credit card and you're thinking, well, I could put that in the card and, I have a little extra there. But if you only have, say, $100 to go to you don't want to be looking, sad at the checkout aisle, right?
Right. Yeah. And I do think that, like I said, that 43% of Americans that are living paycheck to paycheck, they are going to be on a tight budget when it comes to groceries in particular. And so I'm sure some will definitely bring cash, and literally they don't want to go over that amount. I think the one thing to keep in mind that maybe is a little silver lining, maybe in all of this, because there's been so much pent up demand due to COVID and us all sitting at home, I think people are still gonna wanna find those little splurges. So whatever it is, whether it's that cup of coffee you mentioned, or whether it's a special treat, going to a movie, we need those places of joy. And I think that consumers are still gonna find creative ways to find those joyful moments, even through this very tough time right now.
Yeah, definitely. Even, just having that little bit of ice cream, I find that always helps me at the end of the day sometimes as well. That little treat sometimes goes a long way.
Right. So I do think from, those, companies that, the restaurants and the movies, it shouldn't be, yes, Q2 is going to be hard, but if brands can focus on providing joy, that is what all of us need right now. And especially when things are rough and economic times, or being just scared about COVID, we need to find ways to find joy. So I think that that's that little silver lining that I think will still be there.
Absolutely. Well, Lisa, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate your insight and giving us these tips that hopefully will help way down the future.
Great. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Our thanks there to Lisa from earlier. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. A little bit later this afternoon, we will have Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, it looks like, and we're just getting a feed here from inside the White House soon. We'll hear from President Biden as well. So we got a lot coming up. And of course, at the bottom of the hour, we will be hearing from the Pentagon on the very latest. But coming up in just moments, we are going to be talking to a Ukrainian parliament member joining us live from Ukraine to give us the very latest on what they are seeing on the streets of Kyiv and so much more. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Right now that has just hit our desk. Germany has...
I'm Live Now from Fox. We are
reporting now 1 million people, Ukrainians, have a
range of options remain on the table.
The latest headlines that we are seeing. Oil and gas. Boarding operations are active.
Okay, so here's what we're learning.
I'm Live Now from Fox. We are just getting started here for you. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Awaiting President Biden a little bit later here as he's going to be meeting with business leaders to discuss the importance of quickly passing competitive legislation like the bipartisan Innovation Act to lower prices for working families there, straight from the White House. So we'll be waiting for that for you right here on Live Now from Fox in just a little bit. Live look right now at the markets. You are seeing a big difference from yesterday as we are about 650 points there in the green. We'll continue to take a look at it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to go out to just a little bit for Fox 11's cybersecurity concerns special. Let's listen right here.
You're watching Fox 11 News Special Report.
Good evening. Welcome to Fox 11 News Special Report. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas. We begin tonight with Governor Newsom's State of the State address.
In January, we proposed a pause to the gas tax increase. Now it's clear we have to go farther. And that's why, working with legislative leadership, I'll be submitting a proposal to put money back in the pockets of Californians to address rising gas prices.
All right, the governor there proposing a tax rebate to help offset the pain at the pump that we're all feeling, but he did not provide many specifics, or any really, on that rebate during his address tonight.
So afterwards, of course, his advisors are asked, what was that? Give us some details there. I've been in touch with his team and in touch with other people that have been talking to his team. They're basically suggesting that this will be billions of dollars that they're proposing to be spent on a rebate that would go to every California driver, everybody who's got a car in California, including the undocumented who drive and, of course, have driver's licenses and pay registration fee and all the rest of that. It's not clear how much it would be. And he can't do this on his own, Marla. He needs the Assembly and the Senate to sign off, and they're not super excited about this
Which
so far.
is why the details weren't announced during the State of the State earlier, which happened just after 5 o'clock this evening. It was a short address, by the way, just 15 minutes long, if that. And they also say about this tax rebate that it would happen before May. That's right around the corner.
Right. So meanwhile, people are suffering right now. L.A. County, average price of gas now $5.51. That's the highest in the entire country. And the prices are about to go up even more based off of what we're seeing in the news with Russia and Ukraine as well.
Okay, so let's talk more about why are these prices so high, outrageous. Phil Schuman, he's live in Sylmar to break it all down for us. Phil.
Well, we're at a mobile station, 609 for regular, 649 for premium here, and there's no sign that these prices will stabilize or come down anytime soon. In fact, they're still expected to go up. That's why details of Governor Newsom's proposal were so important, yet were not announced. At this mobile station, contractor up and away, we're paying the highest fuel prices in the country, with increases expected to continue. At this mobile station, contractor Lane Olson spent $200 filling his work truck with diesel that topped $6 per gallon.
You pass the cost along. In the jobs that you already bid, you eat it on it. You lose it, Hopefully, if it comes back down, you'll make the profit back.
Breaking it down, out of the price per gallon, federal tax just more than 18 cents.
That's just some of what California is looking at right there for gas prices, and also local tax there on California Energy Commission. We're going to go out live right now. We do have President Biden speaking with business leaders. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
432,000 new manufacturing jobs in America since we took office, and today companies are choosing to build new factories here in the United States, when just a few years ago they would have built them overseas. What I also said is that companies are ready to do more, a lot more, if Congress passes the Bipartisan Innovation Act. And that's why we're here today to talk about the Bipartisan Act. We have the President and CEO of Micron with us. Sanjay, thank you for being here. Micron is looking to making multi-billion-dollar semiconductor investment here in America if this bill gets passed. And Dr. Choi, CEO of Samsung, is also on the screen. Thank you for being here. Samsung has committed $17 billion. It's the largest ever U.S. investment to build a semiconductor facility in Texas, which you understand is going to create 2,000 good-paying jobs. Other CEOs here are making their own investments in America, but they need Congress to pass the bipartisan innovation bill. And one of the reasons we need to do that is because there's perhaps no production more important than reclaiming America's leadership and owning our future than semiconductors. You know, these semiconductors are the size of a fingertip, power about every day, almost everything in our everyday life. Smartphones, the internet, appliances, technologies we haven't invented yet on our nation. And the semiconductor was invented here in the United States of America. And over 30 years ago, America had 40% of the global production of semiconductors. But since then, something happened. American manufacturing, the backbone of our economy, got hollowed out. Companies moved jobs and production overseas, especially from the industrial Midwest. And the result, today, we barely produce 10% of these computer chips, despite being a leader on chip design and research. This puts us at the mercy of shortages and supply chain bottlenecks, but we have an opportunity. We have an opportunity to reclaim the position of leadership. And I think it's a bipartisan consensus. There's an innovation bill this innovation bill has bipartisan support in both House and Senate now. It includes billions of dollars for new incentives to produce semiconductors here in America. And the bill is not just about funding semiconductors. It includes an office at the Department of Commerce that will be tasked to monitoring and strengthening critical supply chains. And it expands programs that help manufacturers across the country benefit from our investments, particularly small manufacturers. It invests in R&D the way we need to, so we can invent and make the technologies of the future, and industries like biotechnology, artificial intelligence, telecommunications, and others we can barely imagine today, and which we're going to build a foundation for future
Hey there, how you doing?
prosperity, not just here, but around the world. So today I'm urging the House and the Senate to work out the differences between the two versions of this bill and get it to my desk as quickly as you can. Passing this bill will do 4 important things. First, it will send a message to the world that America is back in the game, open for investment, commitment, creating clean energy economy, and competing to win in the 21st century. Second, we're going to create jobs, good-paying, cutting-edge jobs, manufacturing jobs, many that don't require a 4-year college degree. Third, making it in America is one of the ways we can address our cost and supply chain challenges. When we build products we need, we don't have to wait, and we reduce shipping costs, and we can get goods moving faster. And fourthly, it will mean that we aren't overly reliant on other countries from risk like wars and pandemics. And I saw during the pandemic that when we needed it the most, we were a short supply of masks, gowns, gloves, ventilators, and other essential equipment. We should never be in that position again. And the bottom line is this bipartisan innovation bill will allow us to stamp more products made in America. And it's going to bolster our national security and our economic security. It matters. So let's get it done. And now it's my honor to turn this over to the governors, and then we're going to hear from the CEOs. And so, governors, I'm sure you agree with the Ohio Senator Sherrod Brown, who said, it's time to bury the label Rust Belt.
Amen.
Like the industrial Midwest today, you see something
Oh, I'm
special
sorry.
is
Yes,
happening.
I'm
Let
here.
me start with you, Governor Holcomb from Indiana.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President, and Madam Secretary. Great to be back with you again. I would just echo or underscore the points that you've made, and certainly the Midwest is no longer the Rust Belt. It is a shining buckle on that belt, and we are not just open for business, but able to do more. This innovation bill, ultimate bill that comes together, is a key part of our futures. It's a key part of a Midwestern microelectronics corridor, if you will, that has everything to do with economic development and national security for a state like Indiana. And you could probably say this about a lot of Midwestern states, but we're heavy intensive in manufacturing. Number one per capita for a state like Indiana, 5 auto OEMs, medical devices, the list just goes on and on and on. And I would just say that it's two things. One, it's been said that speed kills, and in this sense, slow speed kills. We need to get this done. We need to get it on your desk. We need to get it signed so that we can not just catch up with the competition, but lead. We know a little something about this in Indiana. We got the Indy 500, and we like to go fast.
Brother, the kids going fast. A gallon of gas.
All right, we'll hear from President Biden a little bit later here as well. We'll play it out for you in full. We're also keeping an eye on the Pentagon briefing. Should be happening pretty soon. We'll bring that to your attention when it does happen. Of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. Well, of course, for the past 14 days right here on Live Now from Fox, we've really been giving you nonstop coverage about the travesties that is happening in Ukraine as the Russian invasion continues. We're seeing it more and more, just these deadly attacks that continue on innocent people in Ukraine. And we want to get a little bit more insight on all of that that is happening. We go right to the ground right now in Ukraine, joined by a Ukrainian parliament member, Sviatoslav Yurish. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it. And thank you again for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me on. There's plenty to tell. Every single day is full of dramas, full of battles, full of suffering, full of the travesty that Russia has wrought not just on Ukraine but on the entire world, causing a true novelty that you can invade countries just like that and try and destroy them.
Yeah, really. I mean, and you know, we see these images, and I don't think even by just seeing it from miles and miles away what it really means for Ukrainians like yourself that are inside this right now and dealing with this on a 24/7 basis.
The reality is those Ukrainians aren't just dealing with it, they are fighting. They are fighting back. People like myself who have never been soldiers before, who have decided to join in one way or the other and train to become soldiers and try and be ready for a battle, because every single city is now in danger. Day one, Russia attacked with cruise missiles and rockets every single city in Ukraine, showing it can reach anywhere. But the point is that we are basically in life or death struggle. We either come out of this as independent, sovereign, territorially integral nation that can prove itself to the world, or we perish as Russia wants. So we are fighting till the very last.
Absolutely. And, you know, just seeing this fight happen in the way that you are able right now to hold these Russian forces, it is extremely just motivational and inspirational all at the same time. But what can you tell us right now, what you are seeing? We're hearing these reports that Russian troops are getting closer there to the capital. What are you hearing?
Well, the first days, Russian forces tried to make incursions into the city. They have made a few of them and pretty far into the city. That's why there were plenty of shootouts in the city, in our capital, and even yours truly has been a part of them. But the story is that we have pushed them out of the city, and we have basically brought together the forces we can to safeguard and create checkpoints and reality of the martial law inside of our capital, not to allow Russian agents and Russian provocateurs and Russian diversionary groups to enter the city. So Russians changed their tactics and are trying to siege the town, trying to block our access to the north, to the south, to the east, to the west. They have managed the north because of the Chernobyl salient, taking over the nuclear power station there, causing a threat to entire Europe by endangering that horrible nuclear site. They try to block us in the east more successfully because their border is closer there, and they have tried to attack us in the south and the west. And the battles for the last few days were against those incursions in the west, trying to keep the supply lines open to the border with the European Union.
And, you know, we've also been just seeing these horrible images come out earlier this morning of a maternity ward that was hit by Russians earlier today. Latest reports, there are 17 people injured. What can you tell us here as we just seeing this, you know, horrible video, destruction? This is not military targets. This is a hospital, for crying out loud.
This is the reality of this war. This hospital in the city is almost 1,000 kilometers away from where I sit right now in Kiev, in the capital, which is also besieged. Russians launch invasion on all the front lines in all parts of our long border, trying to destroy our nation. And the point is that battle Russians are losing, and therefore they are attacking indiscriminately everything they can get their hands on. That hospital is the latest in a long barrage of horrible, horrible crimes Russia's perpetrating here in this country, and I hope the world responds in a manner which throws Russia out of every single institution it's a part of, because it doesn't belong there as a violator of every one of those institutions.
Yeah, this is not a war. This is war crimes that we're seeing really play out, unfortunately, on social media, really almost coming up in real time. And you guys are fighting every hour of the moment here at this very moment. What's going to happen? A lot of people are thinking, what's going to happen now when these Russian military members get closer to the capital there of Kyiv? And, you know, is this going to be an all-out assault on both sides?
If Russians are preparing for that sort of scenario, they are gathering their machinery in the north of Kyiv, in the Chernobyl salient, again causing the nuclear power station there, infamous nuclear power station there, to become a hazard threat for the entirety of the world once again. But the point there, they will be trying to launch an attack. That's what seems most likely. And again, we are preparing for that as well. We are getting our defenses in order, and we'll be pushing back at them with everything we've got. If Russians are going just with the forces they have, they will not get very far, because Kyiv is a city of millions, and millions will respond as they are arming themselves, joining territorial defense units, army, guard, and all that. But if the Russians mobilize and get their 2 million troops to attack Ukraine and to prolong the war here, we will make Kyiv their Stalingrad. We are not giving up our capital. We are fighting here till our very last.
That is what is so amazing about this whole situation here, and what not only here in the United States we are witnessing, but around the world. You know, right before this was about to happen, this invasion, or maybe the first day, they were painting it like a David and Goliath. But what would your assessment be? Because it seems like the way that we have just been seeing these Russian forces the last 14 days, it doesn't seem like they're the Goliath that everyone thought they were.
The problem is Russians are believing their own propaganda. They're believing that when they enter Ukraine, they'll be cheered on and there will be flowers thrown at them. The only thing they're getting is bullets. The only thing they're getting is Ukrainian babushkas going in the streets and shrieking them curses to tell them this is not their country and they have entered into this country wrongly. The reality is Ukrainians are fighting back at every step, in every place, in every part of the country. We are devoted to our nation and we're not going to give up, because Putin has some mythological scenarios for Ukraine and the post-Soviet space in general. This is empire building, a naked one at that. And again, that's why we are responding in kind, because we have no other nation to go to. This is our country and we are going to fight, and we are fighting with everything we've got.
And what does it mean to you when you hear these numbers already of more than 2 million Ukrainians have fled the country for the safety, many of them, so many of them, women and children there for the safety of their own lives? And what does that mean to you when you hear those numbers and you don't know when they return, they might not even have a home or a place to be? What does that mean to you when you hear those kind of numbers?
That's a modern age tragedy, the reality that Russia is causing this onto a larger state in Europe, trying to basically destroy a way of life which was here just 2 weeks ago. Russians are causing this wholesale on the entire country that has suffered so much throughout history. But our history is a good guide to, no matter what we suffer through, we will come out stronger in the end. Let me remind you that in the 20th century, just personal example, my great-grandfather went through Stalingrad and he went on to liberate Europe from the East. And my great-grandmother survived through genocide by hunger, Holodomor caused by Stalin. So for us, when we hear those numbers, when we see these tragedies, the point is we survived Stalin, so we'll survive Putin.
amazing there, as you're able to have that history and that fighting courage there that is so prevalent that we are seeing in all Ukrainians right now, defending their home, defending their homeland. And what are you seeing, especially out on the streets when you are patrolling it? Because you've been doing that. And what have you been seeing as far as the resiliency of Ukraine, or have you been encountered already with Russian forces?
Well, I haven't counted them, but the point is we are basically going to those outskirts, which I mentioned. That's where the battles are happening in the current last few days, and basically going to the outskirts, trying to provide humanitarian assistance to the people that stay there and bringing things that our soldiers need there. Basically, several of my parliamentary teammates are now leading the defense there. One of my assistants now is leading a platoon to the west of Kiev, and the point is to try and go to him and both do my bit as a soldier, as rudimentary soldier as I am, never done soldiery before, and also try to provide supplies desperately need to try and maintain the defense of that vital road to the west. The point is the streets are quiet because it's martial law for 2 weeks now, and a lot of people are trying to survive till the next day.
And as much as this is a physical war, obviously a very psychological war as well, as you got people fleeing their very homes, and then also defending really a beast of it's not even a country anymore. It's more of a terror land, as they're able to do this to this country here. We're talking about apartment buildings being bombed, hospitals being bombed. I mean, these aren't targets of military operations. This is all civilians. And when we're hearing about these different passages that they're trying to set up, it seems like it's more of a setup to hurt more civilians. What would you say about that?
They're trying to terrify the population because they see the population is not bowing to them. The point is they have an idea that Putin has told us for the last 20 years, the fact that he wants Ukraine and Russia to be the same country, that he sees Ukrainians and Russians as the same nation. Ukrainians don't see it that way, so they're trying to terrify them and show them that they are willing to do anything to make their concepts for geopolitical concepts a reality. So the point is, this will continue, and the West will keep seeing this until it does what it needs to do to try and stop the fighting. And let me remind you, the West has done it in other places. I don't see why our nation, the biggest nation in Europe, should be the exception to that, which Russia is wrecking on Ukraine.
Yeah, so true, so true. And what would you like to see from the West as far as? We've been hearing about, more air support, but what would that mean for you guys? Right now, it doesn't seem like the U.S. right now wants to commit to air patrols at this moment.
Nothing is enough. Everything is welcome. All is needed. Basically, we appreciate all the support we are getting right now, and all the work to get different supplies into Ukraine, both military and civilian, humanitarian. The point is, we need so very much more to try and fight with the second biggest army in the world. And as far as the strength in the battle, we truly have colossal air fleet that the Russians possess. So that's where you've been time and time again speaking about no-fly zone. No-fly zone is key here, because the point is that they are wrecking this damage that you're seeing to civilian homes and civilians all over the country because of their air power, which is not superior but more numerous, vastly more numerous. And they're able to reach as far as all the parts of my country. So the point is to stop that and to try to push them back, at least in that dimension. That will give us more of a fighting chance in the battlefield.
Are you worried, because it seemed like Putin was thinking that this was going to be a fast operation? It has been anything but that, because Ukraine has been really defending their country so admirably. It's amazing to see, but because you have to. But are you worried that at any moment he could, what would seem, he would want to double down and even do even more crazier things and more horrible things to humanity?
Truly speaking, nothing is off the table. They have taken hostage one nuclear power station, which already is very well known to the world, Chernobyl power station, and they have tried to basically not make it operational, which is essentially trying to cause another nuclear catastrophe potentially. They have tried to take over the other nuclear power station, which is the largest power station in Europe, mining it and basically threatening Europe with that. Thankfully, our forces have retaken that power station. My family actually lives in that town, a part of my family that is. And the reality there was that they are trying to take the world hostage by taking those nuclear power stations, and they are sort of putting everything on the table to basically point out that to them, destruction of the single biggest state in Europe is their priority. But again, we want to repeat to them and the whole world to join us in stating that they will not be allowed to do that.
Yes, we know the whole world is watching, and I know that, watching is one thing and prayers are another, but action is the biggest key, and we're hoping for the very best for you guys all. I know this is just a horrible situation, but what you and so many millions of you have been doing is just amazing.
Thank you very much. It is much appreciated, the fact that you care, the fact that you're talking about this, the fact that you raise this, the fact that all of the sides of the political debates in the States, for example, which disagree on so much, can come to the table right now and find agreement on the fact that this should not be allowed in this century, in this day and age, and we should all work together to stop power-hungry states such as Russia, which, even though it's the biggest state in the world, demands time and time again more land and wants to destroy more nations, and it's causing record and havoc all over the world.
Yeah, you made a good point there. It's horrible to think, we're in the year of 2022. I mean, this almost seems like we're back in the 30s and 40s. Where have we gone as a society where another nation can just invade like this?
The point is that Putin lives in that past. He has said it himself time and time again, trying to lay out his historical claims against the reality of history, that he is basically trying to make a revanchist claim towards Eastern Europe and establish a sphere of influence, pushing at both Western allies, NATO allies, and trying to dominate everything the Soviet Union has scared away with its policies back in the 20th century. The point is that Mr. Putin is a symbol of the past, which should be rebuked in every way, because that past is murderous, that past is bloody, and Mr. Putin basically tries to make it a reality for us today.
Well, we hope he is stopped very soon, and we're hoping and praying for the very best for all Ukrainians at this very moment. And as this continues, we hope that it stops very, very soon. Sviatoslav, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you very much for carrying.
No problem. We got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. We are waiting for the Pentagon briefing, and that should be happening pretty soon. Should be happening really at any moment. So we'll take a 2-minute break while we have it. Stay right here. More coverage coming on Live Now from Fox. Live right now, the Pentagon briefing should be happening pretty soon right here on Live Now from Fox. We will wait to see when that happens. Of course, we'll bring it to you in full when it does. We got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Now looking at the Dow, we're seeing a much different day than yesterday, almost up 700 points there in the green. We will continue to monitor that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I want to go out to my colleague Andrew Kraft that once again spoke about this invasion in this interview with Hal Kemper. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Hal, good to see you. We have a lot to get to, but we know that lawmakers on Capitol Hill had been talking about this for the last 2 weeks. And the Biden administration kind of had to catch up to where they were. But if you would have told me a month ago that they would even have been considering something like this, I would have thought you would have been pulling my leg. Is that how you feel now we are entering into this Russian oil embargo?
The difference a war makes, it shifted everything. In fact, I think Putin is sitting back there shaking his head. He had no idea that policies and basically platforms could change so quickly. That's exactly what's going on. There's a lot of things. I mean, it's tough to unpack all the oil things. I've spent some time doing Homeland Security work up in North Dakota and eastern Montana, where the shale oil reserves are. We have a tremendous amount of oil and gas. It's just we can't turn it on overnight, and that's the challenge. So we're going to have price increases. I don't know what we're going to do as far as cozying up to Saudi Arabia and Iran to try and get more oil. That's a bit of a mystery to me. I could see us shifting our policy for Yemen, but that is Iran. I'm not quite sure what the overture is there for us to get oil out of that.
Also talks about Venezuela, kind of an overture there to see if maybe we will let up on some of our sanctions we've imposed in order to get some more of their oil. Also, the Wall Street Journal tonight, Hal, is reporting that the Saudi prince, Mohammed bin Salman, and the UAE leader wouldn't take President Biden's phone calls about possibly tapping into their supply as well to offset some of these very high prices that Americans are going to see. Hal, we've heard, though, throughout the day that public opinion is on the side of the Biden White House in this. Some people aren't going to mind paying a little bit more in order to support the Ukrainian war effort. But this is going to sting, and this is going to sting for some time, is it not?
It is going to sting, although I will say if we woke up tomorrow and let's just say there had been a coup in Moscow and there was a new government there that was amenable to working with the West and they were going to pull their forces out, you might see the exact opposite. All of a sudden, you'd see a dramatic drop in prices. So that's not impossible. I'm not holding my breath on that one. The thing I think we need to brace ourselves for is what's coming on the battlefield in Ukraine. We're about to see intense urban warfare. We're about to see the sort of thing that, frankly, we haven't really seen outside of maybe the Middle East, but we haven't seen this since World War II in Europe. And we're going to see a level of atrocities being committed, a level of carnage that is going to shock not just the U.S., it's going to shock Europe. And this is where you can see the real price shock on oil. If the nations of Europe, basically in dealing with a truly big shift in the public mood or the public perception of Russia, suddenly decide that they too are going to ban oil, that could be a huge price shock to the system that I think is going to surprise everybody, because we could see $9-10 a gallon. That's how much that would be. So that's the one we're looking at over the next week to two, is when they go into Kyiv more than any place else. Kharkiv to a lesser extent, but when we see Kyiv, with all that we've seen, and we see the tremendous amount of firepower, the carnage of tanks blowing holes through walls and everything like that, and then just the sheer amount of people who are killed, maimed, seriously wounded, trying to find some refuge, some safekeeping. I think that's going to have an impact across the EU that will directly translate to the policies with oil with Russia.
Yeah, and Hal, because we've seen there's really no European support, especially amongst the EU member states, for initiating any type of Russian oil or energy embargo, although the United Kingdom did follow suit after our lead today. So I thought that was interesting. Of course, the UK is not in the EU, but let's reverse this, though. Could Putin respond, say, for example, by cutting off Nord Stream 1, the pipeline that provides a lot of energy to Germany specifically? Could they retaliate in kind? Do you see that happening?
That's very possible. Putin has actually brought that up.
Okay.
He's talking about shutting off the gas. So that's in his quiver of things he can do is turn off the gas. What would happen there is there'd have to be some sort of rationing. There'd be a huge price shock to the system, but there'd have to be some sort of rationing of natural gas. We don't have the liquefied natural gas is where we would try and offset that. There's more Russian natural gas that comes to Europe than liquefied natural gas that goes to Europe by over a third. So that gives you an idea of how big Russia is. And even though there was some, the president was talking about that they're going to increase the amount of liquefied natural gas ports and what they could take in, that's not something you could ramp up overnight. Even if you increase the current capacity, getting those LNG tankers underway, there's a lot of shipping time, and then you got to bring that LNG out of somewhere. It's just not something you can turn it on that quickly. Unfortunately, Russia can turn it off just that quickly. So that's a big problem, and I'm sure as things are going, Putin is going to look very seriously at doing that because, frankly, the battlefield dynamics are not playing out the way he wants. So he's going to look at other tools in his toolkit to see if he can somehow influence this.
Yeah. Hal, so we know now that the U.S. hit a record national average for a gallon of gas, $4.17. We also know Congress is also moving to pass legislation on this front as well, aside from the executive actions that President Biden took today. I want to get your reaction. There was a major hearing today on Capitol Hill. Both the FBI director and the director of national intelligence testified. The director of national intelligence, her name Avril Haines, she said today, our analysts assess that Putin is unlikely to be deterred by such setbacks and instead may escalate, essentially doubling down to achieve Ukrainian disarmament. Now, the context in that sentence was about the kind of military aspect to this, not the sanctions and the economic aspect to this, but they kind of go hand in hand. It seems like Putin is not relenting.
He is in his own information bubble. Now, there are reports out that his girlfriend, for lack of a better term, and their child or children, it's not quite clear, he's very secretive about that, are in an underground bunker that's used for nuclear defense purposes. That's a little disturbing if that's true, that he's basically hidden his family in such a facility. We don't know where this could escalate to, where it could go, but I don't know that we're, at this point, I don't know that we're trying to influence his decision-making as much as we're trying to influence the decision-making of everybody around him, and especially the oligarchs, and to some extent, the professional officer corps of the military, as to what they need to do. He created this situation. He's willing to take these tremendous hits on the Russian economy, which, by all estimates, is now less than a third. The GDP is less than a third of what it was at this time last year. So that gives you an idea of what he's willing to accept. I just frankly don't know that in his mindset, and I think that's where the DNI is correct, that we can really shift that. And frankly, the big concern is, as things get worse on the battlefield, let's project out and say that the Russian army literally just starts to fall apart. that they don't have the logistics to keep them going. They don't have fuel. They don't have food. They don't have ammo, all of which seems to be very true right now. And that the Ukrainian forces are getting stronger. Already, it's estimated they've killed over 12,000 Russians. If you do the math on that and you say, okay, for every killed in action, you normally have about 2 to 3 wounded in action. So if you have 12,000, then you multiply it, you put, 36,000 wounded on top of that. Well, all of a sudden, you're looking at close to 50,000 Russian troops that were potentially taken off the battlefield as being killed or wounded. Add on to that reports of desertions, the number of surrendering. You could be getting up to 55, 60,000. Now, we don't know that 100% because we don't have those numbers. That's just extrapolating based on what we were told and doing some basic core math to figure out what it would be. But if they've lost 50 or 60,000 troops on the battlefield, not all dead, but I'm just talking about they're taken out of action, that's about a third of his total number of troops that he had at the beginning of this thing. Now, he had about 190,000, 75% of the operational ground combat units of the Russian army were around Ukraine. It was assessed today that 100% of those troops are now in Ukraine. And if 1/3 of those troops have been taken off the battlefield, normally for those types of units, we say that when you've lost 30% or more of your unit ceases to be combat effective. And I find that to be rather interesting. Now, that's not uniform throughout. The northern side seems to be having a lot more trouble than the southern side.
Okay.
Oh, with that said, the South does seem to be having a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Hal, just speaking about numbers of casualties, we heard from CIA Director William Burns today, also testifying in front of Congress. Now, the CIA's assessment is between 2,000 and 4,000 Russian troops have been killed in context. So quite a large discrepancy there from what Ukrainian officials are telling the wider public. And so, of course, that goes back to something you've said all along. The fog of war is quite thick. Just one more topic about Putin before we go to break, because essentially we have cut off diplomatic relations with Russia, but he is still speaking with world leaders. Over the weekend, he spoke with the Israeli Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett. He also spoke with the French President, Macron, on the phone. He's spoken with the German Chancellor on the phone. So where do you think diplomacy stands right now? He's still on the phone with some of these world leaders. Also, do you think Israel is going to become a key player in this for some of these maybe ceasefire negotiations in the next couple of days?
I think Israel could play an unusual role. First off, they're not European Union, they're not NATO, so they can approach this differently. They have a very close relationship with Ukraine, and they have what seems to be a pretty good rapport with Moscow. So I think they could play a unique role in this in helping to broker a more substantive ceasefire or some other solution on the battlefield. So on that score, yes, I do think they could play a role. I think the Biden administration is basically reaching out in all directions diplomatically to see what they can do. And I think they're trying to sense from our NATO allies, especially, where they think we should go. You know, Macron has had as have others, had difficult phone calls with Putin. Putin is doing that sort of famous Russian bluster thing, where he's basically saying, that's my...
That was just some of the highlights from yesterday. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Everyone, we continue to wait right here for the Pentagon briefing. We'll take another quick 2-minute break while we have it, and we'll play it for you in full as soon as John Kirby gets to the podium.
Is breaking news right now that has just hit our desk. Germany has...
I'm Live Now from Fox. We are
reporting now 1 million people, Ukrainians, have evacuated.
Range of options remain on the table.
the latest headlines that we are seeing. Oil and gas. Boarding operations are active.
Okay, so here's what we're learning.
I'm Live Now from Fox. We are just getting started here for you.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We await right now. The Pentagon briefing should be happening at any moment. We're seeing the Dow here jump up big time today, up 675 points in the green, almost at 700. That's where we had session highs a little bit ago. Let's play out a little bit of the highlights from Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking earlier today.
Our countries are joined in having shared interests across virtually every significant issue before the world now. We were just in Brussels last week with ministers from our fellow NATO allies, the G7, the European Union, focused particularly on continuing what has been extraordinarily close coordination and cooperation in response to Moscow's unprovoked, unjustified, and increasingly brutal war in Ukraine. We and our teams are in almost constant contact as we calibrate a united response, not just between our two nations, which have a long history of working hand in hand through the special relationship, but with allies and partners across Europe and indeed beyond. At least in my experience of doing this for nearly 30 years, I cannot remember a time where we've seen such unity in the transatlantic relationship, both in policy and in principle. We are united in strengthening our security assistance to Ukraine for its heroic defenders. We're united in increasing our assistance to the people of Ukraine, who are suffering grievously due to the growing humanitarian catastrophe inflicted upon them by Moscow's invasion. And we're united in our efforts to raise the costs on the Kremlin for waging this ongoing war of choice, which has already displaced more than 2 million Ukrainians. Earlier this week, Prime Minister Johnson announced an additional £175 million in aid to Ukraine, bringing the UK's total support during the crisis, I believe, to approximately £400 million. This includes direct assistance for the Ukrainian government to pay the salaries of Ukraine's public sector employees who are keeping critical services running where they haven't been bombed by the Russians. The UK was one of the first European countries to send defensive lethal security assistance to Ukraine. And the government has imposed severe financial sanctions on President Putin, his inner circle, Russian oligarchs, and others who enable and fuel this aggression. Just days ago, the House of Commons passed a new economic crime bill aimed at making it easier to sanction groups of corrupt individuals and harder for those trying to hide their money in the UK. Yesterday, in the latest of the many steps that we've taken together to hold the Kremlin accountable, President Biden banned all imports of Russian oil, liquefied natural gas, and coal. Prime Minister Johnson committed to ban all imports of Russian oil by the end of 2022. We're also united in calling on the Kremlin to immediately allow Ukrainian civilians to safely depart the cities and towns of Ukraine that are besieged by Russian forces. Every country has a responsibility to join us in pressing Moscow to do this. This is not the time to equivocate by calling on both sides to allow civilians in Ukraine cities to leave safely. Doing so obfuscates the basic facts around why these corridors are necessary and who is blocking them. Russia invaded Ukraine without justification. Russian forces now encircle multiple Ukrainian cities after having destroyed much of their critical infrastructure, leaving people without water, without electricity, without access to food and medicine. And Russia's relentless bombardment, including of civilians trying to flee, prevents people from safely escaping the hellish conditions that they've created. The Kremlin's proposals to create humanitarian corridors leading into Russia and Belarus are absurd. It's offensive to suggest the Ukrainian people should seek refuge from the very government that has demonstrated such disregard for their lives. The civilians who were able to escape yesterday through one of those corridors from Sumy to Poltava, another city in Ukraine, shows that this is possible, but it must be allowed to happen on a much broader scale. It's not only in Europe where the United States and the UK are working together to address threats to international peace and security. We also share a grave concern about Iran's nuclear advances. Together, we discussed our work to achieve a mutual return to compliance with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the so-called Iran nuclear agreement. Either way, we are committed to ensuring that Iran can never acquire a nuclear weapon. On Northern Ireland, President Biden has been steadfast in his support for the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, which he views as a historic achievement that must be protected to ensure the peace, stability, and prosperity of people in Northern Ireland. The United States continues to support both sides' efforts to engage in productive dialogue to resolve differences over the Northern Ireland Protocol. Before handing it over to Liz, let me just make one final point. It's not just the British government that's stepping up to help Ukraine. We're also seeing incredible solidarity and compassion from the British people. People like Khaled Al-Mayat in Cheltenham, who is leading a local campaign to buy second-hand ambulances and drive them, packed with supplies, to humanitarian responders at Ukraine's border. People like Yorkshire resident Magdalena Timon, who, on the second night of Russia's invasion, sent a message to a Facebook group called Polish Mums of Leeds, appealing for donations to help people in Ukraine. Within days, she'd received enough to fill 3 18-wheelers. I believe one reason we're seeing such an outpouring of support from the British people is because they've been through something similar. The harrowing Blitz during World War II inflicted colossal suffering on the country's people, killing more than 60,000 British civilians, wounding 86,000 more. It's impossible to see the images of people seeking refuge in Kyiv's metro in 2022 and not think of those who sheltered in the London Underground in 1942. The grit, the compassion, the determination that Britons exhibited 8 decades ago that inspired the world is exactly what we see in the people of Ukraine today, and it's why we need to stand with them. With that, Liz, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Tony, and it's great to be here with my friend and ally, Secretary Blinken, and we've certainly seen a lot of each other around the capitals of Europe over the last week, working very closely with our allies. Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine is causing immense pain and suffering, yet he is not making the progress he planned. Since the build-up on the border, the United Kingdom and the United States have led work in the G7 and through NATO to challenge Putin's aggression. Before the invasion, the United States and the UK called out his playbook of false flags, attempts to install a puppet regime in Kiev, and fake provocations. We worked with our G7 allies to warn that he would face severe costs and a determined Ukrainian people. We have surprised Putin with our unity and the toughness of our sanctions, hitting the banks, the ships, the planes, the oligarchs, and the oil and